Dear all, we are going to start the event within a
Dr. Divya, we can start. Dr. I.K. Bhatt has joined well before time. He is there on the platform.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Dr. Chopra, you are requested to kindly start the event.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good morning, everybody. Respected dignitaries, chief guests, and delegates, extend a welcome to one and all on board. We are pleased to be able to welcome to those who have been with us for years now, as well as those who are new to us. This conference on food sustainability has been a part of our planning right from the beginning. A sustainable food system lies in the heart of United Nations Sustainable Developmental Goals (SDGs). Adopted in 2015, the SDGs call for major transformations in agriculture and food systems to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve Keeping this view in mind, Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, Faculty of Allied Health Sciences, in collaboration with Manav Rachna Center for Peace and Sustainability, Manav Rachna University has organized this international conference on sustainability of food, a global perspective. Light symbolizes brightness and prosperity. With this noble thought, I request all the dignitaries, chief guests, and delegates to participate in lamp lighting and Saraswati Mandir.
वरदे 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 वीणावादिनी वरदे वीणावादिनी वरदे
भारत में भर दे, वर दे, वर दे, वर दे, वीणा वादिनी, वर दे, वीणा वादिनी, वर दे। काठ अंधपुर के बंधन स्तर, काठ अंधपुर के बंधन स्तर, महाजननी ज्योतिर्भय निर्झर, कलश भेद तमहर प्रकाश भय, कलश भेद तमहर प्रकाश भय, जगमग जग कर दे, वीणा वादिनी कर दे, वीणा वादिनी कर दे, वीणा वादिनी कर दे। Thank you. Thank you, Shivali. On this beautiful morning, with this beautiful prayer to Goddess Saraswati, I now take the opportunity to invite Dr. M.R. Rizvi, Dean FAHS, on the platform. He has 15 years of teaching and research experience, which includes 10 years teaching at Majma University, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Under his guidance, the faculty has flourished and touched heights of excellence. I invite him to extend the welcome address for the conference.
Thank you, Dr. Shubhra. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, yes.
A very good morning to one and all present here, and thank you for joining us on today's 2 days virtual international conference on sustainability of food, a global perspective. I welcome Professor Dr. I.K. Bhatt, Vice Chancellor, MRU, Maharashtra University, Professor Dr. Sanjay Srivastava, Vice Chancellor, Maharashtra International Institute of Research and Studies, Professor Dr. G.L. Khanna sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, Maharashtra International Institute of Research and Studies, Dr. Divya Sanghi, our Head of the Department, Nutrition and Dietetics, Dr. Geeta Thakur, Professor and Head, Center for Peace and Sustainability, MRU, Dr. Meena Kapahi, Coordinator, IAC, Department of Chemistry, Maharashtra University. I welcome all the eminent speakers and participants from all over the country, from different walks of life. You have come here to share their knowledge and vast experience with the student community to enhance our mental horizon. The theme of our conference, sustainability of food, is very unique. Sustainable food system is a food system that delivers food security and nutrition for all in such a way that the economic, social, and environmental basis to generate food security and nutrition for future generations are not being compromised. The COVID-19 pandemic provided a chance to focus on critical nature of resilience in times of crisis. Sustainable and nutritious meals for everyone were demonstrated to be far more dependent on social and economic conditions than on technological elements of food production and processing during this epidemic. Agriculture and the agro industry now have the ability to absorb, at least temporarily, people laid off from other sectors. The pandemic may provide a chance to rethink and revalue labor relationship within the sector as well as local production and supply networks. Diversification is a crucial component of robust system, both biologically and socially. New business model, new knowledge sharing networks, and new markets. I hereby invite all of you to be the part of this important theme of this conference, which is really a very important global issue. And I wish everyone a successful and fruitful conference. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shubhra. Over to you, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the welcome address. I feel elated in inviting Dr. G.L. Khanna, PVC MRIIRS, on the platform. He is a man of distinct vision and a fountainhead of illuminating ideas, an ideal of knowledge and experience, and inspiration to all of us. Our faculty has organized numerous workshops and conferences under his guidance in the past few years, and we look forward for more. I invite him to present the prefatory address for the conference.
Thank you, Dr. Subra. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you. Professor Bhatt, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Manav Rachana University, our guest, Dr. Durajat Prabhakar sir, our keynote speakers, Dr. Sadhan Kumar, Dr. Sharotia, Dr. Imam, Professor V, and other honorable speakers, Dr. Professor Rizvi, our Dean, Faculty of Applied Health Sciences, Dr. Divya, HOD, Dr. Geeta, Dr. Meena, and the senior faculty members, all the dignitaries, eminent speakers. It's really great to welcome all of you to this platform on this particular 2 days conference on sustainability of food, a global perspective. Really, I'm really very, very happy to have all of you on this occasion. I thank our chairman, Dr. Prashant Bhalla, Dr. Amit Bhalla, Vice President, Professor Dr. And Professor Sanjay Srivastava, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, for encouraging us to conduct this event on this in this special year. Actually, it is our special year because we are celebrating this Silver Jubilee this year. And our mission given by our founder, Dr. O.P. Bhalla, is to impart holistic and education and keep that environmental stability also. And I proudly say that the Manav Rachana Group has not deviated since the inception of our university from our mission. And on this occasion of Silver Jubilee, we have chosen the theme, Sustainability of Food, a global perspective for this 2-day virtual conference, which is all of you are attending now. And why is the food sustainability important, basically? Because we all of us know that there is a big hunger problem in the worldwide. You know, out of 9 people, 1 is dying of this hunger only. And total 820 million people, I could see in this literature that 820 million people they go hungry every day. It's a big, big problem for all of us. Hunger and malnutrition are such a widespread problem that UN has emphasized that a profound change of the global food and agriculture system is the need of the hour now. And how do we go about this? Our experts are with us. They will definitely suggest certain means, method, what is ongoing nowadays in this scenario, in this world scenario under SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals. And even the Food and Agriculture Organization, they also state that sustainable food system should deliver nutrition and food security for everyone in a way that is economically viable and socially beneficial. And I think certain work has already been initiated in this regard. At the same time, sustainable food system must continually make a neural or positive impact on the environment. And because a big challenge of the environment if degradation continues in this particular environment, particularly when we consider the land requirement, land problems. Agriculture land area takes up 30% of the earth land surface, and growing global population is straining this limited terrestrial resources. So how do we go about this in the future? Because 2030, SDG has declared that we will be having sustainable food models also. There are certain other problems also in this particular making the sustainable food cost, maybe the problems of our pesticide, drinking water, other climatic problems, they all are related, interrelated, and the diet-related problems are also there. So around 1/3 of the food produced is lost also in this whole chain. How do we really manage those? Food losses can occur before, during, and after harvesting also, and also because of our negligence in the household food wastage, which is a big, big problem in the United States and other countries also. Even they say that 31% of this food purchased by household member is wasted. And I feel that lack of education is one of the factors where we have to teach everyone. We have to put in the primary school, maybe in the college universities also, and the growing population. So this part has to be emphasized, that how to go about to make the sustainability of the food. And there is a need of the system, I think, that maybe from the climatic angle, maybe from biodiversity part also, the public health also, which is again a big concern. Even after COVID, more concern is there. Farming, promoting biodiversity, rotation of the crops, all these agriculture experts will tell us that how do we really go about in the next, in the coming years. So I am thankful to all of you for joining us, and speakers are going to really provide us in-depth understanding on various topics of sustainability, and the conference is going to be an enriching experience for all of us. Once again, I extend my warm welcome to all the eminent speakers and the participants for the conference. I would like to thank the Faculty of Allied Health Sciences for taking a great effort for organizing this event. Thank you, and welcome all of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the gracious presence. You've enhanced our joy by joining the conference. Now we feel honored to have our VC, MD, MR, EI, His Excellency Dr. Sanjay Srivastava. He hardly need any introduction. He has made all of us proud by his distinguished work in numerous capacities. But today, due to some technical glitches, he couldn't join the conference. However, he has sent his message and has requested us to read it for everybody in the conference. Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies is one of the leading academic research universities in India. The different departments of the institution are involved in carrying out interdisciplinary research by building partnerships at both national and international levels. The institution has been conferred with a 5-star rating for teaching, employability, development, and in RF India Rankings 2020 by MHRD, Government of India, has rated Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies across 2 categories: engineering, rank 174, and university, rank band 151 to 200. It gives me immense pleasure to congratulate the organizing committee members at the Faculty of Allied Health Science for organizing a 2-day virtual international conference on sustainability of food, a global perspective, on 17th and 18th September 2021. This conference is going to bring together scientists, nutritionists, researchers, academicians, industry fraternity, policymakers, and students on a common platform and discuss the scientific research in the area of sustainable food. Having an awareness of what makes food sustainable would lead us to make all informed choices and would allow us to evaluate products in a better way. The whole world is fighting a battle against COVID-19, with a large number of people being vaccinated and drug therapies designed to mitigate the effects of COVID-19. As a result of COVID-19, food surfaced as an essential element of life. The COVID-19 pandemic forced us to understand the importance of inner resistance and immunity, which depends on the food choices that we make. This conference is a wonderful opportunity for us to initiate collaborations within and across disciplines for the development, advancement of research in this field. On behalf of the MRIARS family, I welcome all of you to this 2-day virtual conference on sustainability of food, a global perspective. I'm hoping it would be a great success. Thanks a lot, sir. Your message has been read and it is really inspiring. Now, next among us,
Shubhra ma'am, your mic is on mute.
ma'am, was I audible till now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Professor Dr. I.K. Bhatt, Vice Chancellor of Manav Rachna University, has been the Director of National Institute of Technology, Hamirpur, Malviya National Institute of Technology, Jaipur, NIT Delhi, NIT Jalandhar, and IIT Kota. Professor Bhatt has excellent track record of quality teaching, research, and institution building. He has supervised 12 PhDs and several MTech theses in the area of energy, fatigue, beer, materials, characteristics, and academics management. He has many positions of responsibility. Member Central Advisory Board of Education, Advisor 1, All India Council of Technical Education, National Board of Accreditation, and so many in the line. I invite Dr. I.K. Bhatt to present his preparatory address.
Thank you. Thank you, Subra. Pleasure to be part of this conference. Respected dignitaries who are present in this conference today, Dr. Amit Bala, Dr. G.L. Khannaji, Dr. Sanjay Srivastava, who has just sent the message. I'm sure that he will be also listening to all of you. Dr. Prabhakaran, Dr. Shrodpriya, Dr. Raza Rizvi, Dr. Geeta, Dr. Meena, Dr. Divya, all of you who are organizing this conference. It is a pleasure for me to be part of this conference, and I feel very honored to be invited to talk to the participants who have joined this conference. Let me first of all, on behalf of Manav Rachna Educational Institutions, welcome all the participants to this conference. And I'm sure that this will become a very important milestone for this department, because such type of conferences do give us certain directions which help us in understanding, moving further again in that direction. When we look at this problem which we are talking about, the sustainability of food, a global perspective. When we look at this, this is a very important topic, in fact. When we look at the sustainable development goals, and we have committed by 2030, as was said by Dr. Khannaji, that there will be a comprehensive, integrated, and a universal transformation in the system. And it will empower every individual, wherever he is. And it will also support the social cause of social justice. In fact, that these are the words which have been written when we are committing as far as this food security is concerned. This cannot be achieved without ending hunger, without ending malnutrition, making sustainable and resilient systems, addressing climate compatible agriculture issues, and also creating food systems which are sufficient to serve the whole world. Now, when we look at this food, and it is not only one zero hunger sustainable goal, I see that it is interconnected with almost all the sustainable development goals. The first sustainable goal is no poverty. If you are not having food to eat, obviously you are poor, and therefore they are closely related. The second, obviously, is zero hunger. The third, good health and well-being. This cannot be achieved unless you have good food, unless you have sufficient food, unless you have food which has nutrition value. Similarly, when we look at gender equality, and we know that in many cases, there is a discrepancy, and we do find that there is a preferential treatment given to one sect of people, and which needs to be removed actually. And if we are looking at food security, it has to be equal for everyone. In fact, clean water. If we do not have clean water, we cannot have good food also. So therefore, these are all related. Industry, innovation, and infrastructure has to be created in order to create such a system. Similarly, it is talking about sustainable cities and communities. It talks about responsible consumption and production. It talks about life below water, life on land, and also the partnerships for these goals. To me, it seems that every goal which we are talking about as the sustainable goal is connected to the food security, which is, in my opinion, a very, very important thing. So when we look at this, therefore, to provide this food security and that has nutrition and that is beneficial to the mankind in terms of economically, socially, and in terms of environment to present generations, and it should also be sustainable so that the future generations' food security is also not compromised. So therefore, when we look at these aspects, we find that the food becomes a very important, the topic of this conference becomes very, very important for all of us, not only in the academic areas, but every one individual who is on this planet is very, very important for all of us. So the food sustainability is very high on global development agenda, as has been seen, because this is one of the very important, in fact, the second goal when we look at zero hunger system, we are talking about this. So the zero hunger challenge promotes integrated approaches that respond to multiple interconnected causes of hunger and malnutrition. Such an approach appreciates the role of food systems in safeguarding ecosystem biodiversity, and it also promotes climate justice for everyone and everywhere. This has led to massive transformations, massive transformation is needed to deliver this ambitious agenda, which is very, very important for all of us in that. So when we look at these aspects, there are challenges, there is no doubt there are, and these have to be overcome actually. We are talking about forests are getting depleted. And therefore, there is a problem as far as the environment is concerned. The trees are being cut, the agroforestry is getting depleted. So now, what is the solution, which becomes a sustainable solution, which also affects the food chain, issues, which we are discussing today? People say that 26% of the greenhouse gases emitted today are from the food production. So therefore, which type of food needs to be promoted, which needs to be processed, has become very, very important, because 26% of greenhouse gases, and if we are talking about climate changes, where we want that these greenhouse gases should be reduced so that ozone layer is not depleted, then we have to take care of this also, in fact. 30, as Dr. Khanna said, 30% of the food is lost or wasted. And there are many countries which do not give a damn actually to the wastage of this food. I have been to Germany, and you cannot waste even 1% of the food which is served to you actually. So therefore, we have to come up with this. You look at some of the marriages which take place, and then the amount of food which is thrown into the drains. This needs to be taken care of actually, and then and only then we'll be in a position to preserve the food and save it from wastage or getting lost. We have seen in many cases earlier that the food storage had become very, very important issue, in fact. And a lot of food used to go waste because it was not preserved in a proper manner. And this does require a lot of interventions. Chemical intensive forms of agriculture have become very prominent, and it has led to some other issues, therefore. We find that the fertility of the land has come down, in fact. And there is a mindset. I would say that the challenge, in fact, the biggest problem is the mindset of people. How do we change them is, in my opinion, becoming very, very important for all of us, in fact. So when we look at this, all of us need to deliberate and right from a child, and we need to give the sanskars to our children that what is value of food, and have focus on how to handle this crisis. I consider it to be a crisis today. If 10% of the population of the world is going without food, as was said by Dr. Khanna, then it is shame on all of us actually, that we are not in a position to take care of those people who need food, which is very important for them, for their livelihood. And with the right strategies, with the right type of policies, and with right type of leadership, and I'm sure that we can overcome these present challenges and end this hunger and issue of malnutrition in our system. When we look at this, in fact, I find that we need to ensure all food systems are sustainable from production to consumption. And we need to grow such crops or such cereals that help to increase, especially in the rural areas, we need to now increase those crops and their production should be increased. Eliminate losses completely. Access to adequate food and healthy diet to all throughout the world, in fact, and throughout the year is what is required. And this definitely done will take care of the malnutrition which we find today. It is now time, in fact, to renew the various regulations, policies towards the zero hunger, which is a goal which United Nations has set for us. The malnutrition, and transform our agricultural and food system to build an inclusive, safe, and sustainable and resilient society in everywhere. It requires each one of us, organizations, policy makers, policies, action plans, and all of them should be aligned towards the vision which the United Nations has given towards zero hunger challenge, and which they have said that we will be in a position, we should be in a position to achieve it by 2030, which is very, very important. So therefore, all these actions have to be channelized. No one should be left behind. And I think if we are leaving somebody behind, or if there is a community which is not being addressed to, or if there is a country which is suffering because of this poverty, like recently we have seen that now the Afghanis, whatever may be the political conditions, now they are suffering because they do not get food, in fact, to eat. So therefore, and I consider it to be a problem of human rights, actually. So therefore, this needs to be addressed immediately. All policies at national level, at regional level, at state level, or at the global level, all have to be aligned, in fact, in this direction. And therefore, we need to make proper type of investments in the sustainable production and consumption, including a sustainable food and malnutrition system. Women which are suffering, which require definitely more energy, nutritious food than men as mothers, and then they work in a lot of systems in farmhouses, and also now a lot of women are educated and they have become entrepreneurs today, and they need support, marketing support, support in terms of research, how they can make these systems more productive, how they can make it more efficient, is very, very important. And we also need to look at this food system is directly related with the climate change. Due to the climate changes, a lot of changes are taking place. Temperature, average temperature of the earth is going up, which is destroying many species underwater and on land also. And this is also not only related with the temperature, it is also related with melting of glaciers, the sea level coming up, and there are hundreds of such small islands which have now submerged underwater. And therefore, they also need space, they need food, all these things need to be done, which is very, very important. I think we have to be a supporter of this cause. We have to be participant of this cause, and we have to be a champion of this cause. At least one of them, we have to do it. And unless we do it, we will not be in a position to really achieve the targets of this sustainable goal. Another thing which is important, I think there should be a lot of entrepreneur activities we should start in this direction. A lot of startups and should come up in this particular area, right in the area of production, in terms of aggregation, in terms of processing of food, in terms of distribution of food, in terms of consumption of food, disposal of food products, and also how do we take care of the forestry and the fisheries, because that is a very important part of the food chain, which many people are dependent upon. And therefore, we need to educate our new generations about the challenges which are being faced as of today. We have a very important responsibility as an institution. I think we should be able to educate our children regarding the sustainability of food. We should be able to educate our students regarding the sustainable and nutrition, what it means, and your department is doing it. Then resource conservation techniques, which become very, very important for sustainable agriculture. Water treatment, which is, and making the whole, everything eco-friendly solution. In fact, if we are in a position to treat water properly, we'll be in a position to grow much more vegetables, farm foods, and home foods can be done. And we have to talk about sustainable, healthy diets, which can improve the health and the well-being of people, which is very, very important for all of us. I personally find that there is a hope. In fact, a lot of hope is there, because people have started talking about it. In fact, if you look at for last few weeks, in fact, Bhutan created pathways for sustainable food system, was in news just 3 days back. Discussion on agriculture Asia and horticulture Asia, how do we promote it? There has been a discussion on this. Cooperation to improve food security in Cambodia. Blue food system, oceans to harness world food system and making it sustainable has become very, very important. It is not only in developing countries, but even in England, like in Edinburgh, they committed to become sustainable food city by another 3 years, in fact. Jamaica for commitment for building sustainable food system. So therefore, I personally find that there is a hope, in fact, for all of us, that people have started realizing that what is the importance of all these systems, which will help us in making the system a better system. I'm sure that experts who are with us will, because you have chosen very important themes, as I have seen in the brochure, it will help you in understanding from their perspective, from their research, which has been carried out by them, that what is the importance and how we can overcome the challenges which are being faced by all of us. And I'm sure that all the participants will get a lot of benefit from the experts who will suggest us to move ahead and achieve the vision of sustainable development goal of no hunger, which is goal number 2 of United Nations. With these words, I once again welcome all the participants and also the most important ones, the resource persons who will be delivering lectures on this topic, which is very, very important for whole globe, not only for our country. And I'm sure that all of us will be benefited, and it will also help us in designing our research path. It will help us in designing our curriculum. It will help us in collaborating with other agencies who are working in similar areas and moving ahead to serve the society, serve the human kind, which is most important. Thank you very much for allowing me to participate in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you for the kind and inspiration words, sir. Your message was really nice for everybody of us. It really inspired us to a great extent. Now, I take it as an honor to invite Dr. D. Prabhakaran among us as chief guest of this conference. Professor D. Prabhakaran is a cardiologist and epidemiologist by trade. He is an internationally renowned researcher and is currently the Vice President, Research and Policy, Public Health Foundation of India, Executive Director of Center for Chronic Disease Control, New Delhi, India, and Professor Epidemiology, London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, UK. In addition, he holds visiting scientist position at Harvard School of Public Health, position of International Fellow at McMaster University, Canada, and Hari Varshney visiting professorship at Simon Fraser University, Canada. He's also the head of WHO Collaborating Center for Surveillance, Capacity Building, and Translational Research in Cardiometabolic Diseases in East Asia region. I invite him to present his chief guest his address as the chief guest for this conference. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shubhra. Professor Rizvi, Dean Faculty of Allied Health Sciences, MRI IRS. Professor Khanna, Pro Vice Chancellor. Professor Sanjay Srivastava, Vice Chancellor. Professor I.K. Bhatt, Vice Chancellor. Dr. G.C. Shrotriya, Dr. Amit Balla, dignitaries, other dignitaries, the faculty at Manav Rachna institutions, the resource persons, luminaries in the audience, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all. It's indeed a privilege and pride and honor for me to attend this important conference on food sustainability. Now, whenever we think of chief guest, you think you're going to give a boring talk, because whenever I attend meetings and I hear chief guests, they're generally boring because chief guests are given a wide platform and wide canvas to talk about anything they want, and they take away all their time. So when I was invited by my former mentee, Vandana Garg, I instantly agreed. But then when I got up in the morning and I was reflecting as to what to talk for 20 minutes, it became mind-boggling. And I thought, well, what am I going to talk? As I started reflecting, I realized there are several things in the food system. For example, this is a very interconnected world. And so we are witnessing several transformations across the world. The Sustainable Development Goals, which actually gives us a roadmap in terms of achieving zero hunger and making the world an equitable place to live. The climate change, air pollution, global warming, deforestation, biodiversity, sustainable food system, and everything. If you think of what is at the center, what is at the heart of all these things is food. Indeed, food has been the cause of multiple wars across the millennia. So I thought, let me start from the history of mankind and how food came to be central, and how we have reached the level of thinking about food systems so far, and then talk briefly about a few other things. And the most important point for me is not to get into the territories of resource persons who are going to talk and dilute their talk. So I'll try and avoid that, but generally give perspective on why we are here, what is this conference intending to do, and what can we do about making it an equitable food system and make it sustainable. That's what I'm trying to talk about. The first thing that we know is that mankind has undergone, I think it's more appropriate to say humankind now. I mean, we have to be gender sensitive, so I'm going to call it humankind, though the common word that has been used has been mankind throughout the centuries. So the humankind has undergone several transitions. Human beings were hunter-gatherers in around 10,000, 20,000 or a million years back. Their life expectancy was 25 years to 20 years because they were killed by animals, they were mauled by animals, they were died of injuries because they had to hunt for food. Either they ate the berries or the animals they hunted. Then man settled down around 2,000 years back, 10,000 years back, and started agriculture. When they came into contact with agriculture, when they came into contact with the soil, they were affected by several infections, and over the millennia we have seen how devastating the infections have been. In addition, the dependency on agriculture grew, and there has been droughts, famines, and a whole range of things which caused some extinction of humankind, some huge losses of lives in countries, in communities, and so on. And by the 17th century, we started having the Industrial Revolution, which made life easier for us. And then we started developing other diseases such as chronic diseases and man-made lifestyle diseases. Many of these have, these we call as transitions, the epidemiological transitions, etc. The life expectancies have improved. But just to put things in perspective, in the US and UK, it took almost 200 years for them to achieve a life expectancy of 70 years from the base of 25 years in the 17th or 18th century, or 30 years in 17th and 18th century, all because of Industrial Revolution and the post-war modernization that happened. We are at a stage now where even in India, the life expectancy has increased, but our transition has happened within a matter of 50 to 60 years. It's been very rapid. So we are affected both by undernutrition as well as by overnutrition. So it is said that globally 2 billion people experience moderate to severe food insecurity. In fact, when I was growing, when I was a child, I remember the food insecurities that we faced. In fact, we used to depend on what is called as PL 480 funds. PL 480, the ships used to come with wheat and rice from the US. And that actually triggered the Green Revolution. And we were extremely happy that we became food sufficient. But with that, we brought in a lot of other problems. The deforestation, the guzzling of water by these crops, greenhouse gas emissions by many of the crops, particularly rice. So a lot of things came about, and that's the reason why we are talking about a sustainable food system. While we may be able to produce enough food for everybody, we may even become food surplus. How do we make it sustainable without destroying our environment? And that's a question which all of you should pose in your deliberations today. So the populations, the other thing that we have been talking about and which has been recently in the news is climate change. Sorry. The other thing that we need to talk about is climate change. So inequalities in food security will increase with climate change, and population with a higher prevalence of hunger and malnutrition are more likely to be impacted by reduced food availability because of lower yields due to climate change, food accessibility because of higher prices, and ultimately food utility because of unclean water associated with warmer temperatures, irregular rainfalls, and extreme weather events. So that brings us to the question, what is a sustainable food system? Food systems encompass, I mean, people call it from the field to the fork. You have the whole range of systems, starting at the agricultural, when you sow the seed, to the point where you eat. I mean, we eat with our hands, not with the fork, but it's a nice ring saying from the field to the fork. So it encompasses the entire range of actors and their interlinked value-adding activities involved in the production, aggregation, processing, distribution, consumption, and disposal of food products that originate from agriculture, forestry, or fisheries, and parts of the broader economic, societal, and natural environments in which they are embedded. This is a huge definition. You can go and read it. But essentially what it means is from the point you are sowing the seed till the point you are eating, the whole range of things that happen is called the food system. So it's composed of subsystems. So you have the farming system, you have the waste management system, the input supply system, and interacts with other key systems such as the energy system, the trade and policy, and the health system, which is also very important. So therefore, a structural change in the food system might originate from a change in the another system. As we are saying that each is interlinked, a change in one system can bring about a change in another system. For example, a policy promoting more biofuel in the energy system will have a significant impact on the food system. So a sustainable food system is a system that delivers food security. That's very important. I think Dr. Bhatt emphasized that point and how it's a human rights issue. So it delivers food security and nutrition for all in such a way that the economic, social, and environmental basis to generate food security and nutrition for future generations are not compromised. And so that is what is food sustainability about. So this means three things. The first is economic sustainability. It should be profitable throughout. Whatever we do, it should be profitable. Some things which are done with good intention can have a huge problem. Take the example of Sri Lanka now. The president of Sri Lanka in one stroke decided that they will ban pesticides within a year. And because of that ban, the tea production, which is the mainstay of the Sri Lankan economy, has declined by around 50%. There is a huge amount of food inflation. People's savings have been wiped out, and there's a huge humanitarian crisis. So when we change, and even though it is good, we need to think of how to make it sustainable and how to make that change. It should have a broad-based benefits for society. That is social sustainability. It should be available equally. Unlike what is happening now, there is an inequitable distribution of foods. I mean, there is plenty of food that is wasted. Again, as Dr. Bhatt pointed out, that food wastage is one of the important reasons for climate change, actually. So 30% of the food is wasted in most, even in India. We think that we don't waste food, but India is one of the countries which wastes a large amount of food. And so social sustainability is impacted because of this. So we need to think about as to how to bring about that kind of social sustainability. Third is it should have a positive or neutral impact on the natural environment. This is called environmental sustainability, and it is estimated that nature-based solutions can actually impact carbon dioxide emission to the tune of 37%. It's a huge change. 1/3 of your carbon dioxide emissions, which is causing a big crisis in the environment as well as in the living of people, can come from nature-based solutions. And so you need to think about how to get to doing this. So then next question that arises is, why do we need this sustainable food system? Change is required in how we govern our food systems, as they do not currently provide universal health, wealth, or environmental sustainability to communities around the world. It's important to note that agricultural production, which remains central to sustainable foods, is itself contributing huge to climate change. Food production accounts for approximately 1/4 of the global greenhouse gas emissions, particularly via energy use, methane production during paddy growth, then ruminant enteric fermentation, and so on. So we need a world where good food is affordable and accessible, where governments and businesses work together to provide it, and where farmers in every country grow food in a way that protects the planet. So everyone, everywhere, will need to come together and drive bold actions to make the changes our world so desperately needs. How do we reshape the current food system? That's the next question that we might want to think about. The sustainable food system lies at the heart of the United States, and this has been told by every speaker before me, and it's an important point that is being made. All the sustainable goals are interlinked, and food is at the heart of all the goals, be it hunger, be it sustainable agriculture, be it anything for that matter of the sustainable development goals are related to food. So this was adopted in SDG. The SDGs call for major transformations in agriculture and food systems in order to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition by 2030. And it's just 9 years away. To realize the SDGs, the global food system needs to be reshaped to be more productive, more inclusive of poor and marginalized population, environmentally sustainable and resilient, and able to deliver healthy and nutritious diets to all. These are complex and system challenges that require the combination of interconnected actions at the local, national, regional, and international levels. Second, we should not forget the biodiversity. I have not touched upon biodiversity. It's an important aspect in having sustainable foods. Loss of biodiversity affects humans in multiple ways. Even forgetting the global impact of undernutrition, just let's for the moment forget, it's a huge problem. We said 2 billion people are affected by undernutrition. Micronutrient deficiency, even amongst those who are supposed to be well-fed, is getting rampant and fueling multiple health issues. This leads to a variety of diseases, and so we have a double burden of undernutrition and diseases of modern lifestyle, such as diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, cancer, among others. We also, by biodiversity, we also lose several medicinal plants and also witness the rise in pesticides. In fact, to combat this excess, we start using a lot of pesticides, and this has a bearing on chronic diseases. Now, you might ask me, how does this happen? It is said that most of the pesticides are organic pollutants. We call them organic pollutants because they are obtained from organic substances. Take the example of DDT. Its metabolite DDE is supposed to get deposited in the fat cells of human beings. And these fat cells become active. They become immunologically active. They secrete hormones which are harmful. And in addition, they're also supposed to go and destroy the islet cells of the pancreas. These are all hypothetical. You require proof. So we conducted a study, a case control study of people who developed diabetes and those who did not have diabetes at baseline. And we looked at the incident diabetes over a 5-year period. When we looked at this and the univariate, that means we just a simple comparison of those who developed diabetes versus those who did not. It was seen that the DDE, which is a metabolite of DDT, was very high amongst people with diabetes. Then we said, there are other factors. We just cannot say only one factor is causing diabetes. So we adjusted for age and several other factors, and this disappeared. I mean, the risk was twofold. This kind of disappeared, it became non-significant. But the fact is, the organic pollutants remain in the body for more than 10 years. So age, though is a contributing factor, though is a covariate or a confounder, it is likely that age and the DDE deposition may go a long way in increasing the risk for diabetes. So it requires to be proven. We require a larger sample size. We are only 500 patients or so, 500 individuals or so. It may require a 10,000 individual study. And those are the kind of research questions which you might want to think about. Those you can do a systematic review of pesticides and food systems. That's a good thing for many of the master students or PhD students to think about. Next is water depletion and its consequences. That also needs to be studied. Empirical studies, in India, South India particularly, there's a huge amount of water depletion. There have been empirical studies, not very small ones, which show that there is a 50% drop in the growth of fruits and vegetables. In terms of healthy food, we tell our people to consume 5 servings of fruits and vegetables, and fruits and vegetables are expensive. If, because of water depletion, there is 50% loss to fruits and vegetables, where will people buy and how do we reduce the cost? The second important problem, small studies have shown beta carotene, which is a common antioxidant product in many of the foods, are at least 20% lower as compared to fruits which are grown in water sufficient areas as compared to water depleted areas. How do we address this question? These are things which you might want to think about in your research questions. Like, can we do a systematic review and look at what happens to fruits and vegetable consumption? What are the policies which impact fruit and vegetables? What happens to transport losses when we transport fruits and vegetables? How do we actually improve the fruit and vegetable consumption in individuals? How do we get kitchen gardens to grow, to make locally available fruits and vegetables? How do we make this distribution inequitable? For example, Brazil grows a lot of oranges, but many of them are thrown away because the prices, it depends on the pricing. How do we make the pricing sustainable? These are all important research questions you can ask as you think about the food system. So ultimately we come to, we have spoken about the problems, but we also need to think about mitigation. Knowing is not enough. We need to do. So mitigation lies in agricultural reformation. So as I earlier said, scientists have estimated that carbon emissions to the tune of 37% can be mitigated by natural solutions. And one can look at a systematic review of what are the natural solutions that can bring about these changes. So this also has an indirect effect on global warming. It can actually achieve part of the required reduction in the rise in temperature to less than 2 degrees centigrade. Zero budget farming is an example which is being done in Telangana, but we need to look at its cost effectiveness as to how zero budget farming and natural farming can help in terms of reducing pesticide use and the harmful effects on the soil. So that's another area which you can look at. The last is it has been estimated by the IPCC that if everybody becomes a vegetarian for 1 day in a week, that is globally everybody becomes, you can achieve 1 degree centigrade reduction in the temperature. You can prevent the rise of the world by 1 degree. I mean, it should not be driven by any agenda, be it religious, political, whatever. But as a natural environmental person, even if you like non-vegetarian food, you can be a vegetarian compulsorily once a week. And that really helps the environment. Finally, we are all interconnected, as I said earlier. A change in one system can produce change in the other. And this is called the so-called black swan effect. You should read a book called The Outlier by Malcolm Caldwell, which describes, and another book called The Black Swan itself, which describes how changes in Serbia can change the climate in Delhi, for example. I won't get into the details because that's a big talk on its own, but you can see how they are interconnected. And I'm going to give an example because I'm a physician, and as a training for physician, the first subject that you learn is physiology. Father Claude Bernard is considered the father of physiology, and he propounded the theory of homeostasis or the milieu interior. What does it say? So in his elegant experiments, he showed that in a cell, if you alter the internal milieu, it actually goes back, makes modifications, and comes back to its original level, and this is called homeostasis. So this has had a big bearing on health. I mean, this you can apply in a cell and you can apply holistically in a human body. And so we are facing this cholesterol conundrum now, basically because of not adhering to this principle of homeostasis. We said dietary cholesterol is bad in the 60s and created a lot of a lot of policies in terms of preventing high consumption of cholesterol and fatty foods. But now we learn that carbohydrate intake is bad. In fact, the dietary cholesterol doesn't make a big change. Now, why does this happen? You take cholesterol in your diet, that gets metabolized in a different way. The cells in the liver actually get activated and help in the clearance of the cholesterol. So it is several other factors that are involved. Now, why I'm saying this, even in your own body, metabolism, everything is interlinked. So thinking about single diets is not the right way, because many people ask me this question: what should I do? Should I reduce salt? Should I reduce cholesterol? Should I reduce sugars? How do I maintain a healthy diet? And I have a very simple answer for that. The Tamil poet Thiruvalluvar in around 2000 years back said, Amrit, which you know is the nectar of life, even if Amrit is taken in excess, it can become poisonous. So we need to be moderate. We need moderation in our thinking. We need moderation in our habits, and that can actually create the sustainable food systems as well as make you healthy. I just want to end my talk with a quote. These interconnections can be extended to food systems, climate, and biodiversity. The marine biologist Enrique Sala said, and I quote, "Every morsel of food, every sip of water, the air we breathe is the result of work done by other species. So we need to respect other species." Another naturalist, John Muir, said, when we tug anything in nature, we find it is attached to everything else in nature. So that's the interconnectedness. So when you find solutions for sustainability of food systems, look at a holistic approach, look at multiple things that can impact food systems, and try and deliberate and discuss, and also bring up important research questions that you might want to address as you move along in your path of career path, in your research priority setting, and so on. So look at a holistic approach. Therefore, friends, I congratulate the organizers on putting together this conference, which is timely and of utmost importance. I hope your deliberations in the next 2 days will find holistic solutions to the problems you have. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your message was really inspiring and really informative. You spoke on carbon emission, price litigation, chronic diseases, sustainability of food, solutions to find to sustain the problems. Thanks a lot for speaking on all these things, which we will be deliberating in these 2 days. Now, I take immense pleasure in inviting Dr. G.C. Shirodia on this platform. He is the a guest of honor of this conference. He has got a PhD degree in agronomy. He has wide experience of agriculture and rural development. In his professional career of 55 years, he has served Department of Agriculture, Government of Rajasthan, Hindustan Copper Limited, Government of India undertaking, Chad Basin Development Authority, CBTA, Nigeria, West Africa, Indian Farmers Fertilizer Cooperative Limited, IFCO, Potash Promotion Project, Project of International Potash Company, Moscow, and IFCO Foundation in various capacities. Dr. Shirotia worked as a national head, value added services with IFCO Kisan Sanchar Limited from January 2010 to March 2018. IFCO Kisan is engaged in information dissemination to rural population, leveraging mobile phone-based voice messages and apps. I invite Dr. Shirotia to present a welcome address as a guest of honor. Just a few seconds more, he will be on the portal. It's just a technical glitches which is taking time. I'm sorry for the delay. Just a few minutes and he'll be on the portal.
dinliyorum tabii. Zaten söyleme.
I think sir is facing some technical issues at his end. So meanwhile, let's go on to the release of the proceedings. So as already mentioned, successful execution of this international conference is one among many achievements of the faculty for this year. As a remembrance for this event, the scientific committee has come up with a conference proceedings containing messages from dignitaries, abstracts of speakers and delegates that are to be presented soon. We, the Faculty of Allied Health Sciences, would like to release the proceedings entitled Sustainability of Food, a Global Perspective. I request all the members of the organizing committee, Dr. Divya Sanghi, HOD, Nutrition and Dietetics Department, Dr. Geeta Thakur, Dr. Meena Kapahi, Dr. M.R. Rizvi, Dr. G.L. Khanna, PPC, MRIARS, Dr. I.K. Bhatt, PC, MRU, and our honorable chief guest, Dr. Prabhakaran, and our guest of honor, Dr. G.C. Shirodia, to participate in the release of the proceedings with a round of applause. Everybody, please switch on your cameras. Thank you, everybody. It gives me immense pleasure in telling and announcing this that this year we are celebrating 25 years of Manav Rachna. We are celebrating Silver Jubilee. We have completed 25 years, and to celebrate this occasion, we are organizing so many of the occasions. This conference is a part of that celebration. Vandana ma'am.
Just give me a second. I'm just sharing.
Welcome to Manav Rachna.
This was my experience to have such impressive university in India.
Hi, my name is Meenal. I'm pursuing biotechnology from Manav Rachna. What inspired the artist in me was my talented and passionate seniors, the highly supportive faculty, and let's not forget about the beautiful infrastructure that we have here. Most of all, I'm highly proud to be a part of the Manav Rachna family.
Thank you, Vandana, for the beautiful video. Now, with equal pleasure, I invite Dr. Divya Sanghi, HOD Nutrition and Dietetics, to propose a vote of thanks to the dignitaries for making the occasion auspicious by their presence. Divya ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shubhra. A very good morning to all of you. On behalf of Manav Rachna Institutions, I would like to extend my gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Doraidas Prabhakaran, for enlightening us with his thought. Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable views in regards to double burden of malnutrition, environment sustainability, social sustainability, food waste management, biodiversity, and he emphasizes on change in one system can change the other system. Thank you so much, sir, for giving your consent and for joining us for the conference. I would like to give my sincere thanks to our guest of honor, Dr. G.C. Shodhia, for joining us. Due to some technical issues, he is not able to deliver his lecture, but later on he will definitely enlighten us with his expertise. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to give my special thanks to Dr. I.K. Bhatt, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Manav Rachna University, for your word of wisdom and support for organizing international events, which helps in providing a platform to all the professionals in the field of health to share their knowledge and recent information with the educator and practitioners. I would like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, for sending his blessings to us. I would like to thank our Pro Vice Chancellor, Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies, Dr. G.L. Khanna, for providing his vision and guidance for organizing the international conference on sustainability of food. Thank you so much, sir, for your constant support to expedite the process from nurturing the idea of a conference planning and implementation of the same. I also would like to thank Dean Faculty of Allied Health Sciences, Dr. Muattar Raja Rizvi, for being a driving force for all of us at various facets. I would like to thank our organizing team to put their efforts to make this conference a successful event. I would like to thank all the participants of the conference who all are here to participate in the same. This conference will enlighten various methods, technology, socioeconomic perspective, and initiative towards sustainability of food. Thank you all. Thank you, everyone. Over to you, Shubham.
Thank you, Divya ma'am. With all the blessings and all the good support, now it's time to proceed towards the session 1 of this conference. I take pleasure in inviting Dr. Geeta Thakur, Professor, Department of Education, Head MRCPS, Head Center of Academic Leadership, to invite the keynote speaker for this session. Geeta ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Shubhra. I would, before beginning the next session, I would request everyone to switch on their camera so that we can take one group photographs with the chief guests and guest of honors. So it would be our pleasure and honor to have one. Thank you so much. Thank you all. So with this, I hope photographs are clicked. So we'll move on to the next session now. Honorable Professor Dr. I.K. Bhatt, today's chief guest, then Professor Sudhan Ghosh, who is keynote speaker for today's session, Professor Dr. G.L. Khanna sir, Pro Vice Chancellor of Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies, Dr. Rizvi, Dean, Faculty of Allied Health Sciences, entire organizing team, and respected delegates from all the institutions. I, Dr. Geeta Thakur, consider it's I consider it's my honor to introduce today's keynote speaker. And today we have amongst us Dr. Sadan Kumar Ghosh, who has enlightened the world that West is wealth when managed intelligently and passionately. Sir has devoted his professional life for the cause of making a difference in the area of waste management. If you look at his profile, it's, amazing profile with lot of achievements. Sir is a renowned personality in the field of waste management, circular economy, green manufacturing, supply chain management, sustainable development, co-processing of hazardous and municipal solid waste, plastic waste management and recycling, e-waste management and recycling, management system standards like ISO and TQM. So significant contribution has been able to place the name of Jadavpur University in Kolkata in the world map of research on waste management. Sir is currently working as a Dean of Faculty of Engineering and Technology and Professor in the Mechanical Engineering at Jadavpur University. He has initiated the movement for worldwide sustainable waste management and research with partners in many countries through the consortium of researchers in international collaboration. Sir is headed the department of, he began his career in the Department of Mechanical Engineering during 2012 to 14, and he was coordinator of the Center for QMS at Jadavpur University. Sir also worked as a director of CBWE, Ministry of Labor and Employment, Government of India. Then Sir also, initially he started his career in the Larsen and Toubro Limited. And then he is the founder chairman of SWM. He was also a president of the International Society of Waste Management, Air and Water, and the chairman of the Indian Congress on Quality, Environment, Energy, Safety Management System. Sir has many awards on his credit. That includes distinguished visiting faculty fellowship by Royal Academy of Engineering, UK. He also received Indian patents on eco-friendly plastic recycling machine and Bangladesh patent on automatic high-speed jute ribboning machine. Sir wrote around 9 books, more than 40 edited volumes, more than 200 national and international articles, book chapters, and he is associate editor of many issues. In international arena, Professor Ghosh is involved as a consultant for United States Center for Regional Development, then UNCRD, and even Japan and China Productivity Council. Sir has undertaken many projects as India leader with Erasmus Plus, UKRI, and many DST, many more. Currently, Sir is expert for 33 countries. And Sir is also serving as a member of International Steering Committee and Editorial Board, and again serve as speakers in many international conferences in various committees. So I think Sir's profile is, it's a learning itself, and we are all waiting. So without Sir much delay, I would request you to give your keynote address. Thank you so much, Sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Geeta Thakur and Dr. Gushin for a nice introduction and for the invitation to a very prestigious webinar by Manav Rachna Education Institute on sustainability of food, a global perspective. I'm really enchanted to see a number of participants. It's nearly 200 who are attending this conference. And this shows the interest of making the food sustainable and available for everybody. I believe that most of the people who attending are researchers and also a number of people from industries. I could see from the program that there are a few delegates and experts from Indonesia and other countries also attending. So let me start my speech on sustainability of food, SDG perspective in Asia and the Pacific. So I want to make a presentation. Let me first see whether it is coming or not. Can you see this slide? Can you see the slide, please?
Yes, we can see.
Thank you very much. So this is the sustainability of food SDG perspective in Asia and the Pacific. We have been working for quite a long time to make the sustainable life with respect to the food, with respect to water, with respect to waste management, with respect to the preservation of many other things for the people. But the most important thing, what makes people very much concerned is the rate of extraction of natural resources. This is one area which also impact the production of food, the utilization of food. On the other hand, the second, which I feel is the very important entity, is the amount of food we are wasting. I'll come back to that later on of my speech. But first, let me say that we have to have the food security. We are very happy that India has a very high level of food security. And we are also supporting many countries, many friend countries who have the concern of food security. So what is needed? Each of the person, all people, all the time have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food to meet their dietary need and food preferences for an active and healthy life. So this is by the World Food Summit. And you know that in this sentence, there are a number of responsibility, there are a number of learnings, there are a number of implementation strategies which have been impregnated into this small sentence. And as a result, we have identified some 4 pillars of food security. One is it must be available to the people, it should be adequate, and it should be nutritious, it should be physically available to the people. And the second is the accessibility. Individual can afford to purchase nutritious food supplies. You know that at the base of the pyramid, we have millions of people even today throughout the world. So they are earning $1.25 a day for the family. So as a matter of fact, it's really a matter of concern, and we have to think twice that how the food can be made accessible, the nutritious food can be made accessible to this type of people, to these people who are at the base of the pyramid. The second thing, even if it is accessible, even if it is available, whether it is utilized properly or not, whether people have the ability to use the food as an adequate diet with clean water, adequate sanitation, and other not-food inputs to the food security. And the fourth point is the stability. It should assure that the people have access to food at all times, including during crisis. Because you know that we have faced a lot of crises, like even the natural calamities, earthquake, flood, and man-made calamities. So whether during that time, food is so much essential that even if all the calamities are there, food need to be present, food need to be accessible, food need to be available for those people who are distressed. So we have to look into this very carefully. On the other hand, we have seen a number of support service which are needed. And the first support which is needed is we have to make it sure that we are making a system where the wastage is zero. In my language, I call it zero waste of food. If you go to different countries, even in India, you will find a lot of food we are wasting. It is from the agricultural land, it is from the restaurant, it is from the household, it is from many other places. So do we have adequate research and development for the system which we are adopting to be adopted, and whether the research and development enhance the quality of the food? And of course, with the availability of food, we must ensure that the quality food is available. So there are food, but there are, like say, very recently, we had the happening of cholera, and number of children died. So why it is happening? Why it is happening? The availability of the food must have a quality of food. And the next one is the national policy. Whether we have a national policy. We have national policy, but what is the monitoring system? Whether the national policy is effective or not. Whether many of the countries have the policy that all people at all time will have the accessibility and the availability of food, but whether it is happening or not. Even that, why there are scarcity of food in many of the countries, in many of the villages. So these are the issues which need to be looked into very carefully. And apart from all this, there must be a big awareness and the community participation. Because unless and otherwise people are aware, all the systems which are in place will not work. Because both the thing, one is the awareness, other is the system. So these two are complementary for each other. So if one is present, other is absent, the whole system will collapse. So in that way, the first thing which we have to remember is the food must be available, food must be accessible, the quality food must be accessible, it should be utilized properly, it must have a stability of the quality assurance as well as the supply. The supply chain should be very robust, with the most important thing, the zero waste. I'll come in the next slide that what happens if the quality of the food is not good, because quality of the food is also related to the quality of the water, quality of the land, quality of the agriculture. So we are suffering from malnutrition because of the mainly this cropped up from the food and water. So I have given some data from the UN document that it said that 2 billion people lack key micronutrients like iron and vitamin A, whereas 88% of the countries experience more than one form of this malnutrition or other. The children are stunted, the children are wasted, adults are overweight. Yeah, obese is becoming a problem even for a country like India. Obese is a very common problem in the European countries, but nowadays it is becoming problem in the Asia and the Pacific region. Asia and the Pacific region, the presence of obesity was less, But now, because of the food system, the use of food as well as the quality of the food, there's obese again coming to this area. And even the children are becoming overweight. So these are the problem. These are the challenges which we have to sort it out. We have to resolve by giving the quality of the food and the availability of the food. Let us have a look. We have Sustainable Development Goal, which we formulated in 2015, and we have taken a target up to 2030. And there are specific goals, specific targets. I'm speaking about one target in SDG 12.3. What is said that we will make the wastage of food half by 2030. Why we have to take the target up to so much of time and then only the 50% of the food will be wasted? How much is the food wasting now? We are wasting nearly 931 million tons of food, huge amount, which is 17% of the total available food for the consumers as per 2019. And this is a very recent data. In 2021 Food Waste Index report by UN, this data has come. And you know that 61% out of these 931 million tons are from household, 26% is food from services, food services. And you know that during COVID period, I am quite sure that if we take in 2020 and 21, this 26% from the COVID food services and 13% from the retail will go up, because the packaged food, use of packaged food has come up to a greater extent during the COVID period. So, and this is very, very important point to be taken care of by each of us who are attending this program, because you know that we all are related to food use. We all are related to all these three areas: household, food service sector, and food retail sector. So the reduction of the food waste does not depend on the system only. If there is a national policy and we will think that all the food waste will become zero, it is an impossibility, and it is not possible. So what is possible? Each of us over here who are attending must take an oath that we will not waste our food. Number two, we have to take an oath that we will not encourage wastage of food by others. And what is the third oath? We will make other people aware who are around me on the evil, on the impact of the wastage of food. So if these three things, the responsibility of three things can be taken care of by these 200 people who are attending this conference, in a few months, this will be multiplied to 20,000 of people. And this is the way the awareness and the community participation will come into play. And that is an excellent job. And that is an excellent result out of this conference. So this will be the benefit of the conference if we all take an oath that let us not waste food. Let us recycle whatever food is being wasted in any of the places. And you know that this is also said that weighing roughly this 931 million tons of food, it takes 23 million fully loaded 40-ton trucks, bumper to bumper, and which is enough to circle Earth 7 times. So if you make a periphery of the Earth, then it will take 7 times the whole length of the periphery. So that is the content container which we need to dispose or to carry this total food waste. So think of this situation. It is really a very, very alarming situation. And most of this, again, I'm telling that these are the three areas most of this food are coming from: the wastage from household, food services, and retail. And what happens to how much food you are wasting and how much food you are consuming? It's a global per capita level. 332 grams per day of consumer level food is wasted each year. And this is each day. And 74 kilograms, that is 200 grams per day of food each of us are wasting. 332 grams, this is a global level per day, per capita, and 200 grams per day of this happening in the household. Do you know what is the waste material which we are generating per day? It varies from 400 grams to 1.2 kg. 1.2 kg in the metro cities, 100 or 1,000 or 1,200 grams per capita per day. And in villages, it is around 400 to 500 grams per day. So out of this, the food wastage has the contribution, maximum contribution. So just think of this. Every day, each of us are wasting this much of food. Is it at all necessary? Can we protect this? Can we make it zero? Or even if in next 1 month we cannot make it zero, let us take a target for 1 year that from 200 grams, let me make it as zero. And that will be the benefit of the whole world. And it is not only the wastage of the material, but also we are impacting the environment. The food waste has a substantial environmental, social, and economic impact. We are creating GHG emission. The global GHG emission is from 8 to 10% from the associated food that are not consumed, that are being wasted. So there are many things. So in that way, what are the social impact of this food waste and economic impact? You know, the social impact is because we are wasting food, some other people in the other part of the world are starving by not getting the food. What is the economic impact? This 200 grams or 74 kilogram of food which you are wasting, that could have been a business model for others who does not have the employment. So I'm putting stress on the reduction of the food waste. There are many other areas. There are many other areas like nutrition, etc., etc. But food waste is one of the very, very important entity to make the sustainable food for all. Let us have a look onto the data, some of the data. This is also world level data. So if we consider India, just 1 minute, please. আমাদের মিটিংটা সোমবার, আমি একটা লেকচারে আছি, আমি পরে কথা বলছি আপনার সাথে। Thank you. So the food waste by income group, you know that kg per capita per year. So in India, the data was taken from Dehradun, 144 household samples in total, and 63 to 90 kg per year per capita food wastage is taking place. So you can't imagine. If you think of 1 day, it may be assumed that it is very small, but ultimately in a year, 63 to 90 kg of the food you are wasting. If we talk about United Republic of Tanzania, see, they don't have a very good economy, but they have 98 to 142 kg. If we consider Kenya, if we consider Kenya, you find that 78 to 151. And of course, I have not taken the data from the Asia Pacific. You know that the food waste in the country of my friends like Indonesia, Indonesia a little less, but if you go to China, if you go to Hong Kong, if you go to Japan, the wastage of food is maximum. They're wasting a lot of food. And that's why they are also trying to have their national policy so that the food waste is reduced. And even China, they have some superstition that if somebody comes to your home, then whatever food you will give, there must be some wastage of the food by the people who will be your guest in the room, in the residence. So in that way, from this, the generation of food waste is becoming higher and higher and higher. So now this becomes a national problem for these countries. In Thailand, in Hong Kong, I visited number of plants. In Hong Kong, if you go there, they have number of plants, very high level, high skill and high technology plant, which converts this waste food, even the rice and all others, convert into the fodder and also the food for fish, food for dogs and other animals. The waste vegetable oil, they are converting into other types of oil, which are also used in industry. So these are the ways the food is being wasted. Of course, it's good that there is a circular economy in some of the countries who are wasting the food and they're converting it into some usable product, which again develops the economy, local economy. So circular economy is coming into play through many of the countries in a bigger way. So by incorporating the circular economy concept, we can also make our resource efficient system as well as in the food sustainability. So some of the problems we also discussed. The other problem is the projection urban share of global population. You know that the demand, the income of the people in urban areas are high. And as a matter of fact, this also leads to the more wastage of material, more wastage of food. And this is of course, the forced migration from village to urban, that is because of many other things. It's not only the food wastage or food sustainability, but also the industrialization and many other political reasons. The people are not interested to live in villages, but they are interested to migrate to the town. And we have the second goal, zero hunger. We have to end hunger by 2030, achieve food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture. So to achieve food security and sustainability of food and nutrition, we need to look into not only the food, but also the associated areas of food, like the most important is sustainable agriculture. And we are very happy that Singapore is ranked as the most food secured nation. So this one, out of all the countries here. And agree, I'm not going into the detail of that. So then you know that for food security, we must strengthen the sustainable food system. And out of those sustainable food system, the first is the food production. Whenever we talk about food production, we have to go to other areas, like we have to have a very strong and robust system of water to the agricultural land. If water is scarcely available, the agriculture is not good. And as a matter of fact, again, there is a question in the food security. So the quality of water, the flow of water, availability of water, again, impact on the cultivation of the land. And we have to have the availability of good quality of water at right time. And the other area, because you know that due to the climate change, there are a lot of impact on the seasons, the variation of the timing of the season. So that also impact on the food security. So The other is availability of land, because you know that as the people are migrating, the availability of land in urban areas for agriculture is low. And if the land is not nearby, then again the food security is a problem, because the transportation is another area which impact the quality of the food, the availability of the food, and the price of the food. So there are many issues which are very much related. The threats of pesticide and contamination, the threats of, you know that in the fire in different places, like very recently we have seen the fire in California and many of the places in US. So that has reduced the crop productivity. That has impacted the crop productivity, which again come onto the food security. So yeah, these are the same thing. And ultimately, one more important thing is the fisheries. You know what happens? We may not be thinking today, but we have to think. It's not only in the fisheries, we are the Ecological Foundation, FAO estimated that 53% of the global marine stock are fully exploited. And there are exploitation, unexploitation. But most importantly, what I am interested to present here, you know that these nets, these are all plastics. And whenever these nets, after a number of uses, are not usable, what they do, these fisheries farmers, they put this net either in the ocean or in the river or in the riverside. So as a matter of fact, the whole net is converted into very small pieces of plastics with time. And ultimately, this again goes to water, and which becomes microplastics and nanoplastics, which cannot be seen by eyes. And these are swallowed, taken by the fish and other animals who are living in the ocean and the marine environment. And ultimately, these fish are taken up by the fishery, farmers, and we eat this fish with all the microplastics inside. So that is again a problem with the food for the people. So that has to be very carefully tackled whenever we talk about the food security and the quality of the food. So these are the threats to coral reef also. We are utilizing this coral reef, we are destroying the coral reef, and as a matter of fact, this again's impact on the food security, availability of food, and the production of the food. So there are solutions now. We have to invest social protection. We have to increase the access to the nutritious food, improve the food security program. We have to scale up the pro-poor investment. As I was referring that the base of the pyramid, we are not interested to look into the base of the pyramid, but the people who are living in the base of the pyramid, they are providing a lot of things to us by manufacturing in micro and mini scale. So we have to take them very carefully, supporting agricultural transformation, improve access to market, facilitate inclusive trade system. You have to encourage the entrepreneurship in the food security, in the food system, then incorporating gender into research and policy, promoting sustainability, enhance so many things. So these are the main pillars which we should be taken care of to make the food sustainable for all. And ultimately, again, the awareness and the participation of community is very important thing. So the other thing which we should be very carefully look into is the research on enhancing the competence of the people for developing new ideas and new technology and new system for the sustainability of food. And ultimately, we want an environment like this where we can see a lot of agricultural revolution, green revolution, and ultimately the quality of the food which we are getting in the society is good and affordable by all the people. And the last part which I like to mention is each of the food content, community, or the item that should be based on the business model. Like we have seen the farmers, they are shouting for their availability. They are producing food, but ultimately say mainly the tomatoes, potatoes. You will find that whenever the season comes, they perish it by putting it onto the land, and no takers are there. So what we are doing, we must pay for them, because whenever they put into the cultivation, they spend money. But whenever the crop comes, we are not interested to support them. So the support services to the farmers is a need to enhance the food security, not only in the country, but also throughout the world. So with this, I must thank all of you for your patient hearing and invitation to this program. Thank you very much. My presentation is over. Now, if there are any questions, it can be taken up by the organizer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So I think Shubha ma'am, we can ask participants if they have any questions, they can either post or raise their hand so that we can take up the questions.
Yes, ma'am. Any questions from the participants? I don't see any questions as of now, ma'am. So later, if in case if there are, then we can.
Any comments from the dignitaries, other dignitaries?
Ma'am, actually, participants' activities have been suspended, so they won't be able to write in the chat box also.
So you can, if it is possible.
Yes, I make them to unmute themselves so that if they have any question, they can ask.
Yeah, I was also observing.
Or open the chat box. At least open the chat box, that would be better. So I request all the participants, if you have any comments, any queries, please.
So you,
the chat box.
ma'am, they can unmute themselves if they have any query.
Yes.
Yeah.
I also request other dignitaries, if they have any comments, they can add. You can raise your hands. You can unmute yourself.
However, Geeta, I don't think that there is any
sure.
taker of the questions. So it's all right. So what I request all of you, and I cordially invite all of you, that there is a big conference on 11th International Conference on Sustainable Waste Management and Circular Economy, that will be attended by people from 40 countries. So if anybody is interested to submit the papers, then you can send it. It is available with Goshen, the brochure, and the last date for submission of the paper is 30th of October. So you have a lot of time, and the conference is in December 1 to 4 on virtual platform. So if anybody is interested, they can send their paper. Thank you very much. Over to Geeta.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Sir, I must say that the entire the concept which you dealt with, the food wastage, the food security, and even the solution to the community, I think it left us with some thought-provoking questions, sir. Our deep sense of appreciation for Professor Ghosh for his excellent explanation of food wastage and the way he presented the comparative chart, and a very interesting example, sir, because the data which you presented, it really arose many questions, I'm sure, in everybody's mind. And even I think the researcher would be very happy, because you opened and you, in fact, you triggered many different areas where they can in fact think about their future researches. And then I think the major issues which you talked about, that threats to sustainable food security, I think that is area of concern. And the factors which determining the food security, I think as an educationist and as a university, in fact, we need to integrate all these things.
Hello?
In our, I request to mute them. Yeah. So, sir, I think as you and your entire experience, especially research experience and all, I think it would be very, very beneficial, and this talk would be very, very beneficial for all the participants and mainly researchers and the people, those who are interested in working ahead in this area. So on behalf of all the students, on behalf of Manav Rachna Educational Institutions, I take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to Professor Ghosh sir. And sir, your valuable time is really, I mean, it's very, very very important for us. It's a intellectual treat for us in the morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Namaskar. So if you permit, I can leave.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Geeta ma'am. Thank you, Ghosh sir. Now, to move on to the next speaker of this session, I would like to invite Dr. Binu Cherian. Dr. Binu Cherian is the country manager for Harvest Plus in India, a global program under Agriculture for Nutrition and Health of Consultative Group for International Agriculture and Research that develops and deploys biofortified food staple crops in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Harvest Plus improves nutrition and public health by developing and promoting biofortified food crops rich in vitamins and minerals. Harvest Plus provides global leadership on biofortification, evidence, and technology. More than 50 million people grow and consume biofortified crops globally. Biofortification has been a major agenda of Harvest Plus company. I would like to invite Dr. Binu Cherian to start his presentation. Today, he will be speaking on sustainable and nutritious food systems through biofortification.
Madam, very thank you for that introduction, and we are extremely thankful on behalf of Harvest Plus for this invitation for this two-day conference on sustainability of food organized by Manav Rachna Education Institution. As my previous speakers have mentioned about sustainable, nutritious food systems, Harvest Plus has been working for the last 15 to 20 years on a new concept, what we call as biofortification, linking agriculture to nutrition. As my previous speakers have mentioned about malnutrition, about 2 billion people globally suffer from malnutrition. That's approximately 1 in 3. India, according to the World Bank, loses about $12 billion in GDP due to malnutrition alone, mineral and vitamin deficiency. And as you all know, that deficiencies in micronutrients like iron, zinc, vitamins can cause profound and irreparable damages to the society, to the body, as well as it impacts the economy and the society of the country. As you all know, there are existing strategies to tackle malnutrition, what sometimes we call as hidden hunger. We have supplementation, fortification. The ideal strategy is to have access to dietary, nutritious diets. But still, as you all know, that there's still a challenge to have access to dietary diversity and nutritious diets. Fortification and supplementation has been there in the as a strategy for a long time. And what Harvest Plus has been working for the last 15, 20 years is on what we call as biofortification. linking agriculture to nutrition. So biofortification is a process to develop nutritious staple food crops through conventional breeding that not only has higher in nutrition, but also it has higher in yield, and it has all the traits that the farmers prefer to grow. And when consumed on a daily basis, it makes measurable health impact to the human population. The focus of this program has been on three major micronutrients: vitamin A, iron, and zinc, primarily because, according to the World Health Organization, these three micronutrients are limiting in the diets of poor people. What we believe that biofortification has advantages. It starts from a rural area compared to other two interventions, biofortification and supplementation. It requires some kind of a supply chain to move this product from A to B. Whereas since it is an agriculture-based intervention, it's a rural approach. It starts from a rural area. And we believe that as these grains are grown and these food is grown and there are surpluses in the system, these strategy of biofortification can move from a rural to urban area. And we believe that fortification, supplementation, and biofortification would some way meet in the midway. It's a cost-effective strategy because once these crops are developed, then what happens, it stays in the system. That means it requires an initial investment for developing these crops. Compared to fortification and supplementation, you have to invest on the fortificants on year. And it is sustainable in approach. What we say is primarily because once these crops are developed, it stays in the system. And once these traits are incorporated into the germplasm, for example, let me tell you, dwarf wheat, and any wheat or rice produced now is dwarf wheat. So once you improve the germplasm with micronutrient traits, any varieties that is produced would be a biofortified variety. According to the Copenhagen Consensus in 2008, biofortification was ranked 5th in terms of the investment and the impact it can bring. According to them, if you were to invest $1, it can bring in an impact of $17. So 3 questions were asked by the major stakeholders when the idea of biofortification started. It started about 15, 20 years ago. Is it really possible to breed or develop micronutrient-rich staple food crops? The second question from the nutrition community was that will these micronutrients, which would be enriched, would it be bioavailable? And third question was by the stakeholders was, will the farmers really adopt these micronutrient-rich staple food crops? 2016, Dr. Howdy Boyce, the gentleman who started the whole idea of biofortification, was the recipient of the World Food Prize, one of the prestigious, food prizes in the agriculture and food sector, for his pioneering work in the field of biofortification in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. So as Harvest Plus, it focuses on staple food crops that people eat on large quantity. That includes iron-rich crops that we focus is on iron pearl millet and iron beans, and zinc crops that we focus is on wheat, rice, and maize, and vitamin A crops that we focus is on sweet potato, cassava, and maize. In India, we have been focusing on 3 major crops: pearl millet, rice, and wheat, which are the major staple food crops that the people eat on large quantity. Apart from that, we also have been focusing on some other smaller crops like lentils, cowpeas, and sorghum. So let me just take you back. What is a biofortification process and how does it done? At the initial stage, the nutritionists, socioeconomists, plant breeders, and economists work together to identify the target population and the quantity of consumption of crops. And once that is done, the they set a nutrition target for each of these crops, which can make an impact to the human population when consumed on a daily basis. The plant breeders go back to the seed bank or germplasm, and they screen these germplasm. And they try to understand what is the variability of the micronutrients in the germplasm. Now, in order to for the biofortification to happen, there should be a variability in the germplasm. That means, for example, if you were to get into the pearl millet germplasm, then the iron variability is anything between 20 ppm to close about 140 ppm. The target for pearl millet is 77 ppm. So if there is no variability in the germplasm, then it's difficult to create biofortified crops. So once these variability is understood, the plant breeders, they breed these varieties. And once that is done, these crops are evaluated according to the geography and the environment to understand and to evaluate the stability of the germplasm across this G/E. And once that is done, the nutritionists, what they do is they evaluate these crops for the crop retention, the nutrient retention, and the nutrient absorption. And once that is done, then these crops are released for cultivation as per the national testing trial. And then there are various the models used for promotion of these biofortified crops according to the country where it is done. Certain countries have a robust market-oriented approach. Certain countries where they do not have a very mature markets, they look into the other models of community-led promotion. And once that is done, after a couple of years of intervention, they look at what is the improvement in the micronutrients in the community. So on a whole, if you were to look at biofortification is a very multidisciplinary partnership, which includes economists, sociologists, marketing experts, nutritionists, and plant breeders. And so in a nutshell, we can call this as that it is a very evidence-based approach. So this is the nutritionists, they look at this. So they look at if there is enough micronutrients in the crop. They, as I mentioned earlier, they look at what is the average daily food consumption of these staple food crops. They look at is there any nutrient loss during cooking, and certain micronutrients like vitamin A, where there is a loss during storage, and would all these impact the bioavailability? And once that is done, then a controlled nutrition study, what we call it as efficacy study, is done to understand the improvement in the nutrition status. And once that is done, then a couple of years of implementing these crops in the community, then effectiveness studies are done. So in order to take these biofortified crops, what we believe that the ideal strategy is to create a very sustainable markets for biofortified crops. And that can only be done through partnership. So when we say what is sustainable strategy, what that would mean, that's a constant product development. Products are tested and evaluated. There should be partnership for seed production and multiplication, distribution. How do we create awareness about biofortified crops? And how can we work on advocacy and policy where these biofortified crops can be linked to large food and nutrition programs in the country? And how can we create a market-linked approach so that these biofortified crops can also reach the consumer end? So in order to do that, Harvest Plus have been working across the value chain, what we call right from agriculture research and to all the way to taking it to the consumer. So that would mean that now there are some challenges of biofortified crops because iron and zinc are invisible trade. So that means that you need to create segregation, aggregation from a marketing perspective. How do you create logos, distinctions in the market? From a last mile activity, how do we create segregation, aggregation of these biofortified crops so that we improve the traceability, and so the processing industries can invest on biofortified crops in order to develop value-added products. So in the last many years, the Harvest Plus has worked with its partners to improve the testing methods of the micronutrients. Initially in 2005, early 2000, when the program started, we still depended on qualitative methods. And then we moved on to semi-qualitative methods. And then like the near infrared spectrophotometry. And then today we use very high throughput systems like XRF machines, which has the capacity to analyze more than 1,000 samples per day. So this has been a great development when it comes to technology, and this also helps the plant breeders to have a very high throughput method where they can test and reject the materials that need to be taken to the next generation. So in order to do all these things, what Harvest Plus has done is that they have started alliance, which consists of National Agriculture Research System, state agriculture universities, private sector, public seed companies, in order to do the product development. What we call in our language, what we call it is the initial pathway, where everything starts from the product. And from a strategy perspective, we follow 3 strategies of product development. What we call is a short-term, what we call fast track. And this is a method by which we test the existing varieties in the value chain, which already has high micronutrients, but people really don't know about these varieties. And how can these varieties can be identified and they can be communicated to the stakeholders about the benefits of consumption. And second strategy, what we call is the medium-term strategy of product development, which takes anything between 7 to 8 years for a product to develop and to get released. And a third strategy, what we call this as mainstreaming, what is called a long-term strategy, anything between 10 to 15 years, where scientists improve the micronutrients of the germplasm. So which means that after 10, 15 years, if you use these germplasm, any variety which will be developed would be a micronutrient-rich variety. So one more important thing about these micronutrient-rich traits are that once it is incorporated into the germplasm, just as I mentioned before, for example, the dwarf trait of rice or wheat, then it stays in the germplasm. There is no genetic erosion of these micronutrient traits. In the similar, there is also a partnership of product dissemination. How do we take these varieties to the communities? So we have alliance of partners, largely from the seed companies, NGOs, farmers producer groups, and the major activities done under this partnership is test these varieties across the commercial markets, where to understand what is the feasibility and whether you can market, what is the potential of these varieties. And then seed production distribution plans are chalked out, and marketing and promotional activities are incorporated. And then a team also is in charge of monitoring and evaluation to understand how many, what is the kind of population which it is reaching, what is the reach, and what is the household reach of these biofortified varieties. And the last, as I mentioned, is we work closely with the key stakeholders in order to incorporate into the key advocacy and policy so that these biofortified crops can be included. And for example, a midday meal program or a public distribution where these nutritious varieties can increase the nutrient component of the large food programs that we have. So at this point of time, for iron pearl millet, we have been focusing in Rajasthan, primarily because 50% of the production and consumption of the pearl millet bajra happens in Rajasthan, and then Maharashtra, Karnataka, and Uttar Pradesh. For zinc wheat, we have been focusing in Punjab. We work very closely with the Punjab Agriculture University. One variety has been released by the Punjab Agriculture University. And Uttar Pradesh, very key stakeholder, primarily because the largest wheat production happens in Uttar Pradesh. And Bihar, where we work very closely with the 2 agriculture universities. So from a marketing engagement, what we do is we do a market research to understand whether there are any barriers for accepting these crops for cultivation or for consumption. And then large product demonstrations are done so that the farmers who are involved can see the performance of these varieties right in their field. And then we work very closely with our stakeholders to develop, for example, a seed package design, which creates a very distinction in the market so that the farmers really understand that these are biofortified or nutritious varieties. We do a lot of training program for our stakeholders, whether it is a seed company or NGO partners. Some of the partners, for example, we also do point of sales engagement by the farmers so that, as you understand that the primary engagement for a farmer is the retail or a distributor. And they play a very important role in deciding which varieties farmers have to buy. And we also engage in a lot of van campaign, mobile campaign, where the normal farmers meetings cannot be organized. And these are some of the photographs that we have, how we do. We engage how do farmers and communities in order to create awareness about biofortified crops. And there are different ways by these promotions are done. For example, in Africa, there's a different way the promotion, they do a lot of music, they do a lot of rock shows in order to promote biofortified crops. Whereas in India, largely it is a community engagement. We take these messages to the community in order to disseminate these benefits of biofortified crops. And these are some of the marketing collaterals or marketing promotional activities that we have done. We do a lot of, as I mentioned, van campaigns. We have developed a logo, a lot of seed package design, promotional materials in order to communicate the benefits about biofortified crops. As I mentioned, we have done nutrition studies, which is, you can, those of you who are interested, you can access online. It's available online. And nutrition studies on pearl millet has established that it improves the cognitive function when, especially the school-going children, when it is consumed for 6 months. And this nutrition study was done in Maharashtra in collaboration with the SNDT University and the Cornell University. Similarly, we have also done a nutrition study for high zinc biofortified wheat in India. Harvest Plus also has developed what we call as a BPI, Biofortification Priority Index. This index helps investors, stakeholders to understand where can biofortified crops can be invested in order to create the largest impact in terms of the health impacts that can create. So it is also available online. You can get into the Harvest Plus website, and you can search according to the crop, or you can search according to the geographies. So these are some of the recognition that Harvest Plus has got over the last 15, 20 years of this journey. 2008, as I mentioned, it was ranked 5th in terms of the highest value for money when it comes to an investment. The founder of Harvest Plus was the recipient of the World Food Prize in 2016. The Time magazine ranked Harvest Plus as the 25th best invention in 2016. And it also was mentioned in the Citigroup's 2018 Feed the Future report, where biofortification was mentioned as a key nutrition innovation. So Harvest Plus works in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, in almost these countries. In India, about 1 million people benefit in India out of biofortified crops. Globally, about 50 million people benefit at this point of time with biofortified crops. More than 340 biofortified varieties have been released in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. India is one of the leaders when it comes to biofortification research, partnership with Indian Council for Agricultural Research, State Agriculture University. India itself has released about close to about 70 biofortified crops in India. And this is an overall strategy to sum up what biofortification is all about. The initial pathway, as I mentioned, is all about how do we develop varieties to create demand for these seed varieties in the market, and how do we increase the grain production. And how the second is that how do we work with communities so that they increase the consumption of these nutritious varieties. That's the primary focus of Harvest Plus. developing nutritious varieties and taking it to the community so that we can increase the household nutrition. But at the same time, as you all know, that over the years, these grains, there would be surplus of these nutritious grain. And how do we create that demand for these biofortified crops? So we have been working on one, as I mentioned before, how can these grains can be connected to the large food and nutrition program? As you all know, India procures about, government procures about 20 to 25% of the large staple food crop grain, for example, rice, wheat, pearl millet. And how can these surplus grains can be channeled into the market-linked food and nutrition, food and nutritious products? How can we involve the large food and nutrition companies which are involved? Some of these companies have already started working into biofortified crops. For example, if you were to look at on the extreme left, the product called Cerelac, the Nestle has launched a product which is made up of iron pearl millet. They launched in Africa about 3 years back in Ghana, and similar value chain products that you can see. So our goal as Harvest Plus is to touch about 1 billion people by 2030 with biofortified crops. As Professor Swaminathan mentions, that our aim should be to make every family farm a biofortified farm. These are some of the partners in India that we work with. We work with international agriculture research centers, national agriculture research centers, state agriculture universities, private sector. We also work a lot with academia, universities, and also the farmer groups and the community organizations. So with that, I'll pause here, and I'll be happy to take up any questions if you have, or you can always write to us if you still have any questions. Thank you so much once again for this opportunity to be a part of this two-day event. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful information that you have given us. We have actually, I have surfed this one Harvest Plus website, and we found it really nice. I have also read the study which you have conducted in Maharashtra on the students and you have been working on the biofortified pearl millets fortified with iron and zinc. You have been working very hard for this at this community level. In this presentation, you have very well spoken on the global prevalence of macronutrient deficiency, and I'm sure this biofortified crops are a great solution for this deficiency. Do we have any questions from the participants?
Participants can unmute themselves.
Yes, Ms. Khushi Agarwal.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone present over here. I wanted to ask that 20 years back then, when people over in India especially were not very much into research and development, how difficult was it to make biofortification a theoretical concept to making it actually work in practical field?
Thank you so much, Khushi, for this question. Yes, it was difficult, like any other innovations that you have taken to field. The founder of Harvest Plus, Dr. Howdy Boyce, he started with a small group. Now, for biofortification to happen, as you all know, that you have to bring agriculture and nutrition together. Now, the challenge is that agriculturists and nutritionists, they work in silos, So the biggest challenge for the initial, the founders of Harvest Plus was to bring these two set of people together in a room. The second challenge was that how do we get investments to start this program? So these were the two challenges: to convince the agriculture community and to convince the nutrition community for this whole concept of biofortification. And second is that to make it evidence-based strategy, that means that to do all the nutrition evidences to the community. And thankfully, after 15 years, that due to the strength and of the partnerships that we have, Indian Council for Agriculture Research, State Agriculture University, it has become a global movement today. Asia, India, as I mentioned, is a leader. We work in Bangladesh, Pakistan, and everywhere, biofortification is considered to be a priority. As you all know, the Honorable Prime Minister endorsed biofortification last year, October 16, in the World Food Day. And he rightly mentioned that not only farmers grow and consume, but how can these biofortified crops can be included in a large food and nutrition program? And the government of India today is working very hard to incorporate policies. And India is also a leader in policy development for biofortified crops. So yes, like any other innovation, it was tough for the initial set of people who started working on this innovation.
Thank you, sir.
Any other question? I hope no more questions, sir. But it was really an honor to connect with Harvest Plus, and we look for further more connections and further more opportunities to have sessions like this. Thanks for the
Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Now, next, I feel pleasure in inviting Dr. Dharambir Yadav as a speaker for this session. Dr. Dharambir Yadav has more than 27 years of experience, out of which 11 years as extension ergonomist, 12 years in research, and 4 years in administration. He is a highly proficient agronomist and a distinguished weed scientist. Dr. Yadav is a National Fellow of Indian Society of Weed Science. He has received Best Teacher Award, Best Researcher Award by Haryana Ergonomics Association 2018, Editorial Excellence Award from Legume Research 2016, and 5 Best Paper Awards. The establishments with which Dr. Yadav has been associated have been conferred upon with Best Station Team Awards like AIC RP Weed Management Center Award by ICAR 2014 and 2020, Best Research Station Award to RSS Karnal by CCSHAU in 2015, and so many awards to go on. I would like to invite Dr. Dharambir Yadav on this platform. Today, he will be speaking on resource conservation technologies for sustainable agriculture. Sir, will you be starting your presentation?
Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Gursin. Now I start my presentation. My topic is resource conservation technologies for conservation agriculture. And I will be focusing on some of the work which has been done in India and particularly in South Asian countries, as well as some of the presentation, the slides from other countries also. But mainly I will focus on the work done in Haryana and Punjab and this part of the country. There was some issue with the net. I'm sorry for that. And now I'm trying to start the presentation. Hope you will bear with me. Yeah. So I'm sharing my screen. Is it visible? Gursin?
Yes, sir, it's visible. Yes,
Okay.
sir, it's visible.
Okay. So the topic is resource conservation technologies for sustainable agriculture. I think I will have around 25 minutes for this talk, or 20. Yeah, what does this mean? What are the issues before sustainable agriculture? So the temperature, everybody knows the carbon dioxide is increasing, the global temperature is on the rise, the long-term data shows it. And there is a positive increase in the temperature with time. So it's not a good signal, good sign. And water is becoming a scarce commodity. We are receiving a good amount of rainfall, but only about 30% of it is that is utilized by us, and there is ample scope for its better utilization. And another problem is the paddy straw, which is available in excess, and about 280 million tons of rice straw is available in the country, and particularly in Haryana and Punjab, farmers resort to burning of crop residues, and it creates problem in the NCR region also. So the rice stubbles, the 40% are burnt around, and wheat straw is 22% is burnt, and sugarcane trash around 20% is burnt by the farmers. However, during the past 2-3 years, by the efforts of the government, the burning has reduced, and we hope that it will be completely stopped. And by this picture, we can see very clearly that this farmer is waiting for the labor. We have an increasing population, but even then we have a scarcity of labor in our agriculture sector. So we have to address these issues, and particularly the woman labor. When we transplant the rice with the hands, it's a drudgery on the women workers. And even on the animals and on the machinery also, and the tillage practices, these break down the soil aggregates, hard pan is developed, soil compaction is there, and root growth of the crops are hampered. So we have to think about the tomorrow, more crops per drop of water. We have to think about improved soil health. For multiple land use we have to do, and with less resources, more productivity and profitability with less cost, and we have to secure more output with less energy. So for all these things, we have to go for resource conservation technologies. So the options, definitely conservation agriculture and resource conservation can give us the options. And first one, I will discuss the laser leveling. So by this machine, the fields can be leveled to a desired degree of slope, and with the help of guided laser beams. And it is a prerequisite for resource conservation technologies. And in Haryana, if I talk about this Haryana, so more than 2,000 units are there at the farmer's field. We see by this graph that the application efficiency of water and distribution efficiency of water, both are increased when we go for precision land leveling as compared to the traditional land leveling. And water productivity is, we see that it is higher under leisure level field as compared to conventional field. Second one is zero tillage and the sowing of wheat or other crops without tillage, and how it evolved in the rice wheat systems. In early 90s, the Phalaris minor was a major weed which evolved resistance against herbicide isoprotron. So the wheat yields in 93, 94, these crashed, and the solution was use of new expensive herbicides. So to reduce the cost of the herbicide that had to be used by the farmers, the scientists thought about decreasing the cost of cultivation. So then the zero tillage was evolved. So from 98 onwards, it increased. The adoption of zero tillage or reduced tillage increased in this IGP, particularly this northwestern IGP. You can see this field where wheat is sown directly in the rice stubbles, and it is done with the help of inverted T-time zero tillage seed drill. Sowing is done under anchored stubbles, and the yields are similar to conventional tillage wheat. And when we see the data of the weeds under conventional tillage, the weeds are more, and under zero tillage, the emergence of Phalaris minor is less. So it was a double benefit strategy. The cost of cultivation was reduced, and the weeds were reduced. So it helped very much to the farmers in solving the problem of Phalaris minor. And when we saw other aspects of this zero tillage, so the predatory insect pest, the insects were more under zero tillage. That means spiders, ants, beetle, these were more. So that means friendly insects were more under zero tillage as compared to conventional tillage. And when we saw the insect pest disease scenario, the population of useful parasites were more in zero tillage. Yellow stem borer was in rice was same under zero tillage as conventional tillage, and disease pattern was similar, and kernel bunt was less. So that means it was also good with respect to insect pest disease incidence also. On organic carbon, the studies overseas, they show that in the upper layer of the soil, the increase in organic carbon is there when we continuously adopt the zero tillage in field crops. Particularly this data is from wheat. This slide shows that under the no-till system, under different cropping systems, the earthworms are more. So that means earthworms love these zero tillage systems. So that the earthworms indicate the soil conditions, how these are congenial for the biota. So that means this soil is healthy, it is a living one. When we saw the quality parameters of wheat and its long-term zero tillage trials, these trials are continue at Haryana Agriculture University, and this is the data after 15 years. So under zero tillage system, this 1000 grain weight was more, this protein content was more, grain hardiness was higher, the sedimentation value was more, and hectoliter weight was more, and chapati quality score was also good. So that means quality of wheat was improved with the adoption of the zero tillage in wheat. And another issue is the greenhouse gases emission from rice and waste system, and the open burning results into it. And the data shows that the quantity of dry residue, it's 162, 125, this gigagram, and methane, carbon monoxide, and nitrous oxide. So these are produced by burning of the residues. So the message is please do not burn these residues. Keep on surface, either use for your purpose or keep on the surface. And when we keep the residues on the surface as a soil cover, the infiltration of water is increased. The data, this graph shows that with an increase in soil cover, the infiltration rate of water is increased. Again, this shows that the infiltration rate is more where no-tillage has been adopted, and where there is plowed one. When no-tillage is adopted with residues, then the infiltration is more. So that means when we combine both the things, zero-tillage along with the crop residues, the things improve much better. And with an increase in residues, the weeds are decreasing. So that means this is due to the coverage of the soil, the germination is reduced, the light is not going to the surface, so the germination of weeds is less, so the green weight or the dry weight of the weeds is also less. And again, when we see this diagram, this graph, the bulk density is more when there is conventional tillage, and bulk density is less when there is no tillage. So lower the bulk density means this is less compacted. Higher the bulk density means it is more compacted. So the compaction of the soil is less when we adopt zero tillage for long-term basis. So it's a good sign. And this continuous adoption of no tillage, the rate of organic matter change, it is on positive side when we adopt the no tillage, and when we go for this moldboard plow or chisel plow, so the rate of organic matter change is also in the negative side also. This is the data from our trials which are running continuously since 97-98, and it's a very peculiar information. In wheat, when we saw the soil temperature in February, it was higher under zero tillage, and in the month of April, the temperature of the soil was less in zero tillage. So that means in cooler months, the temperature is increased, and in hot months, the temperature is reduced. So that means there is a moderation of the temperature, which is ideal for the crop. It is good for the crop. And when we see the picture, this photograph has been taken on 30th of March. And on the right side is the zero tillage field. On the left side is the conventional tillage crop of the wheat, and the right side is visibly green on 30th of March, and left one is visibly yellowish. So that means the right one will take another 4 days to mature, and left one has started maturing. So that means in 4 days the yields will be increased. So this is the effect of zero tillage. The temperature moderation helps in management of the terminal heat, which is a frequent feature in northwestern India in the month of April. The long-term trials data indicates the green bars are the yield for under the zero tillage field, and blue one is under conventional tillage. So this is the average of 6 sites. So the experiment started in 97-98, and throughout all the years, the yield was higher under zero tillage as compared to conventional tillage. And when we combine residues with zero tillage, ZT plus residue, the benefit is again increased as compared to ZT clean field and as compared to conventional tillage rotavator broadcast sown. So that means zero tillage with residue is a good proposition. When we see the another system of permanent wheat, again the experiment started in 98-99, And the red one is conventional tillage, and the blue one are the zero tillage systems. And comparatively, the blue bars are taller than the red bars, indicating that the zero tillage gives higher yield of wheat as well as the higher yield of wheat under wheat system also. And in sorghum, right side we see the zero tillage sorghum, and the left side is conventional tillage sorghum. So it is visibly clear that the right one is more dark colored, and the growth is also better as compared to the left one. So it is a good proposition in this jetty is working well. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, I'm just checking because my internet is sometimes is not stable. When we see the wheat under the sorghum wheat system, again you see the right one, it's more uniform, its growth is better, and its ear heads are also better as compared to the left one, which is conventional tillage. So it indicates its suitability across the systems: sorghum wheat, pearl millet wheat, and as well as rice wheat. And this is the yield data of sorghum wheat, and this green bars are jetty wheat, and these yellow bars are for conventional tillage wheat. So the green are taller in most of the years, and the black one is jetty sorghum, and red one is conventional tillage sorghum fodder yield. And we saw with the advancement of the experiment, the jetty fodder yield of sorghum was higher as compared to CT. This is the trial at farmers field, and on the right side it's zero tillage wheat after cluster bean. It gave 58 quintal per hectare, and on the left one it is conventional tillage, it gave 54 quintal per hectare. So again its suitability was seen under cluster bean wheat system also. And saving of fuel, the data is from Haryana, India, and Punjab, Pakistan. So in conventional tillage, around 45 to 50 liters of diesel per hectare, and in jetty it was only around 8 to 10. So there is a huge saving of this diesel. When this experiment was in maize, and when this picture was taken one day after a heavy downpour of the rainfall. Right one is the conventional system of raised bed planting or ridge planting, and left one is zero tillage with residue. So there is no water standing in zero tillage field, and in conventional system the water is still there one day after the downpour. So that means infiltration is better in zero tillage. Furrow irrigated raised beds, this is the third system. It saves 20 to 30% of the water. It has the scope for manual weeding, and it is ideal for intercropping also. And third RCT is zero tillage based direct seeding of rice. So the machine used is inclined plates fitted zero tillage seed drill. And two methods are there, water and dry DSR. I will not go in these details. I will show only with these pictures. So the field is prepared by harrowing, then the tiller, and then planking. And after that, the sowing is done with drill, then planking is done, and then spray of the herbicide is done. And the depth is 3 to 5 centimeter. Another method is the dry DSR. The field preparation is similar to water DSR as I discussed earlier. The sowing depth is only 2 to 3 centimeter. The difference in this is that the sowing is done in dry, and then irrigation is applied just after sowing. In earlier method, the sowing was done in moist field, but here it is done in the dry field, and irrigation is applied after that, then spray of the herbicide is done. within 3 days. So the basmati cultivars are suitable for this direct seeding of rice. Now we are working on other varieties also. We are working on herbicide tolerant rice also, so that weed management can be a better proposition. And the second, third week of June, it's ideal, and thumb rule is the complete sowing of the crop 1 week before onset of the monsoon. These are the details about this method, but I will not go in details. And the main reason behind this not adopting the DSR on large scale is that weeds are more under direct seeding rice. So the right picture, we see that there are a lot of weeds. This is under the field where no herbicide was applied, and left one is the field where transplanted rice was there. So that means with the change in the system, there is a sudden change in the weed dynamics. And we have to go for herbicides, and we have given the recommendations for it, and it can be managed successfully with the help of herbicides and the integrated weed management strategies. These are other details about it. And we can see the crop emerging on the upper side, and the crop at later stage on the lower side. So the crop comes up very well under DSR. And this is the data of the water use. So we see here, the left bar, there is 79 centimeter use of the water. And on the right one, 107 centimeter of water. So that means around 30 centimeter of water was saved when we go for DSR. So it means around 30% of the water is saved. So it's very good for saving of water, which is a very precious resource. And this black pot the farmer has put in his DSR field, and this is in rural area. It is put to save the crop from the red eyes. So he is happy with his crop, but he wants to save it from the red eyes of the evil people. Another one is zero tillage machine transplanting. Again, we can go for without tillage, and this mechanization transplanting can be done. And the long-term data shows that the bold figures you can see in rice also 72 quintal as compared to 66 in zero tillage rice, and wheat also 50 as compared to 49. That means wheat yields are almost similar, and rice yields were more. The fourth one is green manuring. And this is a very good proposition, and particularly Sesbania, it can be taken as a green manure crop. And this experiment is again going on since 99. So it has completed 22 years. And this left part of the field is without green manuring, and right part is with green manuring. And it is visibly clear that the right part is more dark, more green. It is dark one. And one more thing, if it is clear, visible to you, you can see some of the birds sitting on the right side. So this is not by chance. It indicates the birds are sitting on this side because this soil is more active. This has more biotic activity in this area. So that means something is happening in this system when we go for green manuring. The microbes are there, the earthworms are there, and many beneficial insects are there. And when we see the weed data on the upper trays, these are from the fields which has green manuring, and the lower trays were from the field without green manuring. So weeds are less in the fields where we go for green manuring. So that means it is beneficial from weed point of view. When we see the bacterial data, this microbial data, again, with green manuring, it's 450 as compared to this 335 in without green manuring. And at 60 days, 362 as compared to 340. So that means total bacteria were high when we go for green manuring. And the crop yields, again, dark green, the bars are under green manuring, and light green are under without green manuring. So that means yield is also high, microbes are high, weeds are less, and biological activity is better, soil health is improved. Another one is this brown manuring. We can go for, we can grow the green manure crop, and then we can spray some herbicide to kill these green manure crops. This is done in situations where we want to go for zero tillage sowing of the succeeding crop. It's not necessary in every situation, but it can be done. It also can be done, and it is it has the same advantage as the green manuring has. Fifth one is cover crops. When we grow the cover crops like Suspenia, cowpea, and this mung bean, so then these help us in reducing the weeds. Another one is multiple land use. We have rice, we have wheat, and in between we can include some crop like mung bean. So it will add to the health of the system, the rice wheat system. The soils will be improved, the productivity will be improved, and the profitability will also be improved. And when we add something with the soil system, there is addition in the yield, there is addition in the returns, the net returns also. So that means we have to include multiple crops in a system, particularly legumes. And this is the team from Dr. Gurjeet Gill from ACIAR, University of Adelaide, Australia, Dr. Ashok Yadav, my senior colleague from Haryana Agriculture University, and I acknowledge the ACIAR and HAU and my collaborating scientist, the IRRI CISA and farmers of Haryana for this conducting these long-term trials at farmers field as well as at the university farm. I thank all the farmers of Haryana and the northwestern India particularly, and thank you very much. If anyone has any questions, I think I have completed well within time, or I have taken 5 minutes more. Gursin.
Thank you, sir. Your session was really very informative. You have
Yeah.
spoken very well on rice and wheat treatment,
Yeah.
sowing techniques, green manuring, brown manuring, multiple land use, and many other techniques. Your scientific career has devoted so much to the research programs on weed management and conservation agriculture. And thereby, there have been a development of 32 such technologies, which has been included in the package and practices of the university till now. I would like to give a thank you on this wonderful session. Any questions from the participants?
If anyone has any question, then they can call me. They can contact me on my email also, or my telephone number also. And I think it will be time for another speaker. So if
Sure,
anyone
sir,
has
we
a
will
quick
contact
question,
you.
that's welcome. Yeah.
Yes, sir. We will mail you the questions when, in case there are some from the participants.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Now, next in league, we have another eminent speaker for this session, Dr. Jyoti Deepak Vora. She is MSc, PhD, and so many other qualifications to her resume. And at the present, she is a nutritional consultant at Relag Medical Center, North Carolina, certified functional food scientist, which in Functional Food Center USA, we do not have any such professional bodies at present in India in which she is functioning. She is Associate Professor, Head of Department, Superannuated and Consultant in Biochemistry and Food Science and Quality Control, doctoral research, carried off to universities with teaching and training experience of 33 years. She has hold membership of so many professional bodies like Indian Science Congress Association, Nutritional Society of India, Indian Dietetic Society, and many more. Today, Dr. Jyoti Deepakpura will be speaking on nutraceutical sciences, a link between biodiversity and ecosystems. Thank you, ma'am.
I hope you can hear me, Shubhra, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am, very much.
I would like to say a bit of a thank you and right from my heart before I begin my slides. I would like to congratulate the Manav Rachna organization for completing the Silver Jubilee, because of which you have this amazing conference. I thank you all for inviting me, and especially the inputs of Madam Geeta, and certainly all the help of people like Gursheen and Vandana madam. It's a pleasure to be here. And of course, I'm going to speak about what I love the most and what I have indulged in my research for the past 2.5 decades. So with your kind permission, I would start my slides, and Shubhra madam, you can tell me if you can see my slides so that we can take it from there. Can you see my slides, please?
Yes, ma'am, very much visible.
Okay, then I'd begin with a beautiful thought that if you're going to talk about sustainability, then what we are really going to speak about is definitely life security. Because if you remember in the pandemic, when the first lockdown was declared, no one ran towards a cinema hall or a jewelry store or even a clothes boutique. Everyone went to stock up their kitchens because for survival, we need food. And definitely we are the heterotrophic organisms and we do not produce our own foods. So we have to connect to the givers on this planet, and they are none other than the plants. So I am going to speak on my research, my perspective in my subject of biochemistry and nutraceutical sciences and the connect between biodiversity. I begin with a Sanskrit shlok which says, Anna he Purna Brahma. It means that at the fulcrum of all genesis of creation, there is nothing or only food. Hence, the route to sustainable security on earth definitely is only through food. Until we nurture the green givers on this planet, we are going to be safe as a species. And you all are much aware, this august audience, that today is World Microorganism Day. So right from the microorganisms at the bottom to man at the top of the evolutionary ladder, we all get by because of plants. And that's exactly the ode I'm going to pay to. If you talk of human civilization, a lot of observers in the pandemic era specified that we kind of invited this catastrophe onto ourselves. We just thought we were too great. We did not bother about sustainment of nature, sustainment of the climate, sustainment of all kinds of gifts given to us by Mother Nature and our own planet. And we are the only species which is responsible for the extinction of a number of species below us because of our irresponsible behavior. So if you talk of deterioration of environment, and it is also hearteningly observed that environment has repaired itself in our lockdown period because we were inside and nature was outside and nature healed herself. So the deterioration of environment was due to industrial development, population explosion in different parts of the world, global warming, which is a corollary we cannot ignore, production of non-biodegradable molecules using man-made technologies. We knew how to synthesize things. We did it. But unlike nature, we did not know how to degrade it. So plastics and polymers and all kinds of hydrophobic components sat on the earth. They had uses which were myopic. And those uses gave us a benefit which was very short-lived. And after that, it worked out in such a manner that it did not suit anyone, neither the species below us nor us. So therefore, the distortion of delicate ecological balance resulted. This threatened the survival of biodiversity. I'm going to be a little bit of a teacher and just define what is biodiversity. The different abilities of each and every species in an ecosystem to biosynthesize, metabolize, deposit, store, and then biodegrade different molecules due to their different genomic concepts. And I'm sure you notice that I use the word 5 times, different. And this difference is what is very interesting. You see, Louis Pasteur all those years ago said that a molecule is a molecule even outside the cell it produces. And the cell produces it, but the molecule remains the molecule till there is a connect between the structure and the function. Therefore, biodiversity is the actual fountainhead on which this planet works. We utilize molecules made by other species. We are part of a cyclical system. And if you eliminate this biodiversity by just destroying species randomly, then the survival of our species is also threatened in the long run. Therefore, the need of the hour is to preserve biodiversity. Now I come to my beautiful subject, and that's none other than nutraceuticals. I'm going to speak about it as well. And at that time, I would like to tell you that biodiversity is a wonderful epitomization in nutraceutical sciences. And the whole concept that different species can produce different molecules which are anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, anti-carcinogenic, anti-helminthic, anti-nutritional, and they can be antifungal and so on. We can pick them up, incorporate it into our diet, and lo and behold, we get all those benefits for ourselves. The wonderful thing is that nutraceuticals was kind of lauded throughout the pandemic. Everyone started talking about immunoboosting because the bioparticle which made our lives miserable, COVID-19, was certainly the one which compromised our immunity and was part of the compromising of the immunity. So both these things were important. So it's worth thinking of nutraceuticals as harnessing them for the benefit of human life. If you take the realms of nutraceutical sciences in the research, development, and industrial concept, then this is the simple diagram which I'd like to present to you. You identify beautiful molecules. You generate a scientific recipe for it associated with all kinds of RDA and the macronutrient composition and so on. So you will need your proximate analysis. You are going to use all standard methods for that. It's going to be a standard operating protocol which can be scaled up and scaled down, and it can be subject to upstream processing, downstream processing, and so on. Food is all about quality. So you're going to apply the HACCP, Hazard Assessment Critical Control Point, or Hazard Analysis Critical Control Point, which is the modular approach to total quality management in the context of food. And all the time, because we are by the Latin notation, Homo sapiens, we are the thinking species. So we emote with everything, including food. Emotions drive our preferences. Emotions drive our consumer acceptance. Therefore, simulated product development, sensory evaluation, and organoleptic analysis is what we have to talk about. When you talk of the whole concept, it's made up of 3 parts. The prelude, that the food is either directly or indirectly a plant product. This is a kind of statement I make to you. Methodology that it has to be integrated into the diet. The human organism requires 45 nutrients per day. They're made up of 7 macro and micronutrients and of course water. And in integrating it into the diet, you have to process it. So you have the food process technology. This molecule is going to be laden with biological properties, which I told you about. And it has a direct connection with disease management. And what is that direct connection? It prevents the disease from happening. Like we learned in our childhood, prevention is better than cure. If the disease has happened, it helps very emphatically in the curative process. And if there is a disease which cannot be cured, like cancer and AIDS, 2 horrible examples, then it becomes a managerial role oriented, where the quality of life is improved by the use of that biomolecule. So that's the prelude, the methodology, and the effect, the essence of my research. If you take the term health and food, then they go hand in hand. And today health has another, extrapolation. And this extrapolation is wellness. Because we are talking about holistic health, not only physical, but physical, mental, emotional, professional, spiritual, social, and socio-cultural. Everything goes together. And therefore, all this depends on the food you consume. A sense of well-being, a sense of incorporation of your role into society, into environment, into socio-cultural concepts. It all goes along with the whole concept of nutrition and food. And all this is dependent on the attributes of the food that you are consuming. We are what we eat. So we have to take the 5-point program. Today is our beloved, most honorable Prime Minister's birthday, Modi Sahib's birthday today. And I'm going to use the dictum to pay a tribute to a man I hugely admire. He correctly said that think global, act local. Act local, think global. We are an agrarian society. Just now, Dharamveer ji gave a very great talk about the agrarian touch of this whole concept of nutritional sciences. And if we use nutraceuticals, we have a backward integration in the agrarian practices. And we contribute to this agrarian society, which is very much Indian. Therefore, we act local. We all the time use the native biochemistry, because I'm very fond of saying in all my talks and in my lectures that food is a collection of molecules and they behave according to their native chemistry. Naturally, you have to use the total quality management norms, which I have shown you. And there's no use producing it in a small context. You have to scale up. So in my role as a teacher and as a doctoral research guide, I've also been a hand-holding person for new entrepreneurs as it goes. We have had an arena of huge number of researchers. I'm naming a few so that you can see how native the whole thing is. Carica papaya, good old papita, which is ripe. I come from Maharashtra, so we have a lot of cultivation of papaya. We decided to use that. Raw papaya, which is the precursor of the ripe papaya. Wheat grass, germ grass, which is known in the Vedic literature as well. Pineapple, excellent curative concept. We even have made a wine from it because I'm a native microbiologist. Chickpea, because India is the largest producer of lentils, and chickpea is a very understated, leguminous plant as we go. So these are some of the areas of research that we have done. What has been the journey of our research? We choose a native plant. We carry out the proximate analysis. And we do a simulated product development in the mind, taking consumer acceptance in hand, and then proceed to carrying out a modular approach to the hazard assessment critical control point as it goes. And then we produce a novel product. I'm going to show in my brief time that I have been given to speak to you, a novel product which we have generated and which is actually hitting the markets. And sensory evaluation and organoleptic testing as it goes for consumer acceptance. Then definitely the culmination, because we want to scale up food packaging. It's a science which cannot be ignored. All the symbols, all the nutritional window informations, all the manufacturing details, all the batch numbers and so on. Branding and labeling, another science very important. I'm part of the FSSAI advisory board too. This evening I have another talk because this is what we call Poshan Maha. What does it mean? Nutritional month. And definitely we are deliberating on all aspects of nutrition. So I'm going to give a talk on consumerism and nutrition. And then lastly, scale up, because we want to present every product that we have generated in the laboratory into the market. Now we come to the case study of Carica papaya, which is our ode to life security on earth. It's known originally as nature's junk food. It's a hardy kind of crop. It is grown by farmers. They don't even bother much about taking care of it because it connects to the soil. And the point of understanding came up when it was understood that this beautiful golden yellow fruit, Carica papaya, was laden with all kinds of biodiverse nutraceuticals. And that is when people started sitting and examining something which is a poor man's apple, and all kinds of such demeaning names were given. It's very appetizing. All kinds of dishes can be made. Raw papaya and ripe papaya can be used. You'll be happy to know we have used the peel, we have used the seed, we have used every part of the papaya. So all parts of the papaya are quite edible. It's a keratin-rich food and with high antioxidants. It's needed for numerous health conditions. And the concept of food fortification, where you can use the pulp and fortify some other food also, is well examined. It can be part of a jam, a ketchup, a chutney, a salad, and a novel gastronomical product you can have right there in front of you, fortifying the original food and making it rich in antioxidants. I've given a brief kind of diagram for you to see. You'll say, "Arey, aur kya bacha hai?" Everything is there. It lowers cholesterol, regulates the fertility cycle in the female, protects against arthritis, relieves toothaches, improves very emphatically bowel health, liver detoxification, reduces acne and burns, fights cancer, helps in weight loss. It's a wonderful thing for appetite improvement. And I can just go on. And all these are proven benefits of ripe papaya. So we use this because we thought it is a great idea to help the farmers of Maharashtra. And we connected to the farmer community in the region of Nasik. And we managed to get large amounts of the ripe papaya for the convenience from a particular farm plot, so that everything was identical. So having ensured the quality and the agrarian efficacy of our Carica papaya, we went ahead and we developed a novel gastronomical product. We carried out a sensory evaluation according to American standards testing methods, and we have published work on this. And we have training programs too. So side by side, we are doing capacity building too. Geeta ma'am will be very happy to know We are very close to students who want to get value addition, and we regularly do a lot of NABL certified training programs. And then we carried out an HACCP guideline to show the process product development. And since it's a pediatric to geriatric concept, every age group benefits from papaya. We decided to recognize that right from ringworm infection to stomach aches, good source of vitamins, and of course, because it is a keratin rich component, it's a precursor of the retinoic acid family. The George Wall cycle can go on very well, therefore eyesight problems will be alleviated, so will skin problems, and it's an overall booster of immunity. So we decided that why don't we make something which will suit small children in their little imagination. And we came up with fruit cake variants for small children. Only these were not those, white devil oriented, maida oriented fruit cakes. And they were wonderful to look at. Mothers were happy. The children and the receptacles were happy. It could be projected as a family snack. And that was our gastronomical product, one of them in the case of ripe papaya. The interesting thing is we changed the use of the refined flour. In nutrition, we call it a white devil because in milling, we lose out all the nutrients in maida. So we replaced it with wheat flour. As I talk, we are going in for some more, improvements, and we are using ragi or nachni, which is again a very local grain. We are trying to use millets. I'm the millet ambassador for the country also. And you should know that we have 77 types of millets cultivated in India, and we hardly use 7 of them. So there is a dire need to ignore things like quinoa and other grains of another country and use our own. So that's exactly what is being done. We are trying out other variants of this cupcake. Then we carried out the total quality management, determining various critical control points and suggesting remedial measures for it. So I have here for you the HACCP, flow sheet. And CCP stands for critical control point at which the quality can be derailed. So first, of course, is the concept of the food handler, who's the most important person. So food safety begins there. Preheating of the oven, gathering all the needed ingredients for the product, weighing and empirical approach to all the ingredients, washing and peeling the ripe papaya into fine pieces, preparing the pulp, measuring all the wet ingredients, mixing them properly, blending them into a batter, going ahead and placing it into the molds, and definitely putting it for baking exactly for 25 minutes at 180 degrees. So the whole thing is protocol based. We were quite happy to say that you can place ripe papaya pieces on top for decoration, and you can even go in for whipped cream if you like. Do not shy away from inclusion of lipids in your diet, please. It's a wrong myth. It's a concept which we have to shy away from. You need essential fatty acids. So there's no harm in having what we call Anna Shuddhi or clarified butter, better known as ghee, in our diet. Even our ancestors recommended it. And definitely a little bit of cream and yogurt can be used. So the novel product was presented. Now that we have a novel product, what do we do next? We have to find out if it will be accepted by the panel by the means of self-administered questionnaires. And we took a panel of individuals who were semi-trained, And we carried out all kinds of invasive and non-invasive parameters and a statistical analysis. These are the actual pictures. I hope you like the appetizing look of the, cupcakes. And we even call them golden nuggets. And the children like them very much, and so did the panelists. What are the advantages? Minimum amount of oil can be presented in small servings, so your guilt factor does not come up. It's a great advantage as a convenience food, and it gives a lot of nutrition. So these are all the graphical representations of attributes of sensory evaluation. Because I was going to speak at an academic institution, I thought it's a good idea to even show the empirical data, which I could have just pronounced. So the appeal, texture, aroma, taste, mouth feel, what is the overall taste? Would you buy it? What about the unique selling preposition? What is the aftertaste? These are very important attributes of a product in organoleptic analysis and sensory evaluation. And therefore, they were right there, well accepted and very emphatically taken on. And overall product rating, I don't even have to tell you, please have a look. 19 of them gave full marks, and 4 and 3 were quite promising details of the panelists. Now, the results which came up was that our whole ethos of taking a locally available, very rich consortium of nutraceuticals and presenting it in a kind of global avatar for a healthy dessert to appeal to all the age groups from pediatric to geriatric, being made in a very convenient and comfortable manner, had somewhat managed to reach its correct endpoint. It was a concept of health in disguise. And therefore, the conclusion is that the need of the day is to acknowledge the role of Mother Nature, to recognize that she is the ultimate healer and uplifter, that through the bounty of biodiversity, all we have to do is behave as a responsible species. And then sustainability and eco-friendliness for the earth, for life, for food, for security, everything comes up. Finally, we are going to be selfish because we are going to enrich our own lives through these precious molecules. They're all waiting there for us to take care of. And if we are clear in our conscience, if we are ethical in our scientific temperament, and we unleash the power of nature's bounty, I think the earth can manage to survive in a very graceful and dignified manner, which was intended to happen by the hands of the Creator for years to come. And therefore, postscript is that this is not the end of our research. Even on ripe papaya, we are doing all kinds of other things. So when you pick up an endeavor like this, the way I did, you bring an experience to the table. You make a lot of taste buds very, 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 satiated. There's a soul touch, which is a smiling stomach. But at the same time, it opens out many, many doors for entrepreneurship, for large-scale production, for better science, for better biochemistry, and for better research endeavors, which we all expect for our students to come. And therefore, we even went into, as the biodynamism of the papaya goes on, the ripe papaya peels, we have prepared a kind of sauce for it. And it is now awaiting FSSAI approval. It will go into the market. We have prepared oil from the seeds of ripe papaya, which was just discarded because papaya is so productive. You don't need all the seeds. Few seeds will give you more trees. So the farmers were very disturbed that what should they do with all these seeds, and we kind of help them to do waste management as well. And we got wonderful oil which can be used for many gastronomical purposes. And these are some of the references which I connected to. I thought I would like to show these as well, and a few bibliographies. I would like to end by saying the second part of a shlok first and then going in for the first part. It's in Sanskrit again. It says, Udara bharan nohe zanije yajna karma. That means eating food is not merely the filling of the stomach, but in fact, it is a very protracted, sophisticated yajna, which we conduct with our physiology. So the whole shlok says, Vadanika valagheta nama gya Shri Hariche, Sahaja haman hote nama ghe tapukache, Jivan kari jivitva anna he purna brahma, which is what I began with, and udara bharan nohe zanije yadna karma. So let's behave like responsible species. And I'm signing off with a lot of love and good health and wellness to all of you. And thank you so much. I'm really enthused by your kind attention. Namaste and thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Your presentation was indeed beautiful and very informative. You spoke very well on nutraceuticals and functional foods, and the new product development through the use of ripe papaya is really excellent. The technologies that you use, the HackUp and the new things for Sanskrit studies was also really nice. Here in our university, we are also every year working with our MSc students. We are also developing many new products. But ripe papaya as a source of developing new product is really a good idea. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for the time. Any questions from the participants?
I'm happy to connect to students because that's what is our essence, Shubhra ma'am. So in case ever they need any help or you need, I've already told Dr. Geeta Thakur madam that please count me on the Manav Rachna family now and your department too. So if you need anything, I'm right there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We would definitely connect with you in future for the research purpose and other things. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And right now,
yeah,
right now I don't see any questions, but in case there are any questions for you, I'll definitely transfer them on.
Shubhra ma'am, can I ask?
Yeah, sure, please, ma'am.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Jyoti ma'am. It is indeed enchanting listening to you, and definitely a very great work being done and for the enhancement, skill enhancement of farmers, and definitely empowering the farmers also. Ma'am, I have just one question. Have you made a HACCP plan also for conducting this study? Is there any HACCP plan being made?
Yes, that's exactly. See, the time was a bit limited, but the HACCP plan, bird's eye view of what I gave is the total enhanced thing which we use at every point. Because when you approach a product with the idea of entrepreneurship as part of your research, you are required to prepare the HACCP plan. So the critical control points that I showed were just a few of them, and we have a protracted plan for each and every product that we make. Because whether you're doing a simulated product development or novel product development, in order that you have a good sensory acceptance, your product has to be of highest quality. And for that, you have to address all the critical control points, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Definitely, ma'am. It's a
And
wonderful study.
We do HACCP training programs too. As a consultancy of which I am the CEO, we take up the undertaking of hand-holding for people who need a HACCP plan to be made too. So we are regularly connected to industry. Tatas are one of our biggest clients, and we connect to them. So this is the only way to go into a large-scale production of food. Please.
That's wonderful, ma'am. And I think in future we'll definitely be in touch with you for such trainings and getting more and more insights on new product development. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, next esteemed speaker of this session, we have Dr. Edha Vidhi Astuti. She is the head of midwifery department at the Health Polytechnic of Surakarta. She is born in Noabi on 6 April 1972. She completed her undergraduate education in Patria Husata, Sofia. As a nurse, she took a Master of Midwifery at Australian Catholic University, graduated in 2004. In 1995, she was working at St. Carlos Hospital, Jakarta as a nurse from 1994 to 1995. In 1996, she was a teacher at PPNI Nursing School of Sulu. In 1998, up to now, she was working at Surakarta Health Polytechnic, but from 2010 to 2012, she worked at Murni Nursing College, Malaysia. I invite her to present her views and topic. And the topic she would be speaking today on is the effect of moringa leaf on the quality of breast milk production on postpartum mother in independence midwives practice in Karaganyar regions.
Okay. Yes, can I start now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I am so proud and I'm so happy I can join in this occasion. Thank you for opportunity for me, and thank you for Manav Rahma International Institute of Research and Studies. And today I would like to present my paper about this one. Yeah, I would like to present about the effect of moringa leaf on the quality of breast milk production on postpartum mother in independent midwife in Karanganyar. Before I start, I would like to introduce myself. Actually, I would like to introduce, this is my office. I am from Health Polytechnic of Surakarta. Surakarta is around 1 hour from Jakarta, and this is in Central Java, and then this one is central for Javanese culture. In my office, we have 10 department, and I am from midwifery department. Why I like to present my paper? Because I am a midwife, and I like to be a midwife, and because you know that midwife, mom and children areas is very interesting for me. Sorry, this one not good. Okay, this me. And I would like to start, yeah. My paper about the effect of moringa leaf on the quality of breast milk production on postpartum mother and independent midwife. This is very interesting topic, I mean, because we use the plant, the leaf, that it's very, in Indonesia, it's actually no, it's very famous, but in the past, no one can use this leaf because this is as animal food. As you know, it's very have good content from this leaf. My background for this paper, for this research, is Indonesian program for first 1,000 days of life. In my country, the government have the program that before the woman have delivered the baby, they must already prepare from the teenager. Yeah, you know that the case of anemia is very huge in Indonesia. One of the program want to have the woman healthy so they can prepare for the pregnancy. And then for the second one, we have the program about the exclusive breastfeeding. Exclusive breastfeeding means that the mother just give breastfeed to the baby, start deliver the baby till 6 months after birth. So after 6 months, baby just give the breast milk, no food, another food, just breast milk. Because we know that exclusive breastfeeding is beneficial for babies. Yeah, this is very good food. The best food for the baby is breast milk. And then for the mother, because this is the very economically, for the families and the communities. But in Indonesia, the coverage is still low. At the moment, the exclusive breastfeeding is still low. And if we know that it's very huge function for the exclusive breastfeeding, that is one of the global strategies to improve the growth, development, health, and survival of infant. Sorry, I have some problem with, okay. And the coverage in Indonesia in 2017, the breastfeeding coverage just 61.33%. And then the coverage of exclusive breastfeeding in my areas, especially in Central Java, only 55.40%. And this place for our research, just 22.8%. That's why this is the below the national average in Indonesia. I think it's actually not just the too many factors contribute why the woman don't want to give breast milk. And then as we know that breast milk is the produce as a result of cooperation between mechanical stimulation and hormonal and nervous that I said before. One of the contribute to produce the breast milk is food. The best food for, because breastfeeding, breast milk is the best food for babies. So we always try how to produce the breast milk enough to the baby. And another one, why I choose the moringa leaf, but in Indonesian culture, moringa leaf like this, the picture, the small one, yeah, the leaf is very small. In the past, the use of moringa leaf as a vegetable, but it's still little, and is mostly used for bathing corpse, setting talisman, and as animal feed. But at the moment, maybe around 3-4 years, it's very famous in Indonesia because the content, the ingredient of moringa is very good for the babies. And then from some research said that moringa leaf contain non-enzymatic antioxidant such as vitamin A, beta-carotene, vitamin C, and vitamin A, which can reduce DNA, gamete-17, and phytosterol compound, which are lactogacum. Lactogacum, which can increase breast milk production. Because of the lactogacum, that's why the moringa leaf can increase breast milk production. Another research said that every 100 grams of moringa leaves contains 75 calories, 16 grams of protein, 30 grams of carbohydrate, 353 milligrams of calcium. In addition, moringa leaf contain iron, which prevent anemia. And then the total nutrition content in 200 milligrams of moringa leaf is equivalent to 4 eggs and 2 grams of milk. This is from the Fitria 2017. And then another one, why moringa leaf is very good for the mom to have increase breast milk production, because the moringa powder contains vitamin A. That's 10 times more than carrot. Beta-carotene 4 times more than carrot as well. Vitamin B1 4 times more than pork. Vitamin B2 50 times more than sardines. Vitamin B3 50 times more than peanuts. Vitamin E 4 times more than corn oil. Protein 2 times more than milk, and then protein 9 times more compared to yogurt. Amino acid 6 times more than garlic. Iron 20 times more than spinach. Potassium 15 times more than bananas. Calcium 70 times more than milk. Zinc 6 times more than almond. Fiber or dietary fiber 5 times more than vegetables. In general, gamma aminobutyric acid 100 times more than brown rice, and polyphenols 2 times more than red wine. And then the large number of nutritional content in moringa leaf, one of which seems pistosterol compound or lactogogum effect in increasing level of prolactin and iron hormone. This is from Septadina 2018. Okay, this is my background, and then my objective for this research to analyze the effect of moringa leaf on the quality of breast milk production in postpartum mothers. And then we have the special one for the objective. I want to identify characteristic of respondent, and then describe the effect of moringa leaf on the amount of breast milk production. And then for the quality, the effect of moringa leaf on the quality of breast milk production, I looked at the protein and glucose in breast milk. My study used a quasi-experimental design, and then in this design, the experimental and control group were measured after treatment. Yes, so we just have post-test design only by measuring the quality of breast milk through measurement of milk production, protein, and glucose. And then we have two groups. On this one, we have the intervention group. The intervention group, that's the postpartum woman give moringa leaf extract. I give during 40 days after deliver the babies until day 14. And then for the control group, we have the woman doing early initiation of breastfeeding after the baby is born, and then consuming standard food from the postpartum mother's menu, and breastfeeding the baby according to the baby needs on the demands. My sample from this research, my population is postpartum mother 0 for 14 days at 3 midwifery practice, because in Indonesia it's very famous for midwifery practice. Some women, they have the normal delivery, they have the normal pregnancy, and they have the normal postpartum, always come to midwifery practice. They don't want to come to the hospital. So I use 3 places midwifery practice, namely Dewi Ahmad Jatipuro, Dwi Ristini Karangpandan, and SS Ningsih. I have 60 sample that I divided into 2 groups. For intervention or experiment group, we have 30 participants, and for the control group, I have 30 participants. For the intervention group, I give extract moringa leaf capsule twice a day in the morning and evening, start from the first day after delivery until 40 days. And then for the control group that I said before, using daily food for postpartum woman, and another day we give a conventional treatment for postpartum mother, include health education, breast care, newborn care, and I give some vitamin. I have the instrument. This one, the example, yeah, the extract from the moringa leaf. Actually, the moringa leaf not only used to extract, but we can eat directly. We can use to vegetable. Yeah, this is very famous. I mean, the instrument I have 3 sheets. The first is the use characteristic, observation, and questionnaire to determine the quality of breast milk, and the indicator. My indicator for breast milk production is the baby weight gain, and I look at the quality of breast milk. I look at the protein and glucose. This one, the places, I mean the places in the 3 places I already said before. This one, yeah, I have some data analysis, I think, yeah, I think like I use some, yeah, to univariate analysis to describe the characteristic, and then we have the bivariate analysis. This one, the result that from the 60 population, I divided into two groups, we have, I look at for the characteristic. I mean, from this characteristic, there is no difference, yeah, because from the control group, the mean of X, my respondent average 28 years, and in experiment groups also 27.97, and then in the statistical test, this one, the p-value 0.980, which means there is no difference between the two groups. Also in the educational background, half of the control group was high school. I think this one the same as in the intervention group, and the p-value 0.912, which means there is no difference as well in the two groups. Okay, for the next result, this one, the effect of moringa leaf on the quality of breast milk production. I look at in the baby weight, yeah, in postpartum mother. This is from the control group. Based on table 2, the body weight in the control group before the study was 3,160. And then after 3,288.6. And then from this result, so that there was a significant effect before and after the study. This one from the control group. And also, I think this one almost similar to the experiment group. Based on table 3, we can see that the baby weight in the intervention group before the study was 3,223.3, and after the study was 3,575. And this one, the statistical test result obtained p-value 0.0, which means there is a significant effect of body weight before and after the study. This one, the bivariate analysis, we can see from the baby weights and then from protein and lactose, what happened for the baby weights. If we compare from the control and experiment with the number of population 60, we can see that the average difference in infant, yeah, infant group weight in control was 126.6 gram, while in the experiment was 351.6 gram. The statistically test result obtained that p-value is 0.01, indicating that there is a significant effect of moringa leaf extract in increasing infant weight. So from this one, we can see that by increasing of infant weight mean, because we have exclusive breastfeeding, babies just feeding the breast milk. So there is significant effect, and I can see that the production of breastfeeding is increased. And the number of protein content in the control group 2.45 in 100 milliliter, while in the experiment group 2.60 in 100 milliliter. However, a p-value 0.254 means that there is no significant effect of moringa leaf extract on protein level. If we can see from this quality of protein, so moringa leaf don't have any effect from increasing of protein level in breast milk mother. But for lactose level in the control group 8.08, while in the experiment 9.49, with p-value is 0.011, means that there is a significant effect moringa leaf extract on the glucose level. I can say that, yeah, from my research, that usually the physiology of normal newborn is 2,500 to 4,000 grams, which start that baby will get enough breast milk with regain their weight at 8, 10 to 14 days. This weight gain is because the amount of milk production is more than at the beginning of birth. And then babies can breastfeed in the larger quantities as an indicator of sufficient milk production, so that their weight return at the birth or more. Yeah, from this research that we can say that there is the increase, the improve of the baby weight is very good when the mom using the moringa leaf. And then another one, we can see that moringa plant actually in Indonesia is a local food ingredient that has potential to be developed. Now some people have many research about moringa leaf. It contains phytosterol compound that to increase and facilitate breast milk production or content of lactogogum effect. Moringa leaf also increases level of breastfeeding hormone and iron. It has a positive impact on baby's health because breast milk is the most important and best natural for baby food. From the result from the analysis of the ethanol extract of moringa leaf show that the presence of various alkaloid, flavonoid, steroid, terpenoid, tannin, saponin, carbohydrate, glycoside, and reduced sugar, flavonoid are found in the highest amount. And then the content of carbohydrate, reduced sugar, and alkaloid were detected in moderate amount. On the other hand, the content of tannin, saponin, glycosis, and terpenoid is small amount. This one from Christina and Said, 2014. But the content of saponin alkaloid in moringa leaf has a function that directly act on smooth muscle. When smooth muscle contract, there will be an ejection of milk and increase in the number and diameter of the alveoli on average is proportional on the increase in milk production. Another one that we can see that the presence of steroid content in moringa leaf is thought to have something to do with the effect of increasing breast milk level for mother that who consume this plant. But if we can see from the protein in breast milk is raw material for the growth and development of infant. And then breast milk protein is very suitable because the protein element in this area almost completely absorbed by the baby digestive system. The protein is breast milk is group whey protein, or protein that is smoother in shape. And then the whey group is a protein that is very smooth, soft, and easily digested. But the result for lactose increase the absorption of calcium, phosphorus, and magnesium, which are very important for bone growth, especially in infancy for the process of tooth growth and bone development. The result of observation of infants who were exclusive breastfeed so that the average tooth growth was in infant age 5 or 6 months, and their gross motor movement were faster. And then we can see as well from Zakaria that the effect moringa leaf extract on the quantity and quality of breast milk using Perley method. The quality was assessed through measurement of iron, vitamin A, and vitamin C, and vitamin E. The result that there is increasing in breast milk volume, but has no effect on the quality of breast milk, iron, vitamin C, and vitamin A. I think almost similar with my research that I can conclude that moringa leaf can improve breast milk production for postpartum mother, and then lactose or breast milk in the intervention group were higher than the control group, but there is no effect extra moringa on breast milk protein level. This one, my research that the midwife in Indonesia. Yeah, actually we have some picture, but I just put just few. This one, my research that after deliver the baby, after 24 hours, mom will go home, and then we have go to the house, and then we look at for the 14 days. So we look at the 14 days, we look at the breast milk, and then we bring the breast milk to the laboratorium. We see the protein and glucose, and we compare between control and experiment. I think it's all about the moringa leaf. I think for moringa leaf in Indonesia at the moment is very famous. Yeah, because 3 or 4 years ago, no one eat, and now some people start to find to eat the vegetables from the moringa leaf. This one, my references. I think that's it for my presentation. Thank you very much. And yeah, just say thank you for Monaf Rahma International Institution that give me opportunity to speak today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. Your study was indeed wonderful. It was a wonderful research done on moringa leaves. And as we all know, nowadays moringa is very much researched upon. It is a herb, or it is a plant on which so many of the researches are based upon. And your research will definitely contribute to the saying, or to the fact that exclusive breastfeeding is very important up to 6 months for the infants. So if postpartum mothers are treated with this moringa leaves substrate or the product, then definitely their breastfeed would be increased, and the content and the composition also of the breastfeed will also be increased, which is going to give a beneficial effect on the breastfeeding role of the mothers. So thanks a lot for the presentation, ma'am.
Thank you very
Is there
much.
any questions from the participants?
I think no one asked about that. If everyone want to ask, maybe you can write to the committee, and then committee can send me the email.
Yes, ma'am. We will definitely connect with you on email if in case there are some questions for you.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now, with this, we move towards the end of session 1. And we now begin with session 2 of this conference of day 1. I would like to invite Dr. Divya Sanghi, HOD Nutrition and Dietetics, to welcome the keynote speaker for this session. Divya ma'am?
Yes, I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Shubhra. I'm taking this opportunity to introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Gangadharan Reddy, an environmental sustainability expert, and is the CEO and co-founder of Blue Drop Environment Private Limited. He is a mechanical engineer by education, but very passionate about environment and believing in the best practice for eco-friendly human existence. He chose to get into wastewater treatment, bringing innovation and sustainability into the game to give water a second life. He is fully focused on delivering sustainable and economical wastewater treatment solutions that are effective and environment friendly. He is also active in community building through education, training on water-related subjects, and providing solutions to rejuvenate polluted lakes. A very warm welcome, sir. Looking forward for your presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for the introduction. It's about 1:25 now, and I hope our participants are comfortable. What is the lunch program for people now? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, please.
You're on mute, I think. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So thank you for inviting me over for this session. And I would like to bring a short note about the most important aspect of our lives. When we live in an environment where we are seeing a newer and newer challenges, the fundamentals are where we are losing out on core areas, which is water. All of us have been dealing with challenges related to COVID in the recent past. But now there are bigger challenges that are ahead, which have been plaguing us for a long time. When we talk about climate change and food chain and challenges with lot many diseases, there are airborne, waterborne, and otherwise. Source of most of these things have been pollution. And the pollution spreads very fast through various mediums, and water and wastewater has been one of the such mediums. There are many stories around this. Some of us would have read about it, heard about it. Some of us would have been facing the challenges in the first hand. So let's cover today a little brief of the water and wastewater facts, and then dwell into further subjects. All of us talk about environment. When I ask questions about environment, people do act differently from their understanding. So what is the importance of environment? It plays a very critical role in our healthy living. As the definition says, the existence of life on planet Earth depends on the entire environment that is around us. Earth is a home for different living species, and all are dependent on the environment for food, air, water, and other needs. So it's very, very important for us to stay aware of what is this environment, what are we doing to the environment, and how do we contribute from our side to protect and save the environment. Well, when we look at the environment, probably if you would have thought about an environment 200 years ago in India, I'm sure the social living conditions are different. The environment would have been all different. While we have made a lot of progress in our lives, in making our lives comfortable, we would have created a lot more activity around us to accomplish it. And obviously this human activity has significant impacts on the environment. Some are positive, some are negative, mostly the negative. As I described here, there are environmental disasters which include acid rains, acidification of oceans, change in the climate, deforestation, depletion of ozone layer, whatnot. All these are basically the impact of the human activities on the environment. Much of it is attributed to the modern civilization and industrialization that we have taken up around us for healthy living. The natural ecosystem, it contains the biological environment around us. It includes the forests, the lakes, the mountains, the rivers, the oceans, etc. There is a natural ecosystem. And then there is an artificial ecosystem that we have seen around us, which includes the crop fields, gardens, parks, zoo. These are all the artificial ecosystem that we have created around us. It is evident that water influences the society and society influences water. If you have seen the civilization, most of the civilizations have settled around the river delta areas where the agriculture was convenient and the water availability was ample, where people could survive, excel in their lives. Likewise, as we start to take, living around these lakes and water bodies and rivers, we start to influence the water. Many of us probably know this fact that there are so much of water available, and the water is not new. It has remained the same since ages. It just changes forms and shapes and then comes back into a usable source or non-usable sources. Some of the facts that we see, what is very important and how important it is extremely important. We need water for everything that we do. Lots of water is available in many places, but not every place has enough water. We get water from various sources like rivers and rains and water bodies and tube wells, what else? And when I ask my kids, where is this water coming from? I live in Hyderabad. My kids say the water is coming from the taps. So I ask them, where is this tap bringing the water? Then they think, okay, it is being pumped from somewhere. So the modern generation, the newer generation living in urban areas are losing contact with the entire water life cycle where the water comes from. So is the respect for the water has gone down in the past 2 decades because we don't realize what we are heading towards. And people, those who realize, do put a lot of efforts to conserve water. The biggest crisis in the history, what we are aware, at least in my life, I never have seen a crisis like COVID. There are other crises, but COVID was the largest crisis I have seen. But the water crisis is lot more bigger than this. And these images are not strange to us, not unknown to us. People have been, who are less privileged, less fortunate to get their water in their backyards, have been traveling long distances to carry water. And there have been struggles around the country, various parts of the country, to get basic needs met for water. It is, they say very large number, 600 million Indians face high extreme stress for water. And it's not that the water is not there. The water is there. But largely this water has been polluted. Because the water is polluted, now you cannot say that you have access to water. So people talk about access to clean water. The clean water is getting increasingly difficult. Where I live, Telangana state, we have had cases in districts where they find it very challenging to get clean drinking water. And a lot of places, when we dig the bore wells down, 600 feet, 800 feet, 1,000 feet, now you start to see the water has elements that we don't want to know about. It has heavy metals. And when you drink water with heavy metals, it starts to affect your kidneys. And it causes long-term diseases. I'll show you some of the images of the kids that are born with waterborne issues, mainly because of the pollutants and the heavy metals that are there in the water. So all these things, I'm just trying to paint a picture that, water is very important, more than what we have thought. As W.H. Auden says, thousands have lived without love, but none without water. Where is the resources? There are oceans around us, but salinity affects them. So we can't have access to that water. If you want to treat with desalination, it's very expensive. And there is water coming from fresh waters in Himalayan region, which is one of the largest sources of water for our country. And of course, the rain and the groundwater. So as the fact says, the Himalayas contain the largest store of fresh water outside the polar ice caps. Where does the water go? I do not know how many of us are aware that the largest portion of the water goes to irrigation, agriculture. Only 18% of it, the rest remains accessible to the domestic and industrial segments. So the effects of water, if you see the GDP can drop by 6% just because of water security, you can imagine the impact of water, which means that this water is directly contributing to our lives for survival, but also contributing to our businesses and things like that. A lot of industries are set where if there is no water, the industry cannot function. So not having adequate water for either agriculture or industrial can cause a significant effects on what we see as the progress in our lives. 97% of the water is the ocean borne. In a 100-year period, if you know these facts, the water molecule spends 98 years in the ocean, 20 months as ice, and 2 weeks in lakes and rivers, less than a week in the atmosphere. Some of these things really, make us think, what kind of a travel of water takes and what level of respect we have to give to the water. When you talk about the health challenges and the pollution, it says 200 children are killed every hour for unsafe water. 80% of the illnesses are developing because of the water-borne diseases. So these are really important things that have to drive us to action from individual sides. That when the water is so integratedly important for our lives, what is that we are doing as citizens or as office bearers or policy makers? So there are significant losses in the form of leaks through pipelines and all that. We lose a significant amount of water. In some of the countries, it says less than half the population has access to clean water. Groundwater is increasingly being pumped from the lower and lower levels. In Hyderabad, we have seen going almost 2,000 feet below, and Bangalore is the same situation, that people are going around 1200 to 2200 feet below to get the water. And a lot of us run RO systems, and the ton of reject water that is going out in the environment unused, rejected. So a lot of these things are contributing to the water pollution and also scarcity of water. This generation, if you see these images, these are kids that are born because the pregnant women have consumed water, during their pregnancy, which has fluoride content, this and that. The cases are many in many different states. It's just not Andhra, Telangana, but there are other states. So as individuals or communities, what do we do? As institutions, what do? We start respecting the water. We can do a lot. The first thing that we use is reduce the consumption of the water. Then we reuse the water, recycle the water, and then recharge. These things can contribute significantly to counter the ill effects what we have today plaguing us. So I do not know how many of us have paid attention. The flushing is the largest consumer of the water in a household situation, and running taps do take about 21%. A lot of people are aware now that we can set up aerators in our taps that they do not disturb the consumption, but they reduce the consumption. And for a given surface area, they can do a better job. Instead of consuming 10 liters, you may consume 1 liter if you are able to set up aerators in your homes for the taps. There are many things that we can do as individuals, which can help reduce this crisis. Rainwater harvesting is one of the things that the governments need not take up. Government should take up for sure at large level, but as communities, as institutions, as individuals, we can do a lot with rainwater harvesting. Some of us have been implementing rainwater harvesting systems in our homes and in our colonies. I have at least a couple of friends who have implemented in such a way that they do not take a drop of water from the municipal treatment systems. They take entire rainwater for their usage. So the harvesting rainwater is very, very important, where we actually reduce the flooding. It can reduce the soil erosion. It of course will reduce the water bill if you want to understand it in a financial sense, and it reduces the drought. And today the drainage systems are overburdened with the rainwater that is running into drainage systems. Unfortunately, in India, we have not set up in such a way that rainwater goes into storm drain and the rest of the wastewater goes into wastewater drains. Most often they get mixed up, and all these waters go into water bodies or treatment systems. So when you practice rainwater harvesting, we increase the groundwater levels, we see the increasing vegetation, and the self-reliance grows, and we bring sustainability into reality. So we all can play a part by being smart in what we do. All these things are not new to us, but when opportunities like this come together, where we can engage with each other, we recollect, recon, and recommit to do certain things that can help conserve water. I do not know how many of us have heard this. The Cape Town was supposed to run out of water in long ago. There were WhatsApp videos were published. They were circulated that they are running out of water. People are moving out, but they did reverse the situation. They came together. They made policies that they would conserve water. They would recharge water. Fortunately, some rains have come. Because of the rains and the level of conservation that they've started practicing, they came out of the situation, dire situation, where they would have emptied the city, vacated the city. Now they are back in action, doing a good job on the water conservation. And in India, they are saying that in about 5 years' time, at least 8 cities they listed that they would go out of water. So it is on us to practice certain things, implement certain things. I will share one of the most important aspects related to water, that is about wastewater treatment. So a continuation of what we have seen as how important the water is and what are the effects of water pollution and what we can do. And about the rainwater, we move into the next major segment is about the wastewater. Most of us consume water, and I do not know if you know the fact that a national average is about 135 liters per person. That is the amount of fresh water that we consume. And when we consume this way, water at 135 liters per person, where does this water go? We take bath, we wash clothes, we wash dishes. We use water for very many purposes, including cooking and other things at homes and institutions. So where does this water go? What happens to this water? The water that we take, fresh water, becomes wastewater after it gets in contact with whatever purposes we are using. And then when I ask this question to a lot of people, where does this wastewater go? Some people are aware where it goes, and many do not pay attention. They would not have thought about where this wastewater is going. Obviously, from an institution or a home or an industry or any facility, when you use the water in your bathrooms and kitchens and other places or production floors, the water obviously goes into some drains, some drainage lines, and that goes into very commonly known scenarios here, that it goes into some nala, and that nala drives this water into some collection areas. There can be water bodies, and these water bodies, when they receive water every day, it overflows and goes into the next water body, a larger water body, or it goes into a lake. And when the lake overflows, it goes into river, and then finally ends up in oceans. This is a cycle that if we did not store the water, if we did not treat the water, the natural cycle of the water is to flow from one place to another place, polluting it as it goes, causing all kinds of odors and obscene areas, ending up in a water pollution everywhere else. So the source of water from housing colonies and neighborhood contains various kinds of wastes, organic waste, hydrocarbon, fats, oils, fecal matter, food and meat waste, and whatnot. Every time we flush and we clean our bathrooms, we use Harpix, we use R1, R2 chemicals. In washing machines and washing clothes, we use detergents, and for washing dishes, we use different kinds of soaps and detergents, other things that we do wash dishes. All of these contain chemicals in them. Some chemicals are not so harmful, but some chemicals are certainly harmful. We have reduced the use of phenyl across the nation, but when we use Harpix and other chemicals, how safe are they for the environment? When we throw the food waste into the water, what kind of a pollution are we causing? What should have been a solid waste, now we are putting into the water. What are the ill effects of this? These are the sources. And if you talk about industries, there are 14,000 million liters that they're talking. It's a huge volume of wastewater generated out of industries. And it said, only 60% is treated. But I doubt, based on my personal experience, it's not 60% that is treated. 60% are set up with treatment facilities. And when they don't run these facilities and these facilities do not function effectively, this percentage is much lower. So the wastewater now gets merely merged with any of the water bodies, causing severe water pollution. It's not an uncommon scenario that we dump a lot of different things in the name of various celebrations into the water. Yes, we revere gods and we respect and we pray to the gods, but when we cause certain acts of pollution, it has severe impacts on the environment. This is a lake in Bellandur. This is purely wastewater accumulation in a lake, causing these kind of obscene scenarios. And scarily, there is a fire that we have witnessed in this Bellandur lake in Bangalore. And yeah. So what do? The government has set up the environmental laws saying that the water has to be treated before you let it into the downstream areas. So there are COD levels, BOD levels, there are odor and suspended solids, toxins, ammonical nitrates, all of them to be treated before the water goes out of any campus, any industry, or any residential segment or a colony. Accordingly, people have been setting up sewage treatment plants and effluent treatment plants. What is happening with them is a different story. We'll cover that shortly. So the wastewater that we generate is our responsibility. It's a moral responsibility and it's a legal liability to treat the wastewater to certain levels where it's no more harmful to the environment. That's what the environmental law says. So now National Green Tribunal and other pollution control boards have been aggressively pursuing people who are polluting these waters, not treating them. So work is in progress across the nation. The National Green Tribunal has been set up by the Supreme Court as the highest body where they are giving summons to various incumbent officers to act and allocate funds to treat the wastewater. So now people have been at it. So people have been trying to treat the wastewater since 3 decades almost. We have not heard of large volumes of treatment 20 years ago, but in the last decade, the speed has picked up. Many organizations and governments and institutions have been setting up treatment plants. A lot of chemical treatment plants are in application where the industries have severe pollutants where they have to offset with the chemical treatment only. And there are electromechanical treatments like SBR, MBBR. These are different technologies that you may be familiar, may not be familiar. These are widely used options for domestic or sewage treatment. Also, they address some of the pollutants coming from the industries where there are lightly polluted chemicals. And there are biological treatment systems, there are electrocoagulation systems. These are different systems that have been being set up to treat the wastewaters. This is how they look. Some of these images are taken by me personally at various places. The wastewater is collected into some treatment plant where they are stored in holding tanks or collection tanks, where the water is fed with tons of air. Through air, the oxygen transfer happens into the water, whereby reducing the demand that is created biologically or chemically. In this process, the lot of waste that is accumulated in the water gets settled down through coagulation, which means that they are giving air on one side to increase oxygen levels in the water. Another side, you are putting coagulants where the heavier particles in the water, they settle down and the supernatant liquid is taken out, and that is clarified, went through clarifiers, and then it is passed through carbon sand filters and disinfected for further usage. This is a general treatment process. It's called primary treatment, secondary treatment, and tertiary treatment. But when you see these images of these places, you can see the amount of wastewater that is coming there every time the wind blows over these facilities. You know where the system is set up. You don't need a GPS for this. Your nose can take you straight to the sewage treatment or effluent treatment plant. And when the water is exposed to the ambient air, there are other challenges that we face, because these days we are talking about airborne diseases. So we got to be careful with facilities that are set up with such kind of treatments. And as you can see, these are set up within steel and concrete facilities with a lot of equipment around it to treat the wastewater. These are conventional systems. They have been addressing the problem, but sorry to say, they have not been addressing them in a holistic way. If you try to solve one problem and it creates a secondary problem, you must think twice about it. Are we heading in the right direction? Of course, there may be challenges with not having enough options, but there are options. Today, we are going to talk about sustainable solution that we practice at our Blue Drop Enviro, which would like to give you some understanding of what nature can do and how we can fall in line with nature's interventions. These systems that we have seen, they have been addressing the problem, but when I say they're not addressing in a holistic way, let's look at what are the challenges that are associated with it and what has to be done. The real concerns are here that when you set up any treatment system, you have to look at the total cost of ownership. Meaning, popularly ask people, when you build a home with 1 crore rupees, we ask, if you have to maintain this home for 20 years, what does it cost? People think about what does it cost? It doesn't cost much. Yes, it doesn't cost much. Probably you'll be doing a couple of rounds of paint, some broken tiles, some plumbing lines, repair some electrical lines, that's all blah, blah. But for 1 crore rupees of a home, you would spend maybe about 10, 15 lakhs or 20 lakhs at the most in 20 years time to maintain it. But when it comes to sewage treatment plants and effluent treatment plants, if you spend 1 crore rupee on the system to set it up, you would not spend anything less than 4 to 5 crore rupees in 20 years time to maintain it. So the capital cost is X, your operational maintenance cost is 4 to 5X. If it is industrial effluents, it's a lot more expensive. So one must be aware of the financial requirements of setting up a treatment system. And what is effective life of your treatment system? That's another major question. You build a building for generations to live there. If you're building a big office complex or a university, how long do these buildings last? 50 years, 60 years, 100 years? But when you set up a treatment system, wouldn't the treatment system be designed to last along with the life of these other setups? Often we find it that these treatment systems do survive only 10 years, 15 years. Many systems do not even see 20 years. Even in these 10, 15 years, you have to revive them, do an overhaul a lot of times. So the financial concerns are the major concerns why systems are set up, and why even today we see so much pollution, because many of the people are not able to afford the treatment costs. So they set them up for pollution control board reasons, and then they bypass the water into the water bodies or nalas. This has been the case in many places. Operation maintenance, is your system prone to repairs and maintenance? Yes. then how much budget do you have? And do you have skilled people all the time to take care of it? And if can you afford the breakdown of a system? You must be aware that, if you don't have drinking water, you can go buy a couple of bottles of water. But if the sewage doesn't flow out of the home or an institution, you are in a real fix. And now you have to look at appropriate technologies or the system being institutionally appropriate. You want to set up a green campus, you have all gardens all around, and suddenly you put a system which is making a lot of noise with a lot of motors and pumps and throwing all kinds of orders. Is it appropriate? So some of these factors must be taken into consideration setting up treatment systems. And environment, being in India, developing country, still after decades of independence, we try to be very watchful of the budgets first. What is the cheapest cost? What is the lowest cost? We look at that as a primary parameter. But when we go for the lowest cost, many a times we may not look at the environmental impact these systems have. So we have to look at, is it environment friendly technology? What is the carbon footprint? Can the system meet the newer norms when the government changes? And how safe is this treated water finally when it's let into downstreams? In Ganga region, we have seen some of the times in newspapers that when you release the water, treated water into the Ganga region, they found fish dead. If the fish is dead, which means that the entire microflora would have been affected. Why is it so? When the treatment is not effective, a lot of people deploy alternative mechanisms of dosing tons of chlorine into the water and they don't dechlorinate it. And when the chlorine goes into the water streams as it is with the high quantities, naturally the microflora gets affected. So in the water that we drink, in the water that flows in the rivers, there is microflora that is very natural to the water, that is positive bacteria that actually helps us also. But when you apply chemicals and untreated waters, those microflora does get damaged. When you talk about carbon footprint, even today, out of the 100 units that we burn in our households, 70% of that energy still comes from fossil fuels, which means that we are burning coal somewhere to get electricity. When we do that, we talk about what is a global warming. The global warming is significantly affected by the fossil fuels that we are burning for getting electricity. So when we are setting up systems that are energy intensive, we are indirectly or directly contributing to the global warming. So we must be very careful about choosing systems that are not energy intensive. When we talk about sustainability in our livelihoods, we talk about sustainability all the time in our lives. Can we sustain?
Sorry for the interruption, sir.
Sure.
But can we wind up the session, please?
Sure. So we look at sustainability as a very important factor, that economical viability, social acceptability. These things are very, very important for us. So we use green technologies for the wastewater treatment, which means that it is actually they are friendly based on production process supply chain. So there are solutions that are nature inspired. You can see these systems that are naturally built. These are aquatic plants that do survive in wastewaters. They have bacteria at their root base. And these bacteria actually, decomposes the waste and converts that into food for the plants. So when such natural systems are deployed, you can treat the wastewaters in a lesser expensive way, very economical way. And these are environment friendly systems. They don't take much energy, so they're carbon, environment friendly. You don't need very skilled people. They don't need high complex environments. They're very friendly overall based on their process and all that. So when we look at these systems, I'll just wrap up in a couple of minutes. The Central Pollution Control Board has recommended our various incumbent officers to look at environment-friendly technologies to treat the wastewaters. So when we talk about the systems, I just want to give you some images. This is how the systems look. You see them like parks. They treat the wastewater, but in a environment-friendly way. So this is a system in Jodhpur that was in Hyderabad earlier. This is in Hyderabad. Another, we may think that we may need machines to treat the pollutants. We don't need machines all the time. In some cases, yes, but many other cases you can treat it naturally. This is the inlet water, this is outlet water. So this is another case where the Nala is polluting area. We taken the water, treated through natural system, and this entire water is being reused in the steel industry. So lot more to speak about various applications of this. This is another mega system, 24 lakh liters, again done in a natural way. You can design the systems in very, very aesthetically pleasing manners. So the lake remediation is one of the things that we can take all of us to heart, that most of the water bodies today are polluted. And there are systems that we can set up to regenerate these water bodies in a natural way through advanced techniques that can be applied through phytoremediation. So the modern times, we have to be careful about the bacterial resistance, bacteria that's growing in the wastewaters. So there's another concerns growing. People have to be careful about wastewaters, going closer to the wastewaters and things like that. So generally, in a nutshell, while the water is so important for all of us, while we deploy technologies, while we look at wastewater treatment, if we are cognizant of going with sustainable technologies that can help us in a big way. Most importantly, when we look at the food chain in Hyderabad, we have done random investigations on the food in various supermarkets and also the street vendors who are selling vegetables. Musi is a very renowned and known river in Hyderabad, but most of the sewage is going into this river. And when people grow crops around these rivers, we found heavy metals in the food, all kinds of pollutants like lead and other things in the food chain. So it's very important for all of us to take stock of certain things and act in our own capacity to protect ourselves from the effects of pollution. And whoever is involved with the policy making, if they're present here, do pay attention to this and promote natural sustainable technologies which we can afford. And because we can afford them, we can run them for a longer time to save ourselves from pollution. So thank you very much for listening to me. There's a lot more that can be shared because it's in a compressed time. I had to rush the presentation, and any questions, you're more than welcome to contact me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your expertise with us. Sir has beautifully explained the importance of water and decline in water availability. It was a very thought-provoking lecture to how we can decrease the waste of water, and it is also included different methods for the wastewater treatment and ultimately its sustainability. Thank you so much, sir, for sparing your valuable time and join us for the event.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Divya ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now the next eminent speaker in line for this conference is Dr. Shweta Khandelwal. Dr. Shweta Khandelwal is Head Nutrition Research at Public Health Foundation of India, Delhi, and also Program Manager for India Task Force, Lancet COVID-19 Commission. She is a trained and experienced public health nutrition researcher working in the maternal child health and nutrition space in India for the last 16 years. Shweta ma'am teaches nutrition epidemiology, especially in relation to the rising overweight, obesity, diet-related non-communicable diseases, and the risk factors among the Indian population. She is the lead for capacity building initiatives in PHFI. In addition to more than 70 peer-reviewed articles in scholarly journals, she has contributed to more than 160 media pieces, including 42 op-eds in the leading international and national print and online platforms. I take pleasure in inviting Dr. Shweta Khandelwal. She will be presenting today on sustainable healthy diets.
Thank you very much for this warm welcome and kind introduction. I know we are all running more like ahead of schedule actually in terms of time. We are going over and beyond. So I'll just get started very quickly. I know many of you may need a little bit of healthy, sustainable diets right now, but maybe it can be a working talk, working lunch while I'm doing this talking. I'm going to keep it very basic. But at the same time, I will congratulate Manav Rachna for trying to bring this on a very pertinent topic. And all the speakers before me have actually highlighted various aspects of what goes into making a healthy, sustainable diet. So whether it's water and its treatment, whether it's agriculture, whether it's different parts of the plant, and how do you manage everything on that sort. Today, we will focus from a nutritional lens, what is required for a healthy, sustainable diet, especially in public health nutrition. We all have heard the saying, Jaisa Ann Vaisa Man, and Jaisa Man Vaisa Tan. So Khana is related with all the things in the world. We always have heard that because your conference ki theme hai. But you will be not surprised actually, but there are scientific evidences now to prove very quickly that there are linkages of your mental health, of your physical health with food. And on that pretext, if poor diets are your number one killers, it makes you think twice, right? This is a 2020 report, Future Food Systems. We are all part of it, Foresight Vision report. There, they just said that more than 200 million children under 5 were actually having insufficient food. There were 3 billion people around the globe who could not afford healthy diets. The WHO defined healthy diets. There are suboptimal diets. When I say suboptimal, it means it's not meeting the criteria for healthy. They are causing an extreme pressure on healthcare systems, as you saw in COVID times also, because people who were not well fed, were malnourished, actually succumbed to COVID more than others, right? And 11 million people in 2017 alone actually died of poor diets. So it's like a number one killer right now. पहले हम सिर्फ बोलते थे कि खाने से problems होते हैं, अब तो खाना has to be the center, right, left, right, front, center, everything. The world will need to actually produce 60% more food to feed the population of 9 billion, which is predicted in 2050. But we will have to do this sustainably. And this is the reason why this conference is so important, because it's trying to get you to see or envision why different aspects leading to this diet particular paradigm is so crucial. Food systems, Dr. Inder Bhatt also told 30% of greenhouse gas emissions. Agriculture uses about 70% of the water of the world. 80% of the global deforestation is because of your converting lands for agriculture use and for feeding people. And in that background context, you also know that the numbers of undernutrition are not going anywhere. 149 million children are still stunted, 45 million wasted, 39 million overweight. These are global statistics which just came out, joint child malnutrition estimates. And this is not the COVID statistic. Let me just remind you that. However, GLOPAN, the Global Panel of Agriculture and Nutrition, also said that if these kinds of trends continue, in 2030, we will actually see 653 million more caloric deficient people. And the overweight obesity from 1.3 will rise to 3.2. It's almost like 3 times. And on that top, as if that was not enough, COVID struck. This is my consortium for Standing Together for Nutrition, where we actually did some projections, and we showed that about 258, around 260 additional children are dying per day because of malnutrition. And that's about 283 lakhs death, child deaths, and 3.6 million children are being stunted additional. This is on top of joint.
ऐसे चल रहा है, ठीक चल रहा है, अच्छे speakers थे सारे.
Excuse
They are
me?
very good. But ये part.
Okay, किसी का mic unmute हो गया होगा. Okay, so all this is, it's all right. All this is additional burden which I'm trying to say because of COVID came by. And it's important, therefore, for you to recognize and remember that there are 2 targets which are still there in front of us: the global targets 2025 and the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. And all of them focus on all of these reductions: stunting, anemia, low birth weight. But हम करेंगे कैसे जब तक healthy diets नहीं होगा, right? So sustainable healthy diets जब आप बोलते हो, they actually mean that you're trying to promote all dimensions of individual health, keeping the sustainability in mind, right? Making it affordable, accessible, equitable, all of that. And it has several aims, essentially to remove all forms of malnutrition and promote well-being. That's the crux line. And this resource, it's a very good WHO 80-90 pages report, but very nicely lays out very, very clearly as to what the guiding principles are. And like I was saying, post-COVID projections, these are papers which are published in Nature already, which show that the world is set to deteriorate in terms of affording these healthy diets, or even actually being able to consume the basic minimum which is required to sustain health. Now, that was a global picture which I gave. Very quickly, if I talk about India, we know that about 1 million children died, like that's 10 lakh children died in 2017 due to malnutrition. And of those, 70,000 were because of poor nutrition, poor quality diets that we say, which Niti Aayog is focusing under Poshan Abhiyan and trying to increase IYCF and others. So It's important, therefore, to recognize that the NFHS, the National Family Health Survey, 2015 and 16, which is already out there, and 2021 wala jo abhi NFHS 5 hai, which has not come out fully, but at least the trends are there, and they are very, very dangerous, they are saying. Most of it is showing worsening in stunting, worsening in wasting. Our ranks are going down. Sab first आना चाहते हैं class में, हम India में first आ रहे हैं in terms of our global hunger index. So, you know, from पीछे से 94th rank it is out of 107 countries. So something which is preventable, which is doable with everybody's efforts. And don't forget that while we are talking about undernutrition, overweight, obesity, on the other hand, is also very, very rapidly increasing. Look at this. From 1975 to now, 13% overweight has increased and obesity by 4%. It's already come in double digits overweight, which was never there in India. India was always seen as a poor country, right? So these are numbers which should actually make you a little scared. Imagine our kids under 5s and 5 to 19 years. They are called kids, they are called children, and they are having pre-diabetes already. This is data from CNNS, the Comprehensive National Nutrition Survey, which clearly shows you that about 10% of our kids in India across the states, I've put state values also, but across the states, the average is har 100 mein 10 bache are pre-diabetic now. And why is it happening? It was not there before. Why is it happening? A large part of it is because of not paying attention to high quality diets. ICMR put this out very, very clearly now that the plate has to have half of your plate, 50% has to be fresh fruits and vegetables, not tubers alone, but green leafy, fresh fruits kind of things, right? There has to be a focus on whole grains, focus on high quality proteins and beverages as well, right? But our diets are changing. As you know, we all said, Jaisa tan vaisa man bola na bhi, but hum yahan baby bowl, malai tikka roll by, different companies. And there are other companies which tell you order, deliver and eat. They are showing instant gratification. You press a button and the food will come to you. So these kind of aspirational lifestyles, right from lower economic to higher economic, these kind of choices have become so indispensable right in front of our eyes. So we think we cannot do without these. And this trend from aap bologe acha theek hai aapne to ye this is not national data, but look at national data now from NSSO, that is National Sample Survey, which clearly shows this sky blue line. That look at that rise from 93 to 2012. That is the only rise which is happening. Vegetables, fruits, flat. Sugar and honey is also okay, but look at that processed foods which is happening. Like really, really abysmally high it is going. And that coupled with decrease in whole grains. मैं आपको बोल रही थी NIN का table has to become whole grains focus, fresh fruits focus, but all those things are decreasing when we talk of agriculture. So now this is the nutrition agriculture linkage I'm talking about. So diets cannot happen if you are not talking to agriculture people. And for agriculture, only to increase yields or make it biofortified or make it this is not enough. It's important to have a conversation with them about everyday meals, everyday diets, having good quality nutrition. And in that respect, also one more point, which is physical activity. We know NCD risk survey, all of them are saying that India, for example, is continuing to become very, very sedentary. We were very active as a country before, and now physical activity is decreasing. Look at that. 70% of our school kids are insufficiently active. They're not even completing WHO requirement of 150 minutes a week. So, and on top of that, the one which I was showing, home deliveries and everything. Now, what is the trend? Pehle, you're extracting the grain, you are polishing it and refining it, making it absolutely useless, and then you're fortifying it. Then you are trying to say that I'm adding. So, pehle gehu ka maida bana diya, and maida ke upar hum iron and vitamin A dal rahe. Matlab, like, what is the... It's just taking into account, I'm not anti-industry, but the point is that we have to have a straight conversation with industry partners, with people who are in this sector, who are doing this. They're so essential for our living and, eating. We cannot grow food. Everybody cannot grow food. So we have to depend on the industry. And the industry must take this into account, that by doing these kind of tricks or things or aggressively marketing this, it's not going to be in the benefit of public health nutrition. Somewhere India, and they themselves will fall prey to it. They also have kids at home, right? So it's important that all of us together make this battle for public nutrition and against poor nutrition, and not against industry or against me or against you. So it's about bad foods that we are trying to avoid. And why are we not eating healthy? I spoke about that a little bit, but look at this data, which clearly shows you, will it track 18% of us were not being able to meet, or were only able to meet a WHO recommendation of fruits and vegetables. And only 2% for vegetables, only 2 servings we were having instead of 5 servings. So like data is there. People say data nahi hai, data bahut hai, but it's just about using the correct data many times. Dr. Prabhakaran also touched upon food wastage in the morning. And it's important to note that food wastage in fruits and vegetables is about 50%. He spoke about 30% overall, but it's 50% in fruits and vegetables. And this is just 2021 data from Food Waste Index report from the UN, which showed that 61% of it came from households. So don't put it on industry all the time. Take responsibility. You and I are also responsible. 61% of the food waste of the 931 million tons of food in 1 year only was wasted. And of that, we were also culprits somewhere. So role of urbanization, of course, I need to not tell this audience that we are moving to cities. We are trying to be, sort of modern in our outlooks. People are leaving agriculture and farming, and they are trying to switch to desk jobs. But what happens if we are, this demand for quick and fixes and processed foods keeps increasing and the real fruits and vegetables goes down? This urbanization should not cost you. It should not cost the food systems as well. And we spoke about this in the morning in the inauguration, address about food systems, that it is everything from farm to plate. But look at the plate to farm circle also. Don't go in one direction. Remember that from plate to go back to the farm, how is it being produced? So agar aap apne plate pe samosa rakhoge to samose ke bare mein hi sochenge na fir. It's not fruits and vegetables. So you have to be able to think both ways. So growing population is a challenge. Demand for animal source food is a challenge, because like Dr. Prabhakaran said, if without any other connotations, if you are only thinking about turning vegetarian for a day, you will be able to save so much of carbon emissions. Declining and aging agriculture force, food wastage, climate change, all these are very important topics which nutrition community should lead. Whether it's through Manav Rachna or the other institutions who are participating today, I would like to urge all the nutrition colleges to please teach these subjects or invite experts to teach these subjects to your nutrition graduates. It's very, very important to talk about climate change, for example. And the poor, the social equity issues, the poor are the worst victims because they get, they have to migrate the first because of being affected by climate change. And impact on agriculture and nutrition securities, sabse zyada hit unko karta hai, because the prices go up and they can't afford good foods, and so they resort on cheap and dirty, sort of foods. The food system transformation has been there. We have been talking about this, and now there's a UN summit on 23rd September, trying to culminate all these efforts. But there's also planetary health that you and I have to talk about. There's also climate change and sustainability that you and I have to talk about. Why? Because this is causing us to have problems in terms of crop yields. It's decreasing the crop yields. Our Dr. Swaminathan himself said that 1 degree rise in mean temperature is going to reduce the 10% of wheat yields in our fields. So this is something, and not only that, not only yields, the quality also goes down, because hum already anemia mein number 1 hai, micronutrient deficiencies mein number 1 hai, and this is only going to exacerbate. Look at the zinc deficiency, protein deficiency, which is predicted because of this climate change. Right? So there are immense number of environmental impacts of shifting from a affluent or a Western diet to a actually healthy diet, which is comprised more of fruits and vegetables and good quality proteins. CORD means cost of recommended diet. So this is from Kalyani Raghunathan's paper from IFPRI. They actually calculated using NIN's recommended diet. If we calculate how expensive it is, and look at this, only from 2001 to 2011, 10 saal mein sirf cost has gone 4 times. 13 rupees se 52 rupees करीब हो गया. So almost 4 times it has gone up. So no wonder 3 billion people are being unable to afford. Now you and I can talk right now because we are the converted people. We are talking about how we should eat healthy and everything. But what about the people who can't afford this? How do policies and everything come for them, culminate for them? So like I said, a part of my talk was to sensitize you and to make you aware of what kind of things exist in the public health nutrition space and cross-cutting with other sectors. Now I'm going to talk about some of the solutions which are also available for us to ponder upon. It's not tomorrow that we will implement everything, but let's think and start talking about these in our circles. So first is about food, future of food. This Poshan Ma, everyone, all of us present here should try and push for sustainability, not at the sustainability cost of tomorrow, but of today. So it's important that you focus on today, but without compromising things in the future. The second is reconnecting agriculture with ecology. So like I was telling you, agriculture, nutrition, all these subjects have to be taught to our students along with ecological systems. The thing which Dr. Reddy right now Mr. Reddy was putting in front of us in terms of wastewater. Why do we have to do wastewater in nutrition? We think it is very important because water is a crucial input in the quality of your foods. So it's important how you can reshape food production systems to become better nutrition sensitive. How do you ensure policies to safeguard social equity and environment? And for this, I have 16 solutions from that WHO booklet. Very quickly, I'll not take time, but very quickly, the first was starting early. The second was about unprocessed foods, like trying to choose minimally processed foods. Third was using whole grains. Fourth, moderate amount of dairy. Fifth was about doing things of your choice, but at the same time, safe and clean water is most important. Sixth is about adequacy. Seventh is the list can go on, but the nutshell story is that reduce food waste and loss, integrate all the sectors, and think about sustainable healthy diets across sectors. And for that, what do we need to do are also listed here, and these slides have been shared with the organizers. They can give it to you. Enabling environment and making it possible for the last person in the household to be able to access healthy diets without hesitation and without any problems is what is the aspirational goal here. And the answer lies in food systems, obviously. So there are all ways by which cutting down waste, by better food safety standards, by teaching kids in school, by redirecting subsidies. Right now, the subsidies on sugarcane, for example, we can redirect it and change it to other healthier foods or work out a balance. So those kind of use technology for everything. For everything right now, we are using technology. So why not for better nutritional outcomes? So this is one of my opinion pieces which I had written for Express Healthcare, where I said I have a food fix for the attainment of Healthy Vision India for sustainable healthy diets. The first was about making food system responsible and accountable. The second was about win-win engagement of education and educating the customers at every level. Orchestrating multi-sectoral policies. Single nutrition will not help. We have to bring together lots of sectors. The D stands for documenting local evidence and life course approach. F for healthy diets and focusing on the benefits and investment returns of these things. Capacity is something very important. You and I can't do it alone. We need people to be our messengers, ambassadors, whether it's our children at home or students in school or in colleges or people at research and academia. We need capacity at every level. And last but not the least, exchange case studies and document the case studies, success and failure lessons to be able to do this properly. This paper just came out on 30th August, a couple of days back, 2 weeks back actually, where it actually laid out 7 priorities. And the first was to improve diet. The reason I'm showing you this is because my talk was on sustainable diets, and we really seriously need to start thinking about how can we improve diets. And that they said by 3 things. First is obviously nothing will work without money. You must increase the flow of money in the sector, not only nutrition, but in making the food systems more sustainable, including climate, including water. So second is about capacity, and third is about increasing this interface. You and I are talking through this medium right now. I do a lot of public lectures as well. So it's important to strengthen science and policy interfaces, not just talk to a group of scientists all the time, but actually engage with people everywhere. I think I've kept to my time, lesser than that. So I'm proud of myself. And this is my last slide where I say that you and I are partners in prioritizing this unfinished nutrition agenda. So give me your support and support me as well when I am there. And, let's just do it together, holding hands and making this Poshan Maha a success. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Wonderful session. Yes, thank you, ma'am. You really highlighted the strength in India in terms of anemia and micronutrient deficiencies, and also the sustainable steps that needs to be taken to overcome those things. Your 16 steps really paved the way. And you're really right that just clicking on one button is facilitating people to have food which is not good. So incorporating the good food habits is really required by today's generation and others to have a healthy life. Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the participants? Well, ma'am, since we're running a little late, I'll mail you the questions if in case we have.
Absolutely. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, next speaker we have, next eminent speaker we have among us is Dr. Imam Baliu. He is a health consultant and research reviewer for traditional medicine, complementary alternative medicine of the Ministry of Health of Indonesia from 2004 till present. He is a resource person on cognitive stimulation of health intelligence center of Ministry of Health 2008 till present. He is a resource person and abstract reviewer of World Confederation for Physical Therapy Congress from 2015, Singapore. He is an abstract reviewer of many reputed journals. Now we would like to hear it from Sir, and today he would be presenting on the condition of breastfeeding in the rural area and urban in Jakarta and surrounding areas. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody.
Sir, can you see your...
Yes, I thanks for your help to share my PPT. So I would the second slide. Yes, the second slide. The other slide, please. Yeah, it means here we do together with my colleagues from the Asia Pontianak Polytechnic to do this paper. So I want to see the second slide, please. Yeah, if we are talking about the breastfeeding and related to the sustainability of food, that means there are two topic or area: breastfeeding itself and also breast feeding, a part of label nutrition, safety, and economies. It is mean sustainability. So I would first to say just to review what is the breastfeeding. This slide. The other slide, yes. So we can talk the breastfeeding as a part of activity for the woman after have delivery is birth. So the first is breastfeed is important because the breastfeeding is exclusive, is more important for the other food before 6 months. Or of course, this study will see the activity of the breastfeeding around the mother, around the rural and urban area. So please continues the set. Yes. Yeah. I will to stress also the benefit of breastfeeding. for the baby is a full nutrition for Fox, mix of vitamin and everything your baby need to grow up is there. The more easily, and also for the physiology of the baby is a better, easier to digestion. And the important, breast milk contain the antibody. One of the important, if somebody give a breast for the feed the baby, so they must know how the baby need breastfeeding. Like say, you can see the licking their lips and rootings, then mouth, and also the hand on the mouth, sometimes open his mouth or her mouth, and fastness, shaking the things is just one sign of the food, they need food. So this next, please, slide. So we coming to the study where I'll take from the researchers in Indonesia that I can show that more mother saw that inclusive breastfeeding is very rare because they may be very busy with their activity economically or physical activity, especially in the rural, is a problem with their economic activity, and villages and sorry, in the urban is economic. In the villages, in the rural, usually the mother have a problem with their activity, their time to go to the forest or something activity in the plant activity and other kind of activity in the rural. So the prevalence of their rural urban is rural more giving the active breast, and there was association between activity of the resident and mother who living in urban had 1.2 times higher risk of non-exclusive breastfeeding than another, because living in the rural after being controlled by the working status, early breastfeeding, nutrition, and marital status variable. The second, the other slide, please. Okay, the other study, we compare the rural area at the small Muslim. This paper, the slide mentioned regarding the age, regarding the activity, and still same risk factor of them is different. Its mother provide inclusive breastfeeding in rural when in the rural, and also there were different with the work mother and provide exclusive breastfeeding in the rural and urban. Okay, this continue with the slide, please. Yes, there is no difference of the paritas of the mother who do not provide exclusive breastfeeding. It means that maybe some factor like how many child they care and so on. This is one aspect of the differences. There are also the age of an occupation mother who do not exclusive. That means the breastfeeding as exclusive is influenced by the activity, work, and also different paritas. Okay, the next slide, please. Yes, so we go to the sustainability food. I try to make a relation of the sustainability food and the breastfeeding. First, that sustainability food not only regarding the food, because if we eat, I think already mentioned the earlier speaker, that mean not only what we eat, but also if we eat some fish, that mean regarding with the water, regarding the economic activity and other source. So that is mean sustainability food not only about the food, but also produce, how to produce, how to distribute, how to packaging, and how to it's consumed. Sustainability eating involves selecting food that are healthy for our body and the environment. And also, this means food that provide the balance diet for the body, but also facilitate the conservation of the environment. And there are food grown of the process in the manner and meet a future generation. It means like the baby, we need the activity for the next generation is babies. And next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes. Just I saw the wheel of the nutrition. I not more detail this activity because already discussed by the previous speaker. So I just saw that breastfeeding is a put in food security nutrition, and sometimes regarding the poverty. So it means breastfeeding for this context. Okay, continue with the other slide, please. Yes, this is a system, a sustainability of food. There are economic impact, green growth, inclusive growth, and social impact, added value distribution. Just we talk about the how many youth and mom cultural traditional use the nutrition like yes, the previous speaker said the traditional nutrition is an aspect of social impact, and also the eco-social progress, environment, water health, and animal, plant, and so on. It is just see the system of sustainability food already mentioned by the previous speaker. Okay, that the next slide. Yes, this is a paradigm of breastfeeding is about a part of the food security and nutrition. So I put in this include that this is a more factor regarding the sustainability. So I have impression that breastfeeding is a part of them. Okay, slide, the slide please. Next slide please. Yes, so we come to the breastfeeding benefit after we saw the sustainability and breastfeeding as a part of the activity of mom. So the breast milk provide ideal nutrition for the baby, and the first day after birth, your breast produce a thick and yellow, is called colostrum. It is high in the protein, low in the sugar, and loaded beneficial compound. Breast milk contain important antibodies. This short breastfeeding may reduce disease risk for the baby, like diarrhea, asthma, and the other. We have another research that there are a relationship between breastfeeding and prevalence of race or disease in the baby. Okay, breastfeeding may reduce disease risk, and breast milk promote baby healthy weight. And breastfeeding may make children smarter. And for the mom, the benefit of the mom is, so the next slide, please. Yes, for the mom, breastfeeding may help lose weight of the mom. Breastfeeding help the uterus contract. Mother who breastfeed have a lower risk for the depression. Breastfeeding reduce your disease, and also the important is less time. It is mean save time and money. So our conclusion, breastfeeding is part of the diagram of the sustainability, where the breastfeeding is the part of the poverty and risk of the nutrition. Okay, it is my impression of the breastfeeding, and I think this is finished my presentation. This is just sharing our idea regarding the breastfeeding and sustainability food. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for emphasizing the importance of breastfeeding here in this session. You enumerated so many benefits of breastfeeding, and you also told us about the food system wheel, which is through which the breastfeeding is the center. You told us about the benefits of breastfeeding for the baby and for the mother as well. So with this, we have a great understanding of the importance of breastfeeding right from the birth, and it needs to be an exclusive breastfeeding for the 6 months from the birth. Thank you, sir. Your session was really informative. Do we have any questions from the participants? Sir, if in case we have some questions, we will send them to you on mail. Thank you for the presentation, sir.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your help present our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, next eminent speaker among us is Dr. Mohammad Arshad Subh. He is a PhD Assistant Professor at College of Health Sciences, University of Sharjah, United Arab Emirates. He has also experienced working in some different health institutions in the United States and Canada. To date, Dr. Subbu received funding as principal investigator from Breck Hughes, University of Sharjah, to conduct his research program on study among students with disabilities and psychiatric issues. He also worked on stress among students studying during COVID pandemic, as well as psychological impacts of COVID-19, working in healthcare settings. Dr. Subbu has presented at numerous national and international conferences or seminars, including complementary alternative medicine. Today, Dr. Subbu will be enlightening us on eating behaviors among young adults during COVID-19 pandemic. Over to you, sir.
Shubhra ma'am, I think Dr. Subbu hasn't joined yet because I cannot see him.
Okay, so shall we call the next speaker then meanwhile, ma'am?
I think so.
Yes.
Dr. Boss is here.
All right, all right.
Yes, I but didn't answer. Maybe they have a problem with the.
Due to some technical glitches, I think Subbu sir is not yet ready to join our platform. Probably he'll take some time. Meanwhile, let's have our next eminent speaker for the day, Dr. S.K. Bose. He is a faculty of law in Manav Rachna University since August 2018. He is a seasoned professional with more than 18 years of experience in teaching and practice. Apart from teaching, he teaches LLM students and already guided more than 45 LMM candidates in their dissertation, including 2 students from Cardiff University. He has got a very beautiful profile in which he has done so much for the literary works. He has authorized more than a dozen books and received nomenclatures for books like Critical Perspective in American Literature, Studies in Comparative Literature, and so on. He has participated in many national and international seminars, workshops, and conferences on law and allied subjects. Today, Dr. Bose will be speaking on ignorance of Indian food regulatory regime, a common man's plight. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
At the outset, I take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude for inviting me to speak on this topic. And please allow me to share my PowerPoint presentation. So just give me 1 minute. I'll be sharing my PowerPoint presentation. Is it shared now? Just tell me, ma'am.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I consider this as a privilege to permit me to speak on this topic, ignorance of Indian food regulatory regime, common man's plight. I would like to show you my abstract, which talks about that the common man's suffering, the common man's plight, even if there is existence of food law, there are existing food laws and regulations, but Indian common man often finds himself at the receiving end. It is because that probably the legislature that brings the legislation and brings certain laws. Laws are meant for the common man's protection. Laws are meant for their safeguard, their security. And essentially, the legislature makes various laws and enactments from time to time to see that the citizens are enjoying their privileges, their rights, their liberties, their right to life, their personal liberties, their privacy, their health and life, that is well secured. But if the engagement is not there, the public engagement is not there in terms of legislation, the purpose is defeated. So my paper talks about, or my topic revolves around that in spite of the existing laws and rules and various regulations in place, why does the common man suffer? And why does the common man at the receiving end? It's because of the ignorance, or it is a deliberated attempt on the part of the legislature not to create that kind of awareness, whatever it may be. But the Constitution allows that, the Article 21 of the Constitution talks about the right to life. And when you talk about the right to life, it's the right to life with dignity, with proper food and sanitation and hygiene. So the common man is deprived of this awareness. The law is in the place, the rules are there in the place. It is for the common man's benefit. It's for the common man's security. It's for his safeguard. But he often finds a lot of difficulty. But in the law, it says that ignorantia juris non excusat. That is a French, the legal principle talks about that simply the ignorance of the law cannot be an excuse. In the process, you might make an offense, you might commit a crime because of your ignorance. You're not aware of. So various such examples are there where a person commits that wrong or that kind of torts or the offense because of that ignorance. But law doesn't grant any kind of relief to the person, simply that you give an excuse that you're not aware of this thing. I think, again, another part that we talk about the legal system in our country, the three organs of the government, the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. The important the function of the legislature is to pass the laws, make legislation, because it is a lawmaking body, and we send our representatives. These are the parliamentarians. They are otherwise known as the lawmakers. They go to the parliament, sit over there, and they also bring certain legislations for the benefit of the common man. So it's not that just today we are talking about various food laws, various regulatory regime as far as Indian food and standard and quality are concerned. It has been there for centuries. Since 1889, various food laws were passed there in the legislation, in the state legislation, and it was also passed there in the central acts. The government, central union government passed various legislation, but then that sort of the awareness, probably that consciousness is not being generated among the common public. As a result, the common man is unaware of various laws for his protection, for his safeguard. And that is why I'll be talking in this topic various regulatory laws which are in existing, right from the food safety regulation and rules, the sanitary and hygienic requirement, the quality requirement of specific products, talk about milk products, meat, and various food safety and quality requirements, and prevention of adulteration, Food Adulteration Act, and also the Food Safety and Standard Act 2006. But my special emphasis will be that the Prevention of Food Adulteration Act 1984. I'll give you that the food laws which are that existing as of now, that since 1889, the Prevention of Food Adulteration Act, which I'll give you the special reference 1954, Essential Commodity Act 1955, the Meat Food Products Order 1973, the Milk and Milk Products Order 1992, Food Safety and Standards Act 2006, and Food Safety Regulations and Rules sanitary and hygienic requirements, safety and all other requirements, specific products, packaging, labeling. These are all various orders, regulations, rules being formulated by the Government of India and by the state government from time to time. And food safety and quality requirements that talks about the hazards analysis and critical control. But then again, you'll have to go for the international organization standardized, ISO, and the British, that consortium, that BRC. All these things will be there, but my focus will be basically on the Prevention of Food Adulteration Act 1954. Food being an essential requirement of your life, and foodborne illness is common all over the world, and this causes large scale of human suffering. Legislation providing food safety is a greater importance nationally as well as internationally. Until 1954, several provinces, that time because before independence they are called not the states but the provinces, and various states also after independence formulated their own food laws. But there was considerable variance and in terms of variance in the specification, and created a lot of havocs and hazards. And therefore, the central, the government agency thought of having a uniformed food laws for the union, and that is the mandate of the constitution, rather than having all the state laws. Of course, the state has been empowered in the directive principles of state policy to make special provisions to ensure that health and hygiene, sanitary condition, and food quality standard, all that's maintained. But apart from that, if you have various state laws, where you talk about Assam Food Pure Act 1932, Bengal Food Adulteration Act 1998, the Bihar Food Adulteration Act 1948, the Bombay Prevention Adulteration, UP Pure Food Act, so on and so forth. But then what happens that at times there is no uniformity as a result, that a lot of confusion happens. When it comes to the apex court, the Supreme Court finds it very, very confusing, very, very irritating, and difficult in pronouncing certain judgments. There is no clarity. And for that, the Indian government thought that in 1954 to bring one act that is a central act, it will be applicable to the whole of India except Jammu Kashmir. And later on that it was also extended to that Jammu Kashmir. The Prevention of Food Adulteration Act 1954, I told, which came into force in 1955. This act envisages the elimination or prevention of adulteration food, which is a serious threat to the public health, and thus to eradicate all social evil like that giving and supplying the pure and wholesome food to the public, because public health is paramount. The nation can be strong only when the citizens are healthy. And as the saying goes, that a healthy mind rests in a healthy body. And if you take that healthy diet, so then you'll have that healthy body and a healthy physique. Otherwise, you will not be able to contribute anything towards the development and growth of the society or as a nation as a whole. The preamble of the act that summarizes the term prevention of adulteration of food denotes policy and objects, and behind the act, it discloses primary intention of the legislature and various provisions of the act that are key guiding principles of legislature. And I told you that only passing the laws or bringing various enactments would be not sufficient, that you say as a parliamentarian, or you say as one of the organs of the government. You have greater responsibility to ensure the implementation, and implementation goes in the hands of the executive. So our constitution is quite peculiar in terms of having a doctrine of separation of power. What happens that both the legislature and the executive work in tandem. Though our constitution talks about the independence of judiciary, anytime you see that the executive hand in glove with the legislature and pass a legislation for any kind of hidden agenda, that can be challenged in terms of filing a PIL there in the apex court, and the judiciary comes into play and for your rescue, and the judiciary is there to see that justice is delivered to everybody. And this is your constitutional right, it is your fundamental right to to raise your voice against any kind of arbitrary action on the part of the executive. So that is essentially the beginning. I was thinking of that, even if in spite of several laws, food and security or safety standard and quality, all these enactments, all these orders, all these rules, regulations are being formulated, being executed, but the execution is not properly done, and probably that efficacy is a big question mark here. Public engagement and public participation is a cause of concern. Probably public is not taken in confidence as far as this legislation is concerned. The Ministry of Law and Justice has three branches. One is the justice delivery, the law and justice. Another is legislative department. Third one is for your judiciary, that where you will be seeing that justice delivery system. So in the legislative part, what happened? The lack of engagement. Of late, I think in the modern democratic setups, most of the modern democratic countries in the world are making concerted efforts to engage the public in terms of lawmaking, where they need the suggestions or the comments of the public from time to time. They put certain, before passing a particular legislation, they put it on the public domain. They invite various comments, suggestions, and inputs from the general public to see that whether this policy is going to be in the interest of the common people. A larger number of people would be benefited out of this. But then there is a hue and cry, and I don't have to take the example of certain laws of late, whether to talk about the CAA or the farm laws and all. It is because of the lack of the public engagement. That is one of my areas that where I want to little bit focus on, that why this engagement not happening there in a regular interval, and why it is not happening in a very robust manner, why the information is not being generated by various government agencies to ensure that there is public participation and public engagement. After all, these laws are for their protection, for their safeguard, and for their benefit. And if they do not get that benefit, and that becomes a futile exercise. So the act, later on, this act also 3 times, this act was 1954 act, Prevention of Food Adulteration Act was modified 3 times. There are various amendments. There are 25 sections that talks about what should be the food quality, what element remains there in a food that becomes adulterated food. But that even as a conscious citizen, you are so illiterate and educated, even then you do not know that these laws are in existence, these laws are in place. And if you are not knowing about the laws, then that you cannot claim, you will not be thinking that where you are being exploited, where you are being manipulated, or you are misled, or you are constantly pestered and troubled. If you realize that this law is there in place for my protection, and I can always challenge, I can walk into the court and file a complaint against that vendor, about that, against that shopkeeper, or that hotelier, somebody like that. That way it will be there. So I don't know exactly what is happening, that probably we can do more research there, in spite of all these efforts made by the government to put everything there in the public domain. And in spite of bringing that Right to Information Act, still a lot of things are there, and probably a lot of work has to be taken place. Now, the Prevention of Food Adulteration Act, ladies and gentlemen, I have told that I'll give you special reference to the Prevention of Food Adulteration Act 1954, which came into existence in 1955. And ever since this act came, 3 times they have been amended, various sections have been incorporated into this act. And this act is to protect people from adulterated and poisonous food. And as a common citizen, even you do not know that what food is poisonous, which one is toxic. Everything is there in the place. And I think not that as a law student, law professional, lawyer, or legal professional, but any common citizen, I think it is time for you need to also know a little bit of law about your country, and that is prevalent. So that will be definitely helping you to become a conscious citizen, and to become a conscious citizen is of immense help to the progress and prosperity of the nation. So the objectives that when the center decided that there are a lot of variation is there, a lot of confusion comes because different states having bringing their different acts. It is better to have one central act that will be preventing all kinds of adulteration or all kinds of manipulation that in terms of food that becomes very poisonous and toxic, quite detrimental to health, and it brings that health hazard. So therefore, this objective was there to not only that see that the quality and standard food is available for the citizens, but also it restrains the sale of substandard food there in the market by the shopkeepers and the vendors, and protect the interest of the consumers by eliminating all kinds of malpractices, fraudulent practices, and to ensure that the fair practices are being followed by the stakeholders. So even that the act is a small act. There are 25 sections in the act, that each section clearly defines the act in terms of food, what is food. I will say that the section 2 of this act defines food and excludes the drugs and what from the packaging, what is declared food. Mind you, that packaging water is considered to be food, but water is not considered food and drug is not considered food. As per the act, this is the definition of food. I am not giving the definition from a scientist point of view, from the rather health science point of view, that what is the definition of food. And we know that food is an essential requirements of human existence, human life, and but law defines it that a food that excludes drugs and water and whatever is there, that is declared by the government from time to time is food. And you'll be very surprised to know that tobacco is considered in the definition that it's considered to be food. And if tobacco is adulterated with some kind of toxic flavor or condiments or any kind of additives to that it becomes toxic and poisonous, quite detrimental to your health, and that would be considered adulteration, adulterated food. So that section very clearly, explicitly tells about the adulteration of food. So I'm not able to see my PowerPoint presentation. Is it visible to you? Yes. So now then coming, the following clauses are there in the act which need to be considered. Subclause of that M, section 2 of the states that food is deemed to be adulterated if its quality or purity is not within the prescribed standard, and prescribed standard to what percentage of condiment should be there, what percentage of this color would be there, what percentage of this particular flavor to be there. That has been clearly set by the standards mentioned that in the act. And if that falls below the standard prescribed, then it will be quite injurious to health. And if anything that falls under the prescribed standards that has been mandated there in the act and it is quite injurious to health, then it would be adulterated food. However, the provision to the subclause clearly state that primary food, which you talk about the produce of agriculture or horticulture, is and in a natural form, and that food falling below prescribed, for instance, due to some kind of weather, due to storm, due to rain, or maybe the climate change, something that that the paddy or that the wheat or something that gets affected, and all even the spices and all that you are doing, and if there that quality is the standard is diminished or it is it becomes substandard, it is not of that prescribed standard due to some natural process, then it will never be considered adulterated. So that is an exception there. In other words, primary food falling below the prescribed standard due to natural causes, maybe because of some kind of climatic change or weather change or the rain or something, or maybe not getting sufficient manure or sufficient food that it needs to, and that it doesn't have the proper growth, so it becomes adulterated. Then comes the primary food, where you talk to that article, of food being a produce of agriculture or horticulture in its natural form, and that is primary food. It has been defined there in the section 2 of this Act, Prevention of Adulteration, Prevention of Food Adulteration Act 1954, and if it is not coming up to that prescribed standard solely due to the natural causes, then it cannot be called as adulterated one, and provided they are not injurious. For example, the dal, cereal, rice, and all the spices that considered, this is a primary food. Now, kinds of adulteration included in the Act very clearly mentioned that anything that is substandard, the standard that has been prescribed by the Act, and if that falls under this standard, this quality, then that can be called, that will be again included that in the Adulteration Act. So substitution by cheaper substance, for example, that the Amul powder or the Nestle powder or something that you, in substitute of that, you make any kind of local powder, which is again below the standard. There is no quality check. It is not been properly passed through all kinds of quality checking, or it has not been cleared by the labs, various labs. Then it will become a substandard. It is a cheaper substance. And of any abstraction of any constituent of article, you just fiddle with that. You can bring kind of abstraction, or you can add something to that, or you prepare or even the storage in an insanitary condition, or adding any kind of that flavor or color or additives that becomes toxic and poisonous, or any kind of ingredients that would be causing to poisonous and clearing all kind of making all kinds of problems, especially that the food, and it will substandardize your food. Coloring agents or preservatives to the excess limit, which is not prescribed. The prescribed limit is there, 0.0 to 0.5%. They are in the Act, and if you are putting that particular additive to a particular substance, that again goes beyond that. The moment you do so, immaterial that how many times you have done, whether the first time, second time, but you commit a serious grievance, you commit a serious offense, and for that you are going to be penalized. So the quality or the purity below the prescribed standards again coming in that Act. For example, not milk not confirming the standard is adulterated, where standard required 6% fat and 14% solid content, but the milk containing fat 5.7% and solid 7.25%, that total 13% will be considered adulterated. And for your kind information, that even if you add water to that milk, and it's not the pure milk, adding water to milk is also adulterated. And if you go and make a complaint, definitely that is again an offense, and the person who commits that offense is liable to get that punishment or penalty. Then the addition of watered milk that I told you, sale of mixed linseed or the rapeseed oil amounts to sale of adulterated oil. Anything suji, maida, and all samples containing large number of even dead or alive insects are also adulterated. But this is not been known to the common man. The common man finds some of the insects there in suji or in maida, but he doesn't complain. And he tells that that the shopkeeper, sometimes the shopkeeper also becomes very casual, telling that, oh, 1 or 2 may be there, it doesn't make one. But that is an offense. If you go and take that person to the consumer forum, and he is liable to get that punishment, and he'll be giving you the compensation. So that has been there. For articles held by the court as food, which arar dal, coconut oil, country liquor, foods, kota haldi, that gram flour, groundnut oil, good, ice food, kesri dal, mustard oil, tea flour, tea and pan masala food and all, I told tobacco and all that been also considered as food, because at times you consume that one, and that has been also declared by the government in various orders, in the gazette, in the notification from time to time. So it is coming in the category of food. Therefore, if you do so, then you will be and if you bring any kind of substance to that food and try to adulterate it, then you are liable to get that punishment. Now, misbranded food, another term comes that in the misbranded food, that further it is for the shopkeeper, for the vendor, or even for the manufacturer, or sometimes article is considered misbranded, where if it is an imitation or just it is a copy, it's a poor version of that. Pepsi is there and you make a poor version of that Pepsi, a substitute for another article for food. Or if it is sold under the name of another article, sometimes they're knowing that trademark will be there and it will be written like Nestle or some kind of spelling little bit, which is not very conspicuous, not very noticeable. They do deliberately to mislead that consumers. So that is again challengeable, and that is again kind of offense that if somebody does that knowingly or unknowingly, if you challenge that, that is considered to be an offense, and you are liable to take that person and give him the punishment. If the true character of article is not indicated plainly and very, very noticeably or conspicuously on the label, that is considered to be a misbranded food. If it is sold by the name which belongs to another article of goods and you are putting that name and selling this one also. Many small-time shopkeepers do that one, and we often become the victim of this practice, but we do not raise. And sometimes even the shopkeepers and those evil creators, they would be demotivating you in such a way. They'll be discouraging you that you don't raise a protest. So I think that is again, the accepting injustice is a double injustice. So you don't have to be a silent spectator there. You as a common citizen or this conscious citizen, also you have to raise your voice and see that you may not directly get affected, but something you have to do for the society. In that case, the more you're aware of it, and you'll have to more awareness to be spread among the people, so that nobody becomes the victim of such malpractice. And if anybody makes a false claim for the article on the level of otherwise, in that fact, an article being damaged or it's concealed or it's hidden deliberately or through some kind of polishing, coloring, or renovation and all kind of refurbishment and all, so that can be considered something, again, it's tampered, it's a misbranded. And if that contents of each package are not again noticeably or conspicuously not correctly stated on the outside of the package, again that you can also raise over. The functions and responsibility of the various authorities are there to see. There are 54 members, that is the composition being made by the Ministry of Food and the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and even the government agency on various occasions make various committees, and there is the Director of General Health Services. One director will be there who is by default of the ex officio member. Directors will be there. Central Food Labs the Central Food Labs, there will be 4 directors at least, expert, and all these are not for that much, but I think these are all done on the record at the government level, that it is done there on record. In every step is being taken by the government to ensure that the food quality and standard to be maintained and to be regularly checked. And there are various responsibility and functions given to various authorities. Various committees are made, and but how much that is actually implementable, or how much they are giving, how much that gives power, or it empowers the common man to think that no, this is something that goes against the minimum health standard, and that is actually detrimental to your life and that also violates your basic fundamental
Sorry for the
right.
interruption, sir.
So each state also have that representatives.
Sir, I'm
Sorry?
really sorry for the interruption, but we are running short of time. Could you please summarize your talk?
Okay, I summarize now. I'll see these are various acts. I think I'll not go for, because if you are not from the no, you're not mostly law professionals or law students or the law scholars, probably will find. But I'll summarize telling that the point was there to see that no ignorance and what is to be done by the government in spite of appointing various authorities, various committees. So I'm not able to see anything. Yes. Am I audible now, all of you? So, ma'am, just tell me that am I audible? So I was talking about it in spite of all that things there in the place, if that is not properly implemented, and in spite of various rules, regulations there on record, and if that is not effectively implemented and it's not for the common man's reach, then again it is a futile exercise. So having said that, I would say it is the responsibility of the government to ensure not only pass the laws and orders from time to time, to ensure that the effective implementation so that a maximum or the large number of people can be benefited only when they are aware of the existence of law and they know that these are their rights, this is their freedom, this is their liberty, and this is their privileges, and then they will be able to take the law to their advantage. That's all from my side. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. It was really a wonderful presentation. And as very rightly said by you, that despite a great deal of the food laws and regulations in existence in our country, our people, too many people among us do not know the existence of such rules and regulations. And that's why they sometimes are really cheated by some people and they do not come to know the right thing to be followed. So food safety and other things, standard things, once they are known by the people, then they will be better able to recognize their own responsibilities as well. So thank you for elaborating on all the food laws that exist in India related to the prevention of adulteration and food safety and standards law. Thank you once again. Now the last speaker, the last eminent speaker of this session is Dr. Imam Subbu. Dr. Mohammad Arshad Subbu. I have already introduced him, but since he has joined now, let me take the opportunity to introduce him again. He's in PhD and assistant professor at College of Health Sciences, University of Sharjah, United Arab Emirates. He is also experienced working in some different health institutions in United States and Canada. To date, Dr. Subbu received funding as principal investigator from Rec Hughes, University of Sharjah, to conduct his research program on study among students with disabilities and psychiatric issues. He also worked on stress among students studying during COVID pandemic as well as psychological impacts of COVID-19, working in healthcare settings. Dr. Subbu has presented at numerous national and international conferences or seminars, including complementary alternative medicine. Today, he will be enlightening us on eating behaviors among young adults during COVID-19 pandemic. Over to you, Subbu sir. Sir, your PPT is visible. Can we please start your presentation?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, you're
Hello.
audible.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
sir,
Thank
you're
you.
audible.
Yeah, I'm talking. I already have been talking. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity for this moment in time. Yeah, this I believe that this is not the first time meeting some of you in this wonderful webinar. Okay, let me strike forward related to my topic, eating behaviors and dietary change among young adults during COVID-19 pandemic. Yes. This presentation is about literature review. I have been conducting literature review related to eating behaviors or dietary change among young adults in various population group. And also because some of my students in University of Sharjah have informed me, given me information related to their eating behaviors, their sleep patterns, their related to activity daily living. So in this case, in this presentation, yeah, so this is combination between literature and my experiences. Yeah, related to eating behavior and dietary change among young adults. Okay. COVID-19 in March 2020, WHO declared the coronavirus outbreak as a global pandemic. COVID-19 pandemic represents a massive impact on human health, causing sudden lifestyle change through social distancing and isolation, with social and economic consequences, including eating behavior or change. Eating behavior or dietary change, and especially in general lifestyles, yeah, lifestyles because of COVID, almost entire population experience physical, psychological, social, cultural aspects of our life. COVID-19 has restricted the number of hours permitted for outdoor physical activity. So people access to play sport and other activity daily living is also limited. Stress and anxiety have been shown to result in increased intake of food. Yeah. After reading, after doing conducting literature review, and also based on the information from my students, that during this COVID-19, people who have psychosocial problems, especially stress and anxiety, they have also experienced an increased intake of food. During COVID-19, study participants believe in the virus repellent properties of increased water consumption, vegetables, fruits, meat, chicken, fish, and dairy products. The majority of studies that I have reviewed among young adults found that they have increased the number of their meals and snacks during the pandemic period compared to their previous habits. It may be attributed to more time available for eating because they are with their family, stay at home, and their educational activities had been interrupted. Now, this is literature review that I have conducted related to eating behavior or diet behavior during COVID-19. Again, it is related to my literature review. I have conducted literature review, and then I found from the literature that eating and diet behavior, there are four elements or four aspects that closely related to eating and diet behavior during COVID-19, especially during lockdown. Yeah, during lockdown. The first is dietary patterns. Dietary patterns. We will share. We will what is called. We will see what is included in this dietary patterns. Number two, change in dietary behavior favorable. 3, change in dietary behavior unfavorable, and other related eating behaviors. Other aspects are they not directly related to eating behavior, that it is either impact or effect from. Yeah, impact from and impact to. This is what I mean. Okay, from dietary pattern, there are two elements, important elements. The first is snacks and meal numbers. Okay, snacks. A significant change in snacking frequency and behaviors was reported by some studies that were reviewed. Yeah, snacking frequency and behavior was reported. An increase in snacking at high or after the last meal of the day. Snacks mostly consist of energy-dense and non-nutrient-rich food. Junk food mostly, yeah, mostly we call it junk foods. Study participant increased consumption of comfort food, junk food, or not healthy food, such as chocolate, ice cream, sweet consume, and dessert during COVID-19, especially during lockdown. Okay, increased stress and anxiety levels during quarantine has impact on healthy lifestyle habits. So snacks, junk food, yeah, or unhealthy. Change that is increased during COVID-19. Some studies also report an increase in the meal number and frequency during COVID-19. A study in Mumbai, I find one study in Mumbai indicate that over half of a study of participants increased their meal consumption, with a large portion choosing food that had a low preparation time and meals, yeah, around ready-to-eat foods and animal produce. Although food intake increased, diet diversity and fresh produce, such as fruit and vegetable intake reduced. Participant has restricted the eating habit during confinement lockdown, primarily due to weight gain concern. However, some other participants restrict their eating habits because they are afraid of weight gain concern. Okay, next, change in dietary behavior favorable. Increase in fresh produce, increase in home cooking, reduction in comfort foods, reduction in alcohol consumption. So for that related to favorable. Okay, let's see one by one. Increase in fresh produce. Some studies reported favorable change in dietary habits during the coronavirus pandemic, especially during lockdown. An increase in fruit and vegetable consumption, related to the increase in home cooking, And also the promotion from WHO of the importance of fruit and vegetables during COVID-19 confinement or lockdown. Increase in home cooking. Based on consumption trends, there was an increase in the amount of home cooking with a significant increase in foods such as homemade pizza and bread. The increase in home cooking could be attributable to various reasons, including reduced availability of eating out and of fast food option. Fast food, yeah, we all know what fast foods are. Increase in family time, staying all of our time with family, safety concern, and finally, it could be used as method of overcome boredom. Yeah, boredom, boring at home, boring at home. Reduction in comfort foods. A decrease in total fast food consumption during lockdown has been reported in some countries. From my literature review, I found this, the decrease of total fast food in China, Kuwait, Spain, Italy, Brazil, Colombia, Chile, yeah, Indonesia, and some other countries. Consideration needs to be taken for the fact that many fast food outlets would have been closed during lockdown, which would have significantly affected fast food intake. Reduction and comfort food. Reduction in alcohol consumption. Stress and anxiety have significant influence over food habits, especially alcohol consumption during lockdown. A study found that the large dietary habit change during lockdown was a reduction in binge drinking or alcohol consumption. Another study identified a lower intake of alcohol during lockdown in Spain and report that this dietary change continue with a higher adherence to the MAD diet post-lockdown. These are favorable. Okay, now unfavorable. Reduction in fresh produce. Yeah, increase in comfort on or unhealthy foods, increase in alcohol consumption. So in contrary, yeah, to favorable, this also with related to favorable, what is called change in dietary or eating behaviors. Reduction in fresh produce. Overall, the studies showed a reduction in purchasing and consumption of fresh produce. In Italy, for example, consumer purchase trends found a dramatic reduction in fresh goods, including meats, fruit, and vegetables. Participants reported buying less fresh products due to poorer access to usual food stores and products. We continue. A study conducted in Palestine found an increased fried food intake, sweet and sugar-added food intake, and this was associated with weight gain and worsening financial status during lockdown. Stress and anxiety may have significant influence over food habits during COVID-19 lockdown. Fruits, salad, vegetables, and lean protein intake also decrease. Study participants indicate that they reduce vitamin A, rich fruit and vegetables intake, decrease other vegetable intake, and decrease other fruit intake, with a reduction in fresh produce associated with higher anxiety. The consumption of unhealthy foods, including potato chips, red meat, and sugar drinks significantly increased 3 weeks into lockdown in young people in Italy who were classified as obese. A multi-country cohort of adolescents and found sweet food and fried food consumption increased during COVID-19 confinement compared to before COVID-19. Yeah. In another study, an increased consumption of sweet, chocolate, biscuit, and cake was found, which was associated with other poor diet habit changes. Multiple factors may have increased the intake of unhealthy or comfort foods during COVID-19 lockdown, including already being overweight or obese, more sedentary time at home, and an overall change in dietary habit patterns. Some studies found that unhealthy food consumption had increased during confinement, which was due to change in mood, including lack of motivation and anxiety and boredom. So, based on this information, COVID-19 create psychosocial problems, stress, anxiety, mood, yeah, including lack of motivation, anxiety, and boredom. And this also related to unhealthy food consumption. Okay, next, the increase in negative eating behavior was thought to be due to increased anxiety in this population during lockdown. This study was conducted in Italy. Okay, in another study in northern Italy, unhealthy food consumption, specifically sweet intake, increased. This increase was associated with weight gain during lockdown, which might have been related to increase of anxiety. Increase in alcohol consumption. A study among Chinese participants found an increase in alcohol consumption intentionally during COVID-19, especially during lockdown. In another study, when considering groups, alcoholic beverage consumption increased 15% of the participants and decreased in 12%. So, both increase in alcohol consumption and decrease also. Well, for example, yeah, as a study in, I believe it is in Italy or Spain, alcoholic beverage consumption increased in 15% and decreased in 12%. Yeah, of the participants. The increase in alcohol intake was associated with other unhealthy changes in diet pattern, with higher anxiety and depression scores, and with working from home. So again, not only what is called, not only physical, psychological, and the social, these three aspects are closely related to unhealthy change in diet patterns or eating behaviors. Okay, other related eating behavior, reduction in physical activity, increase in supplementation, and weight gain. Reduction in physical activity. Some studies found that majority of participants had decreased level of physical activity and exercise in some countries in Kuwait, Italy, Indonesia, Palestine, France due to confinement or lockdown. An Australian study reported that in the general population group, the majority of people decreased their exercise level, which might be related of working from home, WFH, restriction of sporting activities and gyms during the peak of the pandemic. Reduction in physical activity continue. According to a survey in the United States, students reported a decrease in walking during 2020. That's been in the COVID-19 period, which might be related to no longer commuting to campus or working between classes. Another study showed that while people's dietary pattern didn't dramatically deviate from the med diet during lockdown, majority decreased the levels of physical activity. So physical activity, yeah, also reduced, and this physical activity create eating behavior, especially increased foods, including junk food, comfort food. Yeah. Increase in supplementation. People intentionally consume certain foods, supplements, or Chinese herb as they thought it would help against COVID-19. The nutritional supplement that has increased in use in vitamin C, which is known to support the immune system, and young adults receive this basic information in health science education. Information. This is, can be classified. This is like, yeah, education, health education, information from the internet, from certain places, from friends, from teacher, from YouTube, for example. Some people consume alcohol or vinegar under the false assumption that consumption will kill or help to fight virus. Yeah. Some alcohol consumption increase because they believe that this alcohol or vinegar can kill or help to fight the virus. Weight gain. Young adults have an increase in weight due to increased appetite and consumption of certain food during COVID-19, and especially during lockdown. Another study in US, one study in US indicate that a participant larger increase in weight from 2.2 to 4.5 kilogram due to reduced physical activity and increase in calories. Weight gain was linked to increased eating due to stress, boredom, seeing or smelling food, snacking, and being around family and friends and family. Lower education level, this interest in the health of food, and who self-reported anxiety and depression were more likely to report weight gain. Okay, now conclusion. Yeah, we have time constraint. We don't have enough time, so yeah, I have also time to explain in detail. So this way, I just read what I have reviewed from literature and then from my experience. Yeah, the effect of COVID-19 both negatively and positively impact eating or dietary practice globally, especially among young adults. The COVID-19 has significantly affected the eating and food purchasing behaviors of adolescents or young adults. Many studies found either an increase in snacking and meal numbers or an increase in unfavorable food choice and dietary habits. Negative diet habits were associated with other poor lifestyles, outcome including weight gain, mental health issues, psychosocial issues, and limited physical activity. COVID-19 lockdown resulted in both favorable and unfavorable change in eating practice, eating behavior, dietary change, and this may have both short and long-term consequences on health. Okay, thank you so much for everyone. Sorry for just limited time because yeah, I know that I have been given time what is called short period of time. So thank you so much, Miss Subra Sarawat, for everything. Really appreciate. Okay, over to you, back to you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your session was very nice. The topic which you have chosen for this seminar was really good because everybody nowadays really getting concerned about the effect of COVID-19 on eating behaviors. And as rightly said by you, the effect of COVID-19 has both negatively and positively impacted the eating and dietary practices around the world. So all the parameters that you have informed us today were actually really looked upon. And even some of our students have conducted a few researches, and even they saw both the sort of impacts on eating behaviors. So thanks a lot, sir. And in case we have any questions, we would be definitely willing to.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Meena Kapahi, Professor Manav Rachna University, to extend a vote of thanks to the speakers and the participants.
Am I audible?
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay. So thank you so much, Shubhra ma'am. And a very good afternoon, everyone. I feel honored to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special day. This is indeed a very proud day to be the host of the virtual international conference, Sustainability of Food, a Global Perspective, with delegates from colleges and universities across all streams, from science to technology to research. This year is very special for all of us. MR family, our silver jubilee year, 25 years of excellence on professional education and research. On behalf of the organizing team, I convey my regards and hearty thanks to our chief guest, Dr. Durai Raj Prabhakaran, Director, Center for Control of Chronic Conditions, Vice President, Research and Policy, Public Health Foundation of India, for gracing the occasion. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing valuable thoughts and experiences regarding malnutrition, environment, and social sustainability. Sir also urged the participants to undertake research based on these issues and to adopt measures like kitchen gardening, zero budget farming, vegetarianism, and respect other species as a part of holistic approach. We are extremely grateful to our guest of honor, Dr. G.C. Shirodria, sir, for being there with us. He could not start with his presentation due to some technical issue. Sir has given his kind consent to be there with us tomorrow and share his valuable thoughts. Would like to express our sincere gratitude to Dr. Prashant Bhalla, Honorable President, MREI, Dr. Amit Bhalla, Honorable Vice President, MREI, and Professor Dr. Sanjay Srivastava, Honorable Vice Chancellor, MRIIRS, for their blessings, guidance, and messages for all of us. Our extra special thanks to Professor Dr. I.K. Bhatt, Honorable Vice Chancellor, MRU, for taking out time from his busy schedule and sharing the significance of how SDG 2, that is Zero Hunger, is interconnected with other SDGs and that it requires deliberations and channelized actions at local, regional, national, and global levels. Thank you so much, sir. A huge thank you to Professor Dr. G.L. Khanna, sir, for his constant support, guidance, and that extra dose of motivation throughout. It would not have been possible without you, sir. Thank you so much. I would like to thank all our esteemed speakers for sharing their expertise with all of us, and there is so much to learn from all of you. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for Professor Sadhan Kumar Ghosh for his keynote address. And Sir shared 4 pillars of food sustainability, that is availability, accessibility, utilization, and stability of nutritious food. He discussed about the social, environmental, and economic impacts of food wastage and urged the participants to incorporate circular economy to have a resource-efficient system. We are extremely grateful to Dr. Binu Cherian, Country Manager, Harvest Plus, for the excellent coverage of how to achieve a sustainable and nutritious system through biofortification. I may like to express a sincere thanks to Dr. Dharamveer Yadav, sir, Regional Director, HAU Regional Research Station, Bawal, for sharing his valuable thoughts on conservation agriculture and resource conservation and the importance of practices like no-till agriculture and leaving a residual cover on the fields. I also wish to express gratitude to Dr. Jyoti D. Vora for a wonderful discussion on nutraceutical sciences, a link between biodiversity and ecosystems, the technology that they have adopted, and innovative products that they have launched. Thank you so much, ma'am, for all the support that you have promised to all of us. We are grateful to Dr. Enda, lecturer midwifery, Department of Surakarta Health Polytechnic, Indonesia, for sharing the valuable research on the effect of moringa leaf on the quality of breast milk. I also wish to express my gratitude to Mr. Gangadhar Reddy, CEO and co-founder Blue Drop Enviro Private Limited, Bangalore, for his passionate keynote address on water crisis that we are facing today and wastewater treatment. I would like to thank Dr. Shweta Khandelwal for her discussion on sustainable, healthy diets, increasing trends in consumption of processed food and decreasing trends in the whole grain production and consumption. Dr. Shweta shared insights on food waste index report, social equity issues, and impact on agriculture nutritional security, and also shared sustainable solutions, which are basically the need of the hour. We are extremely grateful to Dr. Imam Velayu, founder Cahaya Padma Kumara Foundation, Indonesia, for sharing an informative discussion on the importance of breastfeeding for babies, mothers, and as a sustainable diet. We would like to express our sincere thanks to Dr. Muhammad Arsyad Subu, Assistant Professor, College of Health Sciences, University of Sharjah, UAE, for his valuable insights on eating behaviors and issues among young adults during COVID-19 pandemic, which is a very relevant issue, and that each one of us is facing these issues today, these days, because of the COVID-19, and it has certainly impacted physical, cultural, social, and psychological aspects of our lives. Our special thanks to Dr. S.K. Bose, Associate Professor, Faculty of Law, MRU, for his enlightening talk on Indian food regulatory regime, awareness and consciousness, which is very much required regarding food safety laws, and other food safety quality requirements. Yes, last but not the least, I would like to thank our digital support team. I am very thankful to our volunteers, our student support system, and yes, the people who are behind the scenes. They have been working behind the camera, are one of the biggest support systems. Our IT team, Dr. Gurseen, Dr. Shobit, Ms. Vandana Garg, for their timely support and their tireless work. A big thank you to our registration and student coordinators team, Dr. Divya Puri and Dr. Pooja Sharma, for helping us with the registration process. Our scientific committee, a huge round of applause to you too, for Dr. Madhavi Avasthi and Dr. Irshad Ahmed for all your technical inputs, and Dr. Shubhra for coordinating and running the entire show so well with so much of energy throughout. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, our participants, for your patience and time. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. Over to you, Shubhra ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Now with this, we would like to end today's session. It was a very successful event today. We will be meeting tomorrow at same time with many of the new speakers giving insights on new topics. Thank you, everybody.